Dear viewers, welcome to the exciting world of Nadia's Alpha Awakening, where the shadow of the supernatural has long loomed over the lives of our characters. Join us on Nadia's mysterious and dangerous journey, as this young woman discovers her true power in a world of werewolves and hidden desires. This is EP 1 of Nadia's Alpha Awakening. Thank you for your subscription and likes. You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 1. We've already settled it, Nadia. Now get in the damn car. My dad tries with all his might not to shout, but I can hear the frustration building in his voice. I'm just saying. This is bullshit. I make my way to the car and notice too late my dad's eyes glowing an angry red. I'm sorry, I mumble getting in the car. The driver door swings open and my dad gets in and starts the engine with no words. I keep my eyes on my pretty white manicured hands until we get there. I follow my dad passing large gates and then we stop at the reception. My dad steps forward and starts making small talk to the receptionist. I look to my left down an empty corridor. Yellow lockers lead the way plastered on the walls. Poster and flyers are stuck to the walls too, each indicating that this school's a safe place. I take in a deep breath and quickly regret my decision as my wolf does it too. What she picks up takes us both back a step. My nose scrunches up at the strong masculine scent. Hey Dad. I turn to my father. Do you smell that? I take another whiff of the faint smell and watch him do the same. No. He shakes his head. Okay, but smell it with your wolf. I kinda sass him and he gives me a weird look before his big blue eyes go black and he takes another whiff. Nothing, he tells me. You shouldn't worry about that. A tall, late 40-aged man says, getting my father and I attention. In a school like this, you'll smell a lot. He jokes, but my dad's the only who gets it. The urge to roll my eyes comes over me, but I don't. Instead, I flash him one of my fake smiles and he nods to me. Welcome, Mr. 𝐊𝐲, we are happy to have you. He takes my father's hand and shakes it. Wish we could have met in different circumstances. Dad shakes his hand. What the hell does that mean? They take the lead and I just follow behind them. I linger passing by the classrooms and watch the different students in each. Our headmaster opens a class door and calls for someone named Tomas. Yet again a tall figure towers over me. It's not easy being 5 feet 3 inches in a werewolf environment. I don't even know why I stopped growing so damn early. Seriously, I should be at least 5 feet 7 inches, that's the average height for a she-wolf, and then there's me. This tall yet young guy just kinda stands there with his hands in his pockets. Confidence beaming off him. Well, of everyone really. Let's just say he's not ugly but not my type. Green's eyes and angular jawline, who can't resist? Apparently me. This is Tomas Hall. He'll be here to assist you around and hopefully be your friend. Tomas looks at me and I kinda just look back at him. I believe you have first period together, so we'll leave you to it. Behave. My dad warns me and I can't help my twitching smirk. I'll try. I step into his open arms and he hugs me bye. I say as they turn and follow Tomas into our class. As soon as I take a step in, the same strong smell from the corridor hits me, but way stronger. You good? Tomas drags me back to reality. I nod, still a little confused, and slip into the empty seat next to him. I take my bag off and open my blazer. I try taking in everything and everyone around us. There's not much girls here. I'd say there's a total of 5 including me. We're all wearing identical uniforms, white shirts, thigh-high plaid skirts, white socks and red and yellow tie matching our plaid skirts. So the famous royal beta finally arrives. Tomas once again takes me out another daze. What do you mean by that? I look up at his forest green eyes. You've been the talk of the town for a while now. He picks up his pen. And your little fighting reputation doesn't help. I almost roll me eyes. You didn't answer my question. There's a unspoken system. The alphas sit at the top with their smug selves, and then there's the pack alphas, betas, witches, vampires, hybrids, and then 𝐊𝐲𝐬. He lists out, you're somewhere between a born alpha and a pack alpha. I'm not an alpha. I tell him. Not yet. He points out and I feel my wolf go a little crazy, and I know for a fact it's not because of what Tomas just said. My wolf that I've named Nia, which is the closest thing to Nadia, starts trying to take control. I feel her physically taking control, probably making my eyes go from gray to a white silver in a matter of second. Look. I hearsay, but I just ignore her and take my control back. Your eyes are flickering. Tomas states the obvious. Yeah, no shit. I want to say, I'm having a situation. I end up mumbling, "Shit, Nia, what the hell? Look." She urges and I give in, raising my gaze, and my eyes land on one hell of a fine-ass dude. His blue eyes are already on me, and I kinda just stare in awe of his looks. I contain myself and look away, pressing Nia down in the process. I sit back and watch a silent Tomas absorb me. What do you mean by not yet? I try getting back into his alpha conversation and it works. You have alpha blood running in you, hence to why you're a royal beta and just not any regular beta. All you need is a pack. I don't need a pack. I scoff, but he doesn't find it amusing. Anyways, I can't lead a bunch of arrogant werewolves. You talk about your own kind like that? Did I lie? I ask, finally getting a small smirk from him. Chapter 2. After lesson finishes, I follow Tomas out and he leads me to the girls' bathroom, and I walk in. There's no queue, thank the universe, so I can just simple change my tampon. I flush the bloody water, the get out to wash my hands. A group of girls walk in and kinda just stare at me. I get a little tense fast and move to dry my hands and leave. I kinda expect Tomas to no longer be there, but he's still where I left him, but leaning on the wall. When he spots me walking to him, he stands up straight. How come you're not with your pack? I ask him when I'm close enough. I'm an Omega, a lone wolf basically. He lets me know while holding my locker papers. What happened to your alpha? We come to a stop and he picks up my lock. I watch him turn it clockwise 3 times, stops, and then turns it anti-clockwise and stops and does a short turn before yanking my lock open. He's dead. He hand me my papers and I take them while taking my bag off too. How'd he die? I question, stuffing my bag in my locker. Fighting a born alpha. His voice is flat. I grab my Nike duffel bag because we have PE. Now I believe. That sucks. I say, not knowing what else to say. I mean, sorry for your loss. You are one straightforward girl. He chuckles, making me feel a little less of an asshole. We have PE, I believe. He changes the subject. Hope you like running, he says as we walk in the gym. Our class is already there and we walk in just as the bell rings. Okay class, get ready and start running in 10 minutes, she says, and we go our separate ways. My eyes find their way back to the same ice blue eyes from this morning. He already looking once again, making Nia want to act up, but I look away before I have another situation. I walk into the girls' changing room, which is practically empty. The girls from this morning are huddled up, making me feel a little left out, but I just shrug it off. Girls, am I right? I mean, I've dealt with the normal bitchy mean human girls, she wolves you don't want to cross. I get dressed, putting on my shorts and a sports top, then stuff my bag with all my school things and walk out. To my surprise, Tomas is once again waiting for me. So you're just gonna wait for me all the time? I ask him. I have nothing better to do. He shrugs, walking into 2 people already running. I start to stretch and Tomas looks at me a little funny before he catches on to what I'm doing. When I'm done, we start pasting around, finishes our first lap. I slow down, having to tie my waist-length wavy hair up into a high messy bun. I catch up to Tomas, who's way ahead of me. He looks down at me while I try pass him. He takes it as a challenge as speeds up to me. I keep going, feeling him getting closer, and that excites Nia. I let her take control using my wild wolf speed and zoom a little ahead. Keep up, I shout to Tomas, and he does. He actually gets way too close, but I still manage to stay in front. I see a big blur of groups just walking and I go around them. I try going past the girls, and when I finally get access, I feel a painful kick to my left leg. My body flies in the air as I let out a panicked shriek. My ass meet the ground first and I look up at the now giggling girls. I also see Tomas coming my way and my eyes shift to the dark-haired ice blue eyes guy before I get up, running ahead and carry on. My hair falls loose, but I keep going with my now angry Nia's energy. You're good, Tomas huffs, placing his hands on his knees. I'm too busy looking over at the girls that tripped me over. I step off the track and sit down. Now the adrenaline's gone, my foreleg throbs in pain. I saw you drop. Yep, I think everyone did. I rub my now red leg. It'll heal. Tomas extends a hand and I take it, getting up. You only beat me because you're in royal beta. No, I beat you because I'm faster than you. Now this gets a real laugh from him. I smile as his laugh is a little contagious. We kinda just linger after the big group of alpha go by. We keep our distance. I see what you mean by arrogant. He looks down at me. Tell me about them. I nod over to the group way ahead of us. Well, the tall, dark-headed, blue-eyed dude is a born alpha. Saint, but no one calls him that because he's everything but a saint. So what do you call him? I interrupt. Malik, his middle name. The rest are his pack. Jacob and 𝐊𝐢 are his beta, Keith is his gamma, and then there's the girls that are basically their bitches. They travel in a pack where there's one, there's the rest. And them. I nod to the pack beside them. That's Jordan, a bit an alpha, and his pack, like Malik's 2 betas and a gamma. And then there's Joe, also a bit an alpha, with his pack. He points at another group and then shows me 2 other packs: Malik, Hayden, Carlos. 3 born alphas in this class. So the girls are not alphas? I ask. Yes, there's 2 in this school, but they're in a different class. Running a pack is something else. But everyone travels in groups. I tell him and he nods. Is that why I was put with you? 'Cause you're an Omega? He just looks at me, then looks away. Chapter 3. The school day finally comes to an end and I'm practically jumping with joy. I'll see you tomorrow? Tomas asks, and I nod, making my way to the front office where my dad is supposed to pick me up. I take my phone out from my left side of my blazer and text my dad that school is out. My eyes shift upwards, following a masculine figure to his car. His broad shoulders lift in time with his breathing as he opens his car door. I can practically hear Nia purring just looking at him, fully amused. I watch him tense up and turn in my direction. I press Nia down but still feel an instant pull towards him that make me feel unforgettable. He leans on his car and just studies me from afar. I look back down at my phone, hearing a door close and an engine start. When I look up, Malik is no longer there, making me sigh in relief. I'm still left standing by the entrance of the school for a half an hour before I give up and decide to walk home. To be honest, I don't know my way home from here, but Nia should figure it out, since it is her territory. I keep my head up, occasionally looking down at my phone for the time, until I reach my penthouse building. I go up the elevator and press my house number. The ding announces my arrival as I step in. She's home. I hear a high-pitched shriek and then my 2 little sisters come running in. Hi. 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 Tilly, the youngest of us, says. Mom says we have to go for a run. Bailey, the middle child, says she's mostly a lot moody lately just because she's struggling to control her wolf. At 15 you should be able to control it. Not in her case. Give me a sec. I step out of Tilly's hug and run up my room and do a quick change into a shirt and shorts, making sure to grab a bag with a change of clothes. I rush back down, seeing both sisters with their bags. Okay, let's go. I open the elevator doors. We step in and at the bottom floor we head through the double doors to the backyard where there's an untouched forest that leads the universe nowhere. I drop my bag and start running. I hear light footsteps behind me, meaning Tilly and Bailey are not far behind. I keep up my pace, letting Nia take control. Branches break under my feet as the wind passes me, brushing my hair out. I get on all fours, still in human form but making me run a lot faster. My left leg cracks, indicating I'm starting to shift. My right leg is next to go, making me growl in pain. When I'm in my wolf form, in the freest I've ever been, but shifting is still as painful as the first time. I start to slow down as my clothes shed from me, growing out of them. My back burns as the bones crack one by one until I'm finally in full wolf form. Nia purrs, happy to be back again, and I look down at my white paws. I arch my back, stretching and letting a groan out. I trod my way to a struggling Bailey and Tilly who's guarding her. I circle them, guarding Tilly who's guarding Bailey until she finally gets in her form. Both of them nuzzle each other before they do me. My father was mated with a royal beta, explains why it was passed down to me. The white fur, silver eyes and gray eyes when I'm in human form. My mother died 2 months after I was born. I don't remember her. But Bailey's mom has always treated me like her first child and has done nothing but give me the true motherly love, and I will always be grateful. Bailey and Tilly shake out their brown furs simultaneously, then look up at me with beaming gold eyes. I nod them over, letting them know we can get going now. Bailey takes the lead with Tilly following her, and I stay behind them, making sure to monitor them. I watch them race off and I keep behind them, letting them run free. I don't know how long we've been out for and only remember that we have to be back before dinner when the sun starts to set. I howl, letting Bailey know it's time to retreat. She turns and runs over to me. She snuggles up against, and then Tilly comes, joins. We all change behind thick bushes and then step out. I run my hands through my hair, waiting for the girls to finish up. That was fun. A giddy Tilly says, still tying her shoes. I hear a frustrated growl coming from behind Bailey's bush. Tilly looks over at me and I make my way around to see Bailey still in wolf form. I raise my hand for her to sniff, making it safe for me to pet her. Tell Mom we'll be home. I instruct to Tilly and she nods and goes off in a soft jog. This isn't the first time she's been trapped in wolf form, but it has been an uncommon thing since she's been handling herself pretty well. Even when I'm standing we still meet eye to eye, meaning not only in wolf form but in human form. She taller than me. Sit down. I tell her, taking a seat myself. She puts her head on my lap and I keep rubbing on her so her wolf can clam down. We kinda just have to sit with her until she's ready to change back. I jump awake at the sound of leaves crunching. I look down at a now naked Bailey in human form and gently nudged her awake. We've been out here for too long and it's now pitch black. Bailey sits up, open her backpack and puts on another pair of shorts and a shirt. We both stand, hearing more leaves crunch. Bailey turns to me and we share the same look. Chapter 4. Someone's here. We step around the bush, trying to make our back home without being detected. I walk with light feet, being careful not to attract any attention to us. Out of nowhere, multiple footsteps are coming our way and we both set off running. We don't even see the entrance before a wolf blocks our path. We turn to see another, and then I look around and see we're surrounded. I grab Bailey's hand, keeping her close to my side. We don't want trouble, I announce, looking at 3 gold glowing eyes. If you let us leave, there'll be no trouble. More wolves surround us, but there's no sign of the alpha anywhere. I don't recognize any of these wolves and I just hope they'll leave us alone. That quickly changes when 2 betas start making their way to us. Bailey squeezes my hand, making me look over at her. Her eyes scan our surroundings, probably looking for the alpha, who's not here surprisingly. The 2 betas are now circling us, which confuses me a little. You only circle someone you're protecting or preventing to leave. I try step out the circle and get growled back into place. I feel a pull towards the dark woods as heavy footsteps approach. The scent from earlier on today hits me once again, making Nia go a little crazy. Whoever's coming isn't a wolf, as their footsteps are just regular. My eyes go black with lust as my heart quickens at the thought of putting a face to the scent. The footsteps stop before I can even see a face, which irritates Nia. Let her be. A deep voice full of authority says. His voice sends shivers down my back. The 2 betas start spacing out and I feel a pull. I turn to see Bailey trying to pull me away before this man changes his mind. I want to stay though, I don't know why, but I want to see him and thank him maybe? Nadia, come on. Bailey hisses and I knock out of it. I turn ready to run but take a quick glance at the darkness where the voice came from before running off. We head off running home until we're safely inside our elevator. What the hell was that? Bailey huffs as she fans herself. I don't even look at her, worried that my black lust-filled eyes are still there. When our doors open, we part ways, going to our separate rooms. I make my way to my room and into my connected shower. I open that showers and put it down to cold before stepping in. I make it a quick shower and dry my hair and get ready before going downstairs to eat. I walk past our living area and into the kitchen where our mom is. Hi, Mom. I greet her and she moves to me, placing a kiss on my head. How was your first day? She asks, preparing a plate for me. Good, I was kinda stuck with someone though. I tell her just as Bailey walks in. Call your sister. Mom tells Bailey just before she takes a seat. She sighs but exists, and I hear her knock on Tilly's door and tell her the food is ready with my wolf hearing. Who's your new guide? Mom turns back to me, giving me a plate. I look down to see well-cooked meat with a little rice, a vegetable, but the meat takes to majority of the plate. His name is Tomas Hall, I think. I grab a broccoli. Hey, wait for your father. She turns to me and put my broccoli down. Tomas Hall, you said? I nod. The Halls have a sweetheart, poor guy lost his alpha. How do you know that? I ask as Tilly and Bailey walk in and take their seats. Mom just gives me a small smile and then my dad walks in. He grabs my mom by the waist, spinning her and giving her a kiss. I look away, not wanting to see that. I mean, it's an everyday thing, but I've only been in one relationship and that wasn't the best. Looks good, honey. He takes a seat at the head of the table and Mom hands him a plate before sitting down. Let's eat, Mom announces, and I pick up my broccoli and munch on it. You guys took your time, Dad says, putting rice in his mouth. I look over at Bailey, who's giving me a glance. We kinda ran into a pack, I tell him, and his eyes widen. A pack? He repeats and I nod. What have I told you guys about being around other packs when you're out? It was totally an accident. Bailey speaks up. Nadia was waiting for me to shift back, but we fell asleep, and then they just surrounded us. Nadia, Dad voice warns. I look down, knowing what I should have done. I've been instructed to never wait for her to shift in the woods because it kinda takes long and wolves are very territorial. The alpha let us go though. Bailey adds to the silence. Well, he let Nadia go, who would by the way. Snitch. I hiss at her and she rolls her eyes. I look up at my father who's kinda just looking over at Mom. What? I ask, catching the look they're sharing. Nothing, darling. So Tilly, how was school? She changes the subject completely. Tilly starts talking about her day at school. She and Bailey still go to a human-filled school. Place I didn't fit in. I mean, I don't know if I can still go to S supernaturally safe school. But I guess you can't know based off of the first day, right? It's a school filled with diversity. If I don't fit in, Emma take the option to be homeschooled. When dinner is over, I go do the dishes as Bailey dries and Tilly places them back where they're supposed to be. My afternoon is filled with family time. Dad snuggles with Mom as we watch a movie and then play some social games. Not every day is like this. Only Mondays, mainly because we have enough time and everyone's home. When 9 o'clock hits, Tilly's the first to yawn, setting us all off, and then we all get ready for bed. Even in bed, my ass can't go directly to sleep. I hug myself, getting in the position that works for me before dozing off. Chapter 5. My annoying sound of my alarm wakes me up and I rolls out of bed. I'm not no morning person, but for school I kinda have no choice. I walk to my bathroom, still half asleep, and undress before getting in the shower. I turn it down to cold, knowing damn well if it's on hot I might fall asleep standing up. I quickly wash myself and my hair, then step out. I do my face routine: cleanser, oil, moisturizer, and sunscreen, then put on the lightest makeup. I conceal my under eyes and my eyebrows, making them look arched. Filling them in is no problem because my eyebrows are naturally dark, so I kinda just brush them into shape. Mascara is also not an option as it irritates Nia. Don't ask me, I don't know how it works either. I put my school uniform on but put the sweater with the school logo so I don't have to wear the tie or the blazer. I brush my hair out, letting my waves pass my shoulders. I make my way downstairs with my bag, shoes, and phone. I put my shoes down and put my phone in my bag before dropping it too. I sit down to see bacon, eggs, and toast on my plate. I start to eat just as Bailey walks in, follows by Tilly. I leave before them and grab my backpack and head over to my dad's office. Dad, can I have my keys? I poke my head in and I watch him grab a set of keys from a drawer and throws them at me. Drive safely, he says, and I head out to the bottom floor where our garage is. I make my way to my baby and pull the covers of my motorbike. She's a beautiful dark black girl, and I open my bag, getting out my jacket. I take my sweater off, wishing I did it before, then stuff it in my bag. I put my jacket on, then put my bag on. I get on feeling instantly giddy. Oh, how I've missed you. I grab my full face helmet and put it on before turning my engine on. I reverse out before going into a slow start and out the parking lot. As soon as my front wheel hits concrete, I zoom off. Nia loves this because it reminds her of when she in her turn form, free and allowed to go at any speed. Feeling the breeze kiss each exposed part of my body is therapeutic. Good thing I have shorts under my skirt. I keep my eyes on the road, almost wanting to take my eyes off it to observe my surroundings. Everything goes by in a blur. I see my school and pull into its parking lot. I make my past busy chattering kids and park where the rest of the bikes are. I stop coming to a park and then kill my engine before taking my helmet off. I get off with a little jump, then fix my skirt before taking my jacket off. I put my school sweater back on and hold my jacket and helmet in hand, then make me way inside. I don't smell the masculine scent when I walk in school, meaning he must be still outside. I turn a left going down towards my locker and see a familiar back figure. He probably senses me coming because he turns to greet me with a small smile. Hey you. Hey. I grab my lock and do my code, then yank it open. You have a bike? He sounds a little surprised. Why does that surprise you? I look up at him. Every girl in this school is classy and elegant. You must be the second girl that rides a bike. He watches me empty my bag, and then I stuff my jacket in my empty bag, putting the key in my bra. Don't get me wrong, it's just a single key. So what? I'm not elegant nor classy? I asked Tomas, raising an eyebrow. No. I'll take that as a compliment. I close my locker. At least I'm not stuck up and bitch. True. He nods and we start making our way to our class. I'm still in my zone when I walk into class. What knocks me back into reality isn't Tomas talking, but the same scent from yesterday. Why am I smelling this every day? Does someone have like a certain cologne on or something? Like seriously, what the hell? I take my seat next to Tomas and I'm not surprised when my eyes land on a familiar blue-eyed boy who's talking to someone. I take in his aura, noting how he has his arms crossed and his chin up. Confidence radiates off of him. He glances over at me still talking and then focuses back on one of his betas. I don't know if it's just me or Nia, but there's something about him that pulling us towards him. I mean, yes, he's a very attractive guy, but that's not it. Whatever you're thinking about, I wouldn't if I were you. Tomas says, and I automatically look away. You don't know what he's capable of, and I suggest you don't find out. Who's Saint? I say, and just as I say his first name I feel a gaze on me. Nia dares me to look, but I keep my eyes off Tomas as he too looks kinda surprised because of what I said. Isn't that his name? Yeah. Then why you looking at me like say I said a spell form Harry Potter wrong? I shrug, and for once I've managed to keep him quiet. Chapter 6. For the rest of the period Tomas doesn't really talk to me, making me feel like I slit his throat open for saying Saint's name. After class I get my shit ready to leave. I walk out of class leaving Tomas behind. Nadia 𝐊𝐲 to the front office this moment. Nadia 𝐊𝐲 to the front office. The intercom echoes and I find my way to the front office. If it wasn't for my first day coming here I would have totally gotten lost. Now that Tomas isn't talking to me for universe know why. I walk into the front office and greet the secretary with a smile. I'm Nadia. I tell her and she nods, then starts ruffling through some papers. This is for you. She hands me some papers. Get them signed as soon as possible if you're going. The bell rings at her last sentence telling me I'm late. Hurry along. She shoos me off with a smile. Thanks. I look down at the papers and start making my way to my locker, letting my fate of me being late in. I get my locker opened as the second bell rings, letting me know our period had started. Shit. I mumble to myself and quickly open my locker and get my things. My locker slamming shut echoes through the empty corridors and I make my way down them trying to find my class. My first day here I didn't need to find my class because I would sort of just linger behind Tomas, but now he's on his period I'm totally fucked. I turn down the wrong corridor once again and retrace my steps. Just as I'm about to give up and go to the secretary for help, the door in front of me swings open, nearly knocking the life out of me, and I feel a strong hand pulling me inside a room. Even though the pull is quite hard, I can also feel my attacker trying to be gentle. The touch, however, sends electricity through my veins, waking Nia and driving her crazy. I get pushed and pinned on a wall as the same smell from yesterday strikes me once again. I look up to see Saint towering over me. It's you. I realize and I watch his head tilt. I don't want you ever calling me Saint in your life. Oh my gosh. That voice of authority from yesterday. Him. I lift my chin, locking our eyes. What the actual heck? My heart starts beating at the thought of him. Why the hell is he so close? Are the heaters on? I feel Nia begging for control and I look away, knowing my eyes are probably flickering from lust black to gray. You will address me as either Alpha or Malik and nothing in between, understand? I feel the strongest urge I've ever felt in my life. It feels like need, but more passionate. For some reason Nia falls into submission, but I don't want to. Who is he to pull me into an empty classroom and tell me what to call him? I find the strength to look up at him, deeply regretting it when I meet his ice blue eyes again. I like Saint. I tell him and his eyes turn a cold red. His wolf. Do you think that's cute? He growls at me, but I don't feel threatened. If anything, I'm feeling very seductive right now. Do you think it's cute? I test his patience. His jaw clenches and I watch his eyes flicker from blue to red. Am I bringing out his alpha? Why are you holding eye contact with an alpha? His question makes my heart drop to my ass. I blink myself back to reality and come back to myself. Something about the way he said it makes me mad. I got it, Malik. I spit, pushing him away and leaving. I don't even want to go to the secretary, so I just go to the bathrooms. I storm in, closing the stall behind me, then put the seat down and take deep breaths. What the fuck? I whisper to myself. I don't know what the hell I was thinking back then. I just bitched with an alpha, and by bitched I mean give him attitude. I'm lucky he didn't drag me back in there to slice my throat open. I cut my face, rubbing my eyes, then run my hands through my hair. Shit, I need to get out of here. I pick my bag up and leave the bathroom and march to my locker. I grab my jacket and just my jacket, then close my locker. I make my way out and get my key from my bra. I swing a leg over my bike, sitting on it, then warp my sweater around my waist before putting my jacket on. I start my engine, then put my helmet on before racing off. I just need to clear my head. Give me an hour or two and I'll be good. I'm not mad. Even if I was, I wouldn't know why. If anything, this doesn't even make sense to me. Why does 𝐿𝐤 have a certain smell that Tomas doesn't have? What kind of alpha cologne is he wearing? And why the hell does Nia act up when she smells or is near him? And it's the fact that I can't ask for help, because I don't even know what I'm feeling. It's gotta be because he's drop-dead gorgeous, like who wouldn't fall for a brunette, blue-eyed, tall, muscular man like 𝐿𝐤. Malik for universe sake. You know what? He said don't say saint in my life, he never mentioned I can't think it. So it technically works, now I just have to make sure I don't slip up when he's around. Still with no understanding of what I feel, I make my way back to school to see it's lunchtime. I get off my bike and go on my hunt to find Tomas. Chapter 7. Are you done? I walk up to him, he looks up at me from his phone. Done with what? He asks as I sit to level him. Being a bitch. Do you mean that as an insult? Can you just tell me what I did wrong so I can apologize? I sigh as his green eyes search mine. Come on. The silent treatment really isn't good for me. You didn't do anything wrong, he finally tells me. You would know that if you were in last period. Yeah. I had a situation. Plus none of my teachers notice me, so I shrug. Did you get a letter? About the trip? He changes subjects and I nod. Are you going? Maybe. What is it even about? Just camping, I think I'm going. Camping? I might have to pass. I shake my head. No way I'm going camping. It's actually more of a cruise. He looks up at me. Are we going camping or on a cruise? I shake my head, totally confused now. Just read the letter. He looks back down at his phone and I'm left just sitting there. I take my chance to look around since I really have nothing better to do. I see some kids playing on a football field, but they're not playing football, at least not the normal way. The ball is flying in thin air going full speed towards a petite girl. By the looks of things, if she doesn't catch it, it'll knock her out completely. To my surprise, she catches it 2 feet from her face with no hands. Magic. Of course. This is a supernatural school, there's bound to be some witches. They all look quite young and the older kids are just on the sidelines watching the little ones play. I kinda wish Bailey or Tilly came to this school. At least I'd have something to do. What do you think about this? Tomas asks, giving me his phone. I take it and look down at this screen. It's a picture of black Jordans. Very basic. I give him his phone back, then notice it's the latest iPhone out. Talk about wealthy. Good. He keeps tapping on his phone and I look back at the field of kids. I take my hair out just to redo the low ponytail it was in, then pull out 2 earpieces. I lean back on my elbows looking out at the kids playing. I've never been one for big friendships groups. Maybe it's because I'm not the friendly type, but I don't know. Every school I went to, I would either be alone or be stuck with a bitchy guide. At least Tomas isn't bitchy. I remember having one childhood friend when I was around 15. We were best friends and would do anything and everything together. People would think we were dating, but we honestly were just friends. He was a year older than me and looked out for me. 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬 was this tall masculine figure, and that's a compliment because he is human. He had pale skin with dark hair and light eyes. Hazel maybe. I don't really know, his eyes would change according to the weather, at least that's what he told me. His intentions were always pure and he got in the habit of asking me before doing something. Well, more like asking me to come so I'm not left alone. Unfortunately, Bailey used to get picked on and I wasn't for it. Believe me when I say that I stalled as much as I can, but when people push your buttons you're bound to explode, right? Well, that's what happened. Bailey's bully got what was coming for her, and it was just unfortunate that I was the messenger. When I came home with bloody knuckles, 𝐾𝐤𝐧𝐬 was not happy. In fact, he just went on and on about how it was inappropriate for me to be fighting kids. His lectures went on to last me decades, and when he finally stopped, he just stared at me. I finally had the chance to apologize, so I took it. I told him I was sorry and he just hugged me. What he did next was full of shit. He moved across the world and texted me a text saying how he couldn't bring himself to tell me and that he'd always look out for me. Asshole. The bell rings, bringing me back to this painfully dreading reality. I look up at Tomas as he taps away before standing. What do we have now? Chemistry. He guesses, taking the lead, and I follow behind him. Thank the universe he's talking to me again. When we get to our class, the now familiar scent swifts up my nose, making me glance over at Saint. His eyes find mine but moves as fast as they came. I take my seat next to Tomas and wait for our teacher to come in. I take my pencil case out my bag and start fiddling with the zip. Soon enough, a teacher walks in and I look over at Tomas. Chemistry. This is chemistry. He shrugs. I look back at the teacher watching him take a seat. He doesn't even quiet the class down, he just does his own things. We all pass with flying colors. With no work. I question and he shakes his head. Well, we get work, he quickly replies. He hands out a new booklet every 2 lessons. It's optional really. At that out teacher stands and start heading out some booklets. When he gets to us I thank him taking the paper from his hand. My teacher looks up at me a little surprised and give me a small nod of appreciation before handing the rest of the class their booklets. So how come he doesn't teach? I flip my front page open. Try teaching a class full of arrogant alphas. You said it yourself, plus what are the odds an alpha listens to a human? Even for teaching. Tomas explains to me. Maths isn't like this, I point out. Our maths teacher's a werewolf, so is English, the rest are either witches or vampires or in his case human. I nod when he finishes his sentence, then scribble down on my work answering a question. Chapter 8. I zoom off when school finishes and get to my house in no time. She's home. Tilly announces my arrival. She also attacks me with a hug, almost making us both drop. Good to see you too. I chuckle, pulling away, then make my way to the kitchen where our mother is. Hi Ma. Hello sweetie, how are you? She mixes something in a pot. I'm good, I nod. Mom says you have to take me shopping. I need a new bra. Tilly exclaims. You don't even have boobs. Bailey walks in. I have boobs. Tilly argues. Let me see your boobs. I'm not showing you my boobs. Mom. All right girls. Mom chuckles. Nadia, take your little sisters out for a while, and come back in time for dinner. We have news. I need to go change. I walk out the kitchen and take the stairs 2 at a time, going into my room. The first thing I do is change my tampon, seeing as it's my last day I'm not leaking that much. I put on ripped jeans with big holes with a red, yellow, blue and white stripped sleeveless crop top. I put my outfit together with a cute necklace and white sneakers. I grab a mini backpack and decide to keep my hair in its high ponytail. I put my phone in my back pocket as I hop down the stairs, meeting Bailey and Tilly. Mom, we're gone. I shout, pressing the elevator button. Have fun. She doesn't even need to shout because I pick it up with my wolf hearing. When the elevator arrives, we all step in. Are we taking the bus? Tilly asks and I nod. Why? 'Cause I didn't ask Dad for my car keys and we're already down here. The elevator dings open and we step out. If you want to go get my keys, I'd appreciate it. Whatever. Tilly steps back into the elevator and I watch her press a button. I'll meet you guys in the garage. She tells us before the door closes. I look over at Bailey, who nods me over to the stairs. I watch her hair sway from left to right as it falls past her shoulders. She pushes the doors open and we make our way down 2 flights of stairs before she pushes another door open to the garage. Is everything all right? I notice her silence. She hums, nodding as we make our way to my white Range Rover. How's your little boyfriend of yours? I stop in from on my door. He's fine, I guess. She shrugs, looking up at me. I send her a look letting her know I'm not buying her act, but don't press on it anymore. He's meeting us there. Right. I nod just as the elevator dings opens and Tilly walks out. When she's close enough, she throws my keys at me and I catch them and unlock the car. Bailey rides shotgun and Tilly gets in the back. I take the quickest route there because my rumbling belly begs me to. I park near the busy mall, then put my phone in my back pocket and my small backpack on. I'm still not convinced you have boobs. Bailey states, sending her and Tilly in an unwanted conversation about boobs. This lasts us until we go into Victoria's Secrets. Tilly gets distracted by the colorful bra, dropping her argument with Bailey. I kinda just linger around behind them, looking at the different lingerie. I imagine myself in a burgundy 2-piece lacy set. I would look so sexy. Me just standing there waiting for my mysterious mate to come take me. He'll approach me slowly, and as he does, my stomach flips at the thought of me taking all his length. OMG, he's going to break me. Nadia. I turn to a whining Bailey. I said, can we go to get something to eat? Yeah, after this. I speed talk, trying to get back to my thoughts, but instead my eyes shift to the entrance and the girls from my class walk in. I don't think they notice me, thank the universe. Great. I mumble under my breath. Where there's one of them, there's all of them. I remember Tomas telling me, meaning by pure bad luck, Saint will be nearby. Okay, I'm done. Tilly says, and we make our way to the counter. The cashier grates and starts making small talk with Tilly. When she has everything bagged, we move, leaving the shop without bumping into my bitchy classmates. I wanna go Burger King. Bailey tell me. No can do, the best I can do is a smoothie. I look around for a nearby McDonald's. But you said. I know what I said, but Mom wants us home on an empty stomach. In time for dinner. I remind her and she rolls her eyes at me. Can I go meet Justin? She turns to me and I nod as she takes the lead. Tilly kinda lingers behind, so I pull her in. What did you get? I ask her and she smiles at me. Well, I can't show you here, but it's so cute. I smile at her amusement. Okay, wait here. Bailey instructs. We're going to get the smoothies. I point to an indoor Mackie, and nods and walks into a JD with no goodbye. I look over at Tilly, who's obviously taller than me, so is Bailey for that matter. So how's school? It's not that bad. She shrugs as we make our way towards Mackie's. Spanish is a nightmare though. I thought you could understand everything. Yeah, but writing is a different story. She throws her hands up. I'm trying everything in my power to not hate Spanish. We walk into the restaurant and go to the big ass tablets and order 3 strawberry smoothies. When we get our orders, we make our way back towards JD to see Bailey with her arms warped around her man's neck. He whispers something in her ear, making her giggle. Aw, young love. Tilly says, and Nia practically jumps awake, scaring me a little. He's around. She urges and her compulsion takes over my body because my eyes start looking for a familiar pair of blue eyes. Pure disappointment overwhelms my body, but it's not me who's sad, it's Nia. Quit sulking. I tell her, rolling my eyes and looking back into JD. Chapter 9. I give Bailey 20 minutes before I threaten to leave her. That's 20 minutes of standing and waiting around. Nia's still sulking and it's starting to irritate me. Bailey, come on. I walk into JD with Tilly close by. Just 10 more minutes. She whines, holding Justin's hand. No. I shake my head, but she just turns back to him like say she didn't hear me. You want to be like that? I ask her, then fish in my front pocket for $5. Buy a bus ticket and go home when you're done. I slap the money in her hand. Geez, okay. She lets go of Justin and follow me out. I'm keeping the $5. She mumble, but I hear her. I move to an exit and start making my way to my car. Is she mad at me? I hear Bailey as Tilly behind me, thanks to my wolf hearing. I don't think so. She's just hungry. Tilly tries to convince Bailey. When we get to the parking lot, I stop in my tracks and take a moment to look around. Where the hell is my car? I turn back to Bailey and Tilly, who have stopped too. I decide to not tell them that I have no idea where my car is and keep going. I take us to the back of the parking lot, sure my car is close by. I would love to let Nia take control so she can find it, since what's mine is her, but she has a different love for my bike that she doesn't share with my car. We pass the cart drop-off and keep going. Are you sure we went this deep? I hear Tilly ask, and I nod a little too hard and then stop in my tracks once again. Saint's strong masculine smell hits my nostrils, making Nia want to act up. I turn my head now, looking for him instead on my car. Wait a damn minute. What the hell is wrong with me? Why am I looking for Saint? I have no idea where we're going. I turn, confessing to my little sisters. I don't pay attention to their reactions. Instead, my eyes land on a black familiar Mustang. My eyes shift to the driver and my heart skips a beat. Out of nowhere, the urge for him to come out and talk me overwhelms me. Why do I want him to talk to me? He partially cornered me earlier, and I don't think I want to end up back in a situation like that again, especially not with him. He makes me feel shit that I don't understand, so I just want to stay clear. I know he knows I'm looking, but it isn't until one of his betas say something that he looks up to meet my eyes. Was that beta always there? Or was it because I noticed Saint before anything else that I didn't see him? Saint's blue eyes pierce mine, giving me an intense stare. I can't read his face. I don't think anyone can. If someone was looking at you with a blank expression and one of his hands on the wheel, would you think he's a serial killer? Earth to Nadia. I see a hand wave in front of my face, making me look around before looking back at my sisters. I said, I think I saw the car back there. What are you even looking at? She turns, trying to follow my gaze, but I glance away. I thought I saw my car. I was, trying to read the license plate. I nod, letting the lie roll smoothly off my tongue. Let's go before Mom calls. Bailey says, and we start to move. I tag along behind them, letting Nia get last glance before we move further away from Saint but closer to my car. Thank the universe, when we find my car, we get in, and I make it a priority that we get home as soon as possible. Sorry we're late, Ma. Tilly shouts like say we're not werewolves and we don't have supernatural hearing. Nadia couldn't find her car. Thanks, Tilly. I sigh, making my way to the kitchen with Bailey. I walk in to see my father at his place, so I greet him. Hi, Dad. How are you? He asks as I sit down. Good. I nod, looking down at my plate ready to eat. When all is clear, we start to dig in and the conversations start. So did you see Justin? Mom asks and I look over at Bailey. Yeah. She nods, swallowing some food. We had to leave early considering the circumstances. She looks at me. And how was school? Good, we had an exam but I was pretty easy. She puts chicken in her mouth. Am I gonna go to the same college as Nadia? Her voice rises. Mom looks at my father from across the table, then back at Bailey. Easy there. My dad takes over. It's still the middle of the year. You finish up first. He tells her and she nods. What about you, Tilly? Mom asks, picking up her glass of water. There was a fight at lunch. It was between two of my friends. What were they fighting about? I ask, stabbing my fork into a carrot. They has a really big argument on Monday over John, this boy. And then they completely ignored each other yesterday, and then today they just started fighting. Julia swung first. She adds, then fills her mouth up. Who fights over dick? Language. My dad growls at me and I bow my head. Sorry, who fights over boys? I correct myself, then remember about my letter. Oh yeah, I have a letter. What have I told you about Dad interrupts me. Sorry, I have a letter for you. I fill my mouth up with food, but it just feels like I'm drowning a little deeper in embarrassment. My dad hates when I am in the middle of my sentence. He also hates when I swear, but that's not as bad as the I try not to as often as I used to, but it's still a work in progress. Chapter 10. I wait for my dad to finish what he has in his mouth before he finally speaks up. What is it about? It's a trip. When? I haven't read it yet. I pick my water up and sip it. I'll give it to you later. I cut a piece of my chicken and put it in my mouth. We all fall silent for a minute until my dad speaks up again. We have a get-together this Saturday with the Salvadors. I looks up at my dad when he mentions Salvador. Salvador? As in Saint Salvador? I swallow down on my chicken without chewing and it starts to go down painfully slow, so I pick my water up, downing it. Did you say Salvador? I ask my father and he nods. Who's we? I'm taking you because your mother can't make it. Why can't Mom make it? I speed talk slowly, starting to panic. I don't want to be around Saint, let alone in his house. Surprise! I'm pregnant. My eyebrows lift and my eyes widen at the news. Pregnant? I mean, she's not even showing. Of course she can go. But Mom's not showing. I'm sure she can go. I argue, my voice is pleading cause I honestly don't want to go. Congrats, Mom. Bailey and Tilly say together, but Tilly's a little early. Or you can take Bailey. I throw her under the bus. I'm sure she'll be happy to go. S is the closet supernatural school to our home. Thanks to Vincent Salvador you were able to get in. Not only is he an alpha, but it's by respect you show your face. Dad announces to me. What does Alpha Vincent have to do with this? I whine. He owns the school. Mom chins in and I look over at her. She gives me a small smile and I sigh, sitting back defeated. Great. After dinner I clean up and dismiss Bailey and Tilly so I can do the dishes alone so I can think. I let the water run as I pour some soap on the sponge and pick up a plate. At this point I'm practically a washing machine, so doing the dishes while being on the moon is nothing not new to me. My mind goes back to the dinner conversation. So you're telling me my principal is Saint's father? So that's what my dad mean by he wishes they'd met in different circumstances. Oh, but still it don't make sense to me. Why would he let me in? Is my father in some sort of department now because he owns Alpha Vincent a favor? How on earth do they even know each other? I beg, don't let it be some sort of childhood reunion. I dread the idea of my father actually knowing Saint's father, and then dinner parties become a regular thing. Oh please no. I know I don't know Saint like that, but from what I've seen, which isn't a lot, he doesn't seem a very one person. He's always with one of his betas and doesn't really talk. I see his pack laughing and have a good time, but the best he can give is a small smile. Thinking about it, Saint always looks mad. Like all the time. Look, I'm not one to initiate conversation where I know it's clearly not wanted, but by the looks of things, that's exactly what I'll be doing. I rise my last dish, then dry my hands and make my way up the stairs. I walk into my pale pink room and go straight for my backpack. I zip it open and take my agenda out. I take the hanging letter out, my agenda out, then head out towards my dad's office. "Hey, Dad." I knock twice, then wander in. A ginormous book covers his face until he looks up at me with ice blue eyes. I have the letter. I wave it in the air, then move to his desk. I put the letter down and kinda linger since he doesn't shoo me out. "Can I ask you something?" He hums and I take it as a yes. "Why can't we call an alpha by their name?" He looks up at me, so I elaborate. "I remember you telling me we call an alpha by respect, but why?" "Well, it really depend on the alpha." He puts his books down. Seconds of me waiting for him to elaborate pass by, but he never does. Because I called an alpha by his name and he got all wired about it. I tapped my father's desk a few times before crossing my arms. Well, everyone kind of froze when I said Saint. He prefers Malik. A small smile lingers on his lips. "Yeah." I nod. "Isn't that wired? You don't call me Kendrick." Dad points out. "That's because you my father." I don't get what Saint's problem is. I roll my eyes like, seriously, what the hell is his issue? It's not like I'm the first person to ever say his name. Don't let him hear you say that. Dad chuckles. "It's not funny, Dad." I sigh, "So I'm guessing you don't know?" I realize he hasn't answered my question. Respect is the best I've got. He nods, so I just take it. "Thanks." I walk off, closing his office door behind me. The night I've been trying to slow down finally comes. I sit in my bed finishing one more episode of Modern Family before I hear a "Start getting ready, Nadia" at my door. I groan, getting out of bed, and take the quickest shower before I start getting ready. I bring my makeup bag and start concealing my under eyes and eyebrows. I put a little blush and highlight, then move to my hair. I brush it down and get some unscented gel to slink my hair down. I carefully pull out some hair on both sides by my ears and then tie my hair in a low ponytail. I put some chapstick on before moving to my closet to get out my black jumpsuit. Chapter 11. My jumpsuit is one shoulder and not shiny, which is why I'm wearing it, and it also has a cute little bow at the back. "Bailey." I call out while I pick up some diamond studs. "Bailey." I shout again, putting on in my ear. "Yes." She walks in my room. "Can you zip me up, please?" I ask her as she comes into view slowly. I take my other earrings, putting them in my right ears, and wait for her to finish zipping me up. "You look very sexy for a dinner." She takes a step back. "I'm an alpha's daughter. I should always look presentable." I go into my closet and grab a small black purse and dash my phone and chapstick into it. I put a tampon in there too because, well, you never know. I come out with a pair of heels and hold them up for Bailey to examine. She shakes her head and I drop them there. I go back into my closet looking for some flats. "Nadia." I hear my father roar from downstairs. I pick up some black shoes with thick block heels. I hold them up to Bailey and she tilts her head sideways a little. I decide to take the thick heels and carry them in one hand with my purse in the other. I meet my father downstairs and see he's all dressed up too. Good, I'm not overdressed. My father's got on a black suit with no tie and black shoes that I can see my reflection through. "Ready?" He nods to me, clicking the elevator, and I nod. The elevator dings open and we step in and I press the garage floor. "Dressed to impress?" Dad says behind me. I have no one to impress. My heart skips a beat at the thought of Saint. Why? I don't know either. When we reach the garage floor, I step out, meeting the cold floor with my bare feet. I follow my dad to one of his many black vehicles. My dad stops in front of me and opens my passenger door for me, and I get it. I buckle myself in as he walks around before getting in. The fact that my dad doesn't even put an address in the GPS worries me. How close is he to Alpha Vincent? We arrive in just over 20 minutes as my dad parks in front of a grade manor. Talk about massive egos. This is twice as big as our place, at least from the outside it is. My dad stops the car and I bend in my seat and put my shoes on. My father opens my door for me. I step out with my black shoes and my white pedicured nails showing. My stomach flips looking back up at the manor as I wait for my dad to lock his car, then I follow him up the front gates. He rings the bell and we wait in silence. The knots in my stomach only seem to get a little tighter as that masculine scent lingers at the front door. Soon enough, a young woman opens the doors with a wide smile and open arms. "Kendrick." She shrieks and hugs my father. "Oh my, it's been too long, how are you?" "Good." my father smile. The woman looks at me then gasps. You must be Nadia. She smiles, pulling me in a hug. I hug her back, trying to act like say I know her. It's just Nadia. I smile at her, not wanting to be rude. It's nice seeing you. My eyes shift to my father. Should I add again? Have I even met her before? I used to babysit you where you were little. She squeezes my hand and I look yet again at my father with confused eyes. Right, I nod. Come in. Come in. She closes the door behind me and take my hand, leading me away from my father, this way. She leads us across a spacious corridor. The floors are marble and clack every step I take. We walk past a wall of family portraits, but she doesn't give us enough time to even glance at them probably. She takes us past the white kitchen. My jaw drops, but I quickly close it when my eyes land on my father's. Why do they need all this room? Saint's their only child, right? Why such a humongous kitchen? The closer we get to wherever she's pulling me, the more intense Saint's scent gets. Of course his smell is bound to be everywhere, it's his house. In here. She open a door and two head turn our way. My throat goes dry, landing on a familiar pair of ocean blue eyes. He stands and so does his father, and I quickly snatch my attention away from him and to his father. I flash them my sweetest smile, walking in 𝐿𝐴. I do the smallest curtsy and bow my head. I turn to Saint and my heart skips a beat. Why does he look kinda handsome? Malik. I do the same small curtsy but keep eye contact until I have to bow my head. Kendrick. Saint's dad call my father over and they hug. Come, sit. Saint's mom takes my hand once again, leading me to the seat opposite Saint. Thank you. I smile at her and my eyes can't help but look back over at Malik, who is currently shaking my father's hand. He has a white business shirt with black suit bottoms and a Louis V belt holding them up. I can feel Nia literally loving the fact that I'm near him. His presence is all it takes to wake her up. He glances over at me, making me look away. The way his eyepiece mine makes me feel. Butterflies? My father sits next to me and Saint's mom is next to him, leaving 𝐿𝐴 at the head of the table as he should. I want to thank you again for inviting us over. My dad thanks 𝐿𝐴. Oh, it's no problem. My principal says, shaking his head. Tell us Kendrick, how's Leah? She's great, we're expecting so she can't really make it. Dad informs them. Still making photocopies, I see. 𝐿𝐴's eyes land on me and I give him a small smile, kinda nervous to what he means. Chapter 12. Do you remember your mother, Nadia? Vincent asks and I shake my head. My father looks down at me with soft eyes. You look just like her. So you're telling me my mother had dark wavy hair that stopped at her waist? Medium-sized lips with the bottom lip being slightly bigger? A button nose and gray eyes? I get my angular face from my father. Got his eye shapes too and light freckles thanks to him. I don't know where my height came from. Like seriously, what the hell? I've seen pictures. I speak up and he nods. How are you finding the school? He questions, putting me back on the spot. I just about stopped myself for a moment. It's different. Why do you mean by that? Well, I've never been to a supernatural school, so it's all pretty new to me. You've met my son before? My eyes shift to Saint at the end of his sentence. Yes, sir. I try ignoring the continuous need to look back at Saint. What do you think of him? Great, back on the spot. Well, I can't help but glance back at Saint's blue eyes that haven't left me. I can't really base my opinion on him since I don't really know him like that. I look back at 𝐿𝐴, but I know he manages his pack well. He nods. I look back over at Saint, who's eyeing me down. Did I say something wrong? I fight the urge to roll my eyes at him. I technically just complimented you, idiot. Ken. Still trying to blend in with the humans I see. The attention goes to my father and I sigh lightly, very much relieved. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Dad replies and they set off laughing. Saint Mom starts serving us food and I'm stuck debating whether or no I should help her out. I end missing the open window and we start digging in. The company is going good, just like you imagined. It's a pity you're so full on your humanly based life. Saint's father cuts open his potato and I look down at my plate. I asked for a little bit of everything and that's exactly what I got. There's white rice, a small potato, some sweet corn and baby carrots, and a red soup with beef in it. I look over at my father to see if he's eating, and when puts some rice in his mouth I dig in. I've got to feed my family somehow. Dad tells 𝐿𝐴, take an internship. Vincent offers and my dad shakes his head swallow his food. Oh come on. I'm paying you to be there. You've done enough for me. Dad picks up his cup and sips it. I keep eating as their conversation continues. After their chatter, the subject about Saint's pack comes back up. Yes, sir. His deep husky voice answers my father's question. I have 2 betas and a gamma, and a bitch for each of them. My eyes widen and I look up at my father. So we're just gonna skip the fact that he called those girl bitches? You don't have one. Dad pries and I look over at Saint. I do. He says, and the words feel like cold water splashed over my head. I mean, what did I expect? There's 4 girls and 4 guys. And why the hell do I care anyways? What about your mate? I grimace at my dad's question. I'll drop her for my Luna. My eyes roll unintentionally at his comment. I'll drop her for my Luna. What bullshit. Why would you even have a bitch if you're just gonna drop her? Ugh, asshole. And your pack? Dad puts another spoon of rice in his mouth. I'm trying to teach them to not be so territorial. You never know who you might bump into. His eyes lock mine and I swallow my chewed carrots in my mouth. Is he referring to the night his pack cornered Bailey and I? That's good. You don't want them ripping your Luna apart by accident. Dad adds, then turns back to Saint Father, so I'm hoping Leah has a boy. Even though I love raising my girls, I think it would be nice. Having a son can be tricky. Vincent says, getting my attention. How? I speak out of turn, but he just gives me a small smile. Well, when you're raising a mini-you it could be hard. Especially when you were a difficult child. He turns to his son and I find myself doing the same. Saint's eyes are on his rice and he takes a spoonful. How's raising her? She very ambitious and gets her mouth form her mother. Dad answers. I see that. Vincent looks back to me with a knowing look. For the rest of their conversation I stay quite occasionally stealing glances at Saint. I don't know why I can't keep my eyes off him, and sometimes I look without even knowing it, and other times his mother catches me and gives me a small smile. Nia, however, loves the sight of him, especially his pink lips. My favorite feature has to be his baby blue eyes. Gotta love them ocean eyes. Wait a damn minute. What the hell am I saying? Get a grip, Nadia. When dinner is finally over I help bring the dishes and offer to wash them. Mrs. Salvador tries fight me on my suggestion, but I insist and she finally gives in. I mean, it's not a lot and I could easily finish them in less than 30 minutes. Saint's mom keeps me company until I finish the dishes. Our conversation stays on the base of school and I'm kinda grateful she didn't try pry into my private life, like say I have anything interesting going on anyways. They should be in the living room. She leads the way and I follow on behind her. My heels clack every step I take as we pass the oversized kitchen and into another room where my dad, Vincent and Malik are. Dear viewers, welcome to the exciting world of Nadia's Alpha Awakening, where the shadow of the supernatural has long loomed over the lives of our characters. Join us on Nadia's mysterious and dangerous journey, as this young woman discovers her true power in a world of werewolves and hidden desires. This is EP 2 of Nadia's Alpha Awakening. Thank you for your subscription and likes. You can leave your thoughts in the comment section. Chapter 13. I walk in after Mrs. Salvador and she makes her way to her husband, then takes a seat on the armrest, putting her arms around him. Malik, take Nadia and give her a tour, she says, and he stands turning to me. His broad shoulders lift and he makes his way to me. Him passing almost take me out completely. I have no idea what alpha cologne he wears, but it is really fucking good. Nia seems to agree with me as I follow him out and back into the corridors. I know for a fact a tour won't be enough. These dinners usually last until midnight, so that's something I'm not really looking forward to. When we pass the front door I take a moment to look at the family pictures. I see Malik in big heavy hockey wear holding a hockey stick with a big smile. I stop, taking a second to look at the other pictures. All have one thing in common: Malik. He's in the center of all these photos and I can see why. He's an only child. I look back over at today's Malik who's waiting for me. I can see the glow up, but if you think about it, I didn't really hit him that hard. He was always a pretty child. He keeps going until we walk into a game room. It's literally an arcade, making my inner child spurt jump. My shoes no longer make a sound since I'm stepping on carpet, and I'm a little thankful. I go around a machine, losing sight of Malik completely. He comes back to view as I pass a glass box filled with sweets. I look inside at the box seeing some lollipops. How do I get one? I look up at Malik who's still on the other side of the glass box. Token. He moves towards a machine and he turns his back to me, but thanks to my wolf hearing I hear him clicking a few buttons before the machine buzzes, then drops a few coins. He comes back over to me but stops a few feet away and reaches out to give me them. I cup my hand letting them drop before I take 2 out and put them in the machine. I press the start button then move the lollipop steering stick. Even though I try concentrate on getting my lollipops, my heart quickens at Saint's presence. I end up getting a good handful then drop them in the black box that's connected to the outside where I can just put my hand through and take them. I grab my handful and look at how it's almost overflowing in my hand. Do you want some? I offer to Saint and he shakes his head no. I turn putting them on a nearby table and put some of my tokens down too. I pick up a cherry lollipop and open the wrapper before putting it in my mouth. I turn back to Saint and catch his eyes flickering from black to blue, so it's not just me. He knows the cologne he wears makes a wolf go a little crazy, and I was starting to think I was going crazy. I keep going and walk around, turning the lollipop in my mouth as it lightly grazes my tongue as I do so. I pass some toy motorbikes with a flashing screen. It's a bike race and I smile. Don't mind if I do. I put the sweet in my mouth then make my way to the plastic bike. I put in 3 coins and press start then throw a leg over arching my back to sit probably. The screen flashes bright colors asking me to choose what bike I want and what race I would like to play. I chose an all-black bike that looks like the one I have back home then choose the hardest level. Even through the screen is covered with 3D characters I still see Malik's reflection trough the shiny screen. His eyes are on my butt and he looks away with black eyes. Nia smirks as my heart quickness at the fact I'm making him feel a type of way. The screens start to flash a yellow countdown until a green go is displayed. I start my race twisting my left hand to accelerate. I zoom past other players and leans my body to the left, and the bike does the same thing. I speed up even more going passing 3D trees and houses. I end up coming first but the race isn't finished as someone behind me tires passing me. I swallow down the now cherry-flavored saliva and try concentrating on winning. Pure satisfaction comes over me when the race details flash on the screen winner. The game says and shows my player in first place. A new page comes on showing me that I've beat the record. I beat your high score. What? He says behind me. I hum. You would know that, but your eyes weren't on the screen. I climb off and land with a small jump. I don't look at him, in fact I walk away from him so I can go exploring again. Nia is all too happy about catching him looking at my butt. I'm just saying though, he just like every dude. What guy would pass an opportunity of looking at a girl with some cheeks? Plus I don't even have the biggest butt. My ass is little but very curvy. It's honestly nothing. It just shows a lot more because I have a small figure. I walk into a cinema with a 20-feet TV plastered on the wall with cinema seats facing the screen. I look up to see the little cinema box and take the stairs towards it. I hear soft footsteps behind me and then I walk in. Can we watch something? I ask knowing he's behind me. Saint walks around me and start pressing buttons. One button he presses opens the TV, and then the screen lights up. My eyes watch how he concentrates on what he's doing and he looks back up at the TV through the glass mirror. His eyes shift to mine and I freeze looking away. Chapter 14. I can't even remember what we were watching but it does put me to sleep. Nadia. A deep voice says my name with pure elegance and I just want them to keep talking. I open my eyes and quickly shade them from the TV's blinding light. I groan completely disappointed the night's still not over. I shut my eyes taking the longest to blink. Shit. I sit up stretching. Watch your mouth. The same voice says and I turn to see Saint a seat apart from me. I replay his phrase in my head and pick up how he didn't snarl or snap at me, he kinda just said it. I squint trying to get my eyes to focus on him and then I give up using my wolf eyes. I see him much clearly picking up how relaxed he looks. He's sitting back. Legs open and arms resting on the armrests. I blink my sliver eyes away when I realize he's absorbing them. I sit back resting my head on the headrest. What time is it? And why the hell are we still here? Can I use the bathroom? I ask knowing damn well that I can't actually go because that would mean I'd have to ask him to unzip me. You have to leave the arcade then go left. He instructs and I look at him blankly, so I'm going alone? Great. I roll my eyes leaving him behind. I do as I'm told and leave the arcade then turn left going into the first door I see. Thank God it's the bathroom and I got it right the first try. I step into the overly sized bathroom and close the door softly behind me. I take 2 steps in before I see myself in the mirror. Oh my gosh. I actually look good. Like good. I smile to myself, then go to the skin to wash out my mouth. The cherry taste still lingers in my mouth, but it doesn't taste the same no more. I turn, dapping my lips, then apply some chapstick for my purse. I back up looking at myself again. Okay, good. No makeup was smudged when I was sleeping. My hair is still smooth and I still look put together. I take a step forward, hearing a clack form my shoes. Okay, I'm starting to get tired of these heels. The urge to take them off and carry them for the rest of the night takes over me, but I can't. I put my chapstick back in my purse, then take my phone out, checking the time, 11:38. We came here around 8:45 and we're still here? This is taking too damn long. I roll my eyes at the frustration. I dash my phone back and then close it and take my leave. Jesus Christ. I almost scream, seeing Saint just standing there opposite the bathroom. My heart beats in chest as I let out a breath of relief and try clam my heart down. Saint looks away and I move in front of a wall before leaning on it. He sets off and I just watch him go for a second. He turns to see I'm still standing by the bathroom, and that's when I clock he wants me to follow him. I walk behind him, following him into yet another room. This looks like a living room. It has a L-shaped sofa and a TV. A coffee table, and you can even see the outside from the open windows. I move to the sofa and take a seat, relaxing a little. I would love nothing more but to get out of this outfit right now. I want to take my makeup off and throw my hair in a messy bun. This is tearing. How come you don't talk? I look up at Malik's question. He too takes a seat on the sofa, still keeping distance between us. You're not very approachable. I reply to his questions and his eyebrows frown before his face relaxes. I feed off of energy. What you get is what you're giving. What energy am I giving off? He questions, crossing his arms and spreading his legs again. Closed off but confident. I sit up and cross my ankles. His eyes stay on mine, but I look away, pretending to find the paintings that are hung around the room interesting. Why do you never wear your hair down? His question catches me off guard a little. How'd we go from talking about vibes to hair? It's really long and tearing, and I handle it better when it's in a ponytail. I try explaining, looking up at his hair unintentionally. He's got loose waves, but his hair is cut short. Can I see it out? No. I shake my head and he just watches me. I don't like your stare. You don't. He tilts his head. Nope. I shake mine. It makes you look intimidating and dangerous. Maybe that's the look I'm going for. He stares at me with his ice blue eyes and I just look back to him. Oh, how Nia love this. What she wants and what I want are pulling at each other. I want to stay here and shut up so I don't have got talk to Saint. Nia, on the other hand, want to feel his touch. She reminisces the time he cornered me at school and wants him that close again. To be honest, I wouldn't mind giving Nia control. If anything, I want to see what she has in mind. Don't be one of his toys, I remind her, letting her in. It's just a kiss, she tells me, and I snap out of my daze. A what? I blink back to reality, seeing Saint's eyes haven't left mine. You should try controlling your wolf. He advised me. So should you. I remember the arcade where his eyes were flickering from black to blue. I look away, getting a grip of myself, then shuffle backwards a little. Don't give Nia control when you're alone with Saint, noted. Chapter 15. It's music to my ears when Saint Mother calls for him to bring me back. We spent what feels like forever making ridiculous small talk, but it turns out to be just 30 minutes we spent talking. Thank you, go having us. Dad says, hugging Alpha Vincent and then his Luna. It's a pleasure, Saint's father says, taking my hand and hugs me. So Saint's the only one who has boundaries? Interesting. I rub his back and pull away with a small smile. I go in, hugging his wife too. Please feel free to come back, she says, pulling away. I move to Saint. I put my hand out for him to shake. He takes it, and the second my fingertips touch his, I feel tiny electrical sparks fly through my hands. My dad talking sounds like he's underwater as Saint and I's warm hands stay together. I don't know if he does it intentionally, but his thumb runs back and forth across the back of my hand before I pull away hesitantly. Thank you again, Dad says, opening the door. I follow close behind him, taking a last glance at Saint's smiling parents and then him. His face focused on my father and I with his hands in his pockets. I turn back to my dad and he opens my door for me, then waves at the Salvador before getting inside. The first thing I do, I take my fucking shoes off, finally letting me feet breath. I curl my toes, listening to my feet crack as I do so. Dad turns on his engine and I put my seatbelt on. So how was it? We start to move. It was pretty boring. I tell him and we set off into the night. I look out the window letting the streetlights hit my face every time we pass one. Maybe next time. Dad tells me getting on a highway. There's gonna be a next time. I turn to him and he just simply nods. The 20 minutes ride home is filled with silence and I'm glad because it gave me enough time to think about my next excuse. I can say I'm sick and have to stay home. But that means I have to play sick for at least 2 days in advance. It'll be a little sus if I just became sick on the day we're supposed to have another family dinner with the Salvadors. Dad pulls up in the garage and I unbuckle my seatbelt, picking my shoes and my purse up as I open my car door. I step out feeling the cold garage floor. My dad come to view in front of me and takes my purse and shoes from me. Jump! He tell me, turning around and bending a little. I step out then jump on his back, warping my legs around his waist and neck so I don't fall. He turns, closing my car door, and then locks his car, making his way to the elevator. He presses a button calling the elevator down. Do you like Saint? He asks as we wait for the elevator. I swallow as his question makes my heart skip a beat. I don't know him well enough. I simply say, trying to control my racing heart, why would my father think I like that idiot? The elevator door opens and we step in. I let myself go, sliding down my father back, letting me feet meet the carpet floor. It's not a long wait before out home opens up to us and I take my purse and shoes from my father and making my way upstairs. Good night, Dad. Good night, he says, going into the kitchen. I go into my room and immediately go for the bathroom to remove my makeup and do my face routine before knocking out on my bed with my dinner clothes. The beaming sunshine wake me up and I groan, remembering that I didn't close my blinds. Great. I sit up, shading my eyes with my hand, then move to my bathroom. I take my hair out in front of my 10-feet mirror, then open my 7th drawer, revealing all my hair products. I get some shampoo, conditioner, and hair moisturizer, putting them on my counter. I split my hair in two, putting them in front of my so I have no hair on my back, and then turn to my mirror. I stretch, trying to reach my zipper, and with a little bit more stretching I get here. Oh my gosh. I sigh, getting out of the jumpsuit. It drops to the floor and I pick it up, throwing it on my marble counter. I take off my strapless bra and lacy panties, going nude, and then run the water in my glass shower before stepping in with my shampoo and conditioner. I let the warm water consume me, letting go of everything. I'm trying my hardest not to think about Saint, but that's all that's running through my mind. Why? I don't know. But seeing him yesterday turned something in my on and I want it off, like right now. Even Nia is mesmerized by him, and that's completely rare. It also scares me how only thinking about him makes me get all mushy inside. I've only felt this once and it was for 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐽. I just don't want history reacting itself, so I need to keep my guard up. I rinse my hair out, then shampoo it, and then put conditioner in. While letting the conditioner sit, I scrub my body clean and then do a finally rinse through my hair and body. I set out and warp my body with a towel, making sure it's secure before I start moving around. I open a drawer full of gray oversized shirts I only use to dry my hair with. I start scrunching my hair, letting all the water out until I'm left with waves and slight curls. I open my 7th drawer, getting out some heat protector and pour that in my left hand. I pour my hair moisturizer in my hand too, mixing the two products, and then run in through my hair. I wash my hands, then move to my face. Chapter 16. After breakfast, I go upstairs to change into the white Nike crop top with a matching white tennis skirt. You ready? Bailey asks, coming. I'm wearing a cute matching tennis wear. I'm getting ready. I tell her, putting on a black Nike hoodie, and move to my closet and go to the back, getting white champion shoes to finish my outfit. I grab my tennis bag with my tennis racket hanging out. Last year Bailey and I got into tennis after she saw the cute outfits. Turns out she's pretty good at it and I'm not far behind. Tilly is a big fan of tagging along but never actually playing. She usually keeps count and cheers us both on. I put a scrunchie around my wrist, then get my phone and leave, meeting Bailey and Tilly by the elevator doors. We take my car and end up at the half-empty court in less than 20 minutes. I mean, we live in a pretty high-classes neighborhood and everything is at least 20 minutes out. We all get out, taking our bags with us, and then start to set up. Bailey makes her way to the opposite side of the court as I take my sweater off, dropping it over my bag. I got the balls, Bailey shouts from across the court. I bow my head, making all my hair go forward, and then tie it up in a high ponytail, and put my visor on. I take a minute to start stretching. Okay, I'm ready, I tell Bailey, and watch her bounce the ball with her tennis racket in another hand. I turn my racket in my hand ready for her to serve. I think we all know how tennis works, but our rules are a little different. First, we can't use our wolf's energy. Bailey came up with that rule when I kept letting Nia play, and Nia, being the competitive wolf she is, didn't give Bailey a chance. Second, no distractions. I said that because every time Bailey's phone would buzz or ping, she would stop the game to check her phone. I got tired of it. Third rule is no bad mouthing. That's Tilly's rule. Bailey and I are the biggest sore losers, and we tend to get pretty aggressive verbally. Last rule is have fun. Also Tilly's rule. Bailey serves and I take action fast, hitting the ball back at her. She retaliates the same way and the game starts. It doesn't take long for one of us to score a point, and to my surprise Bailey takes the first win. I take in deep breaths, trying to let myself go as I feel my own tension start to rise. Give me a sec. I shout across the court, taking a seat on the court ground. I'm not in the right mindset. I keep thinking about him, and quite frankly it's starting to piss me off. Why can't I just focus? I'm not even trying to think about him, it all kinda just happens. I get up convinced that I can play again, and Bailey throws a ball at me so I can serve. I bounce the ball a few times before throwing it in the air and hitting it towards Bailey. It hits the net. I let out a frustrated sigh as Tilly throws me another ball. Try to relax, she tells me, and I just bounce the ball before throwing it in the air and serving for the second time. It hits the net. Again. Fucking hell. I mutter as I bounce another ball that's thrown at me. I try again. And again. And again. And miss. Well, the only thing I hit is the net. You serve. I throw the ball at Bailey and she catches it. No. You can do it. She throws it back at me and I catch it. I take the deepest breaths my lungs can handle, and the sweet scent of masculine cologne wander up my nostrils. We all know who this scent belongs to. I don't even look around, I just know he's not here. Why would he be? I bounce to ball again and try serving one last time, and it's no surprise when the only thing I hit is the net. Again. I'm gonna break my racket. I tell myself. Don't do that. Tilly says, meaning I clearly said it loud enough. I bounce the ball, now annoyed at the fact that I can't even serve because I'm too damn distracted. I take in a whiff of the scent that I want to smell so bad. It tickles my nostrils, making my heart flutter. And then I start bouncing the ball. I serve, letting what I feel in instead of being against it so much, and then the ball lands over the net, bouncing towards Bailey. She hits it, sending it back to me, and I move lightly on my feet and send it back to her. Finally a good serve. We keep playing and my score starts catching up with Bailey's. It's a tie. The next one to score wins. Tilly announces and Bailey smiles at me. She throws me the ball and I serve gladly. The competition to win starts with neither of us letting our guards down. I even start grunting, trying to suppress Nia as she loves tight wins. Bailey gives off the same energy, making it harder for me to stay on my toes. The serves start to get more intense as the ball goes back and forth to each other. She's gonna win. My ears pick up, making me almost miss the ball. Shut up. The voice gives me goosebumps, and it also makes me miss the ball. I look back at Bailey and she doesn't look at all amused. Rematch, you let me win. She picks up another ball. I got distracted. I tell her. But you won, Tilly points out to Bailey. Yeah, because she got distracted. Rematch. She orders, you see? Sore loser but doesn't settle for less. You rather lose than know I let you win? I ask her and her eyes squint, making me chuckle. Okay then. Chapter 17. I meet Tomas in first period and sit down next to him. How was your weekend? He asks as I make myself comfortable. It was. Okay, I guess you? It was very quiet. He turns to me. I watch how oddly calm he is and raise an eyebrow. Quiet. It comes out harsher than I imagined. I was at a beach house, nothing but waves. He nods and my heart skins a little as my ear pick up on an unwanted conversation. You're coming over to my house today, right? My eyes drift away from Tomas and land on a particular blonde talking to Saint. She's leaning over the desk to get to him, probably flashing her boobs at him. He, however, has his eyes on hers. Sure. He nods and she does a little giggle. Oh goody. She says happily, and I can't help but roll my eyes at them. That must be the bitch he was talking about. Can I get a kiss? She pleads and he leans in, putting their lips together. I grimace in disgust just as the bell rings. You are not a fan of them. Tomas chuckles and I look back at him. His forest eyes look down at me and I look back at Saint and his girl unintentionally. I tune them out just as our chemistry teacher walks in. He takes his seat and minds his own business. I open my agenda and get out my chemistry booklet and start where I left off last lesson. You're doing the work. Tomas states the obvious and I nod. Tell me about your beach house, I tell him. Well, it belonged to my grandparents and got passed down to my parents and now to me, so it's been in my family for quite a while. It's about an hour away and the best getaway. He pauses and I look up at him confused to why he stopped talking. Anyways, he continues. He keeps going on about the beach house and to my surprise it lasts the whole damn lesson. I picked up that he's the official owner and the water has actually formed the ocean, making the experience even better. The weeks pass as the day of our week of camping arrives. Turns out we're not going camping but to Fiji. Fiji? Like seriously, how can you mix camping with Fiji? I grab my duffel bag full of everything I could possibly need in Fiji, and then grab my shoes and head downstairs. I walk into the kitchen where I find my father sorting out some documents. I don't even know why he's still up. It's almost 5 in the morning. The sun's not even out yet. Here's your passport. He hands me my passport and I put it in my front pocket. Here's my card. He puts it out for me to take and just as I'm reaching over he pulls away. Try not going over the limit. If you insist. I smile taking it and put it in the same place I put my passport. I've been putting my shoes on and my dad walks over to me taking my duffel bag for me. It doesn't take us long to get out the penthouse and into the car. After I buckle myself in, I throw my head forwards, tying my hair up into a high ponytail. I pull some hair out by my ears as the car rolls over some bumps, making me shift in my seat. When my dad gets to school, there's a yellow bus with a huddle of kids in front of it. I get out the car taking the duffel bag with me. The warm end of March air hits my sink as my father makes his way to me. Thank you, Dad. I hug him. Be safe. He hugs me back and we stay there for a little until I pull away. I give him a little wave as he gets into his car. I walk up to the huddle and spot Tomas out quite easily since he's the only one that's alone. I walk up to him and as I do I can't help but feel a certain gaze on me. My eyes find their way to Saint to see he's watching me. He's been doing that for the past weeks. Ever since that dinner party I've done everything in my power to not be left alone with him. Just being around him makes me want something that I can't explain. His blue eyes make my stomach flutter, which has been happening quite a lot recently, and I still don't understand it. Tomas sees me coming and puts his phone away. I scan him realizing we kinda have the same outfit on. He's got a t-shirt with joggers and I have on a shirt with shorts, both in all gray. Hey you, he smiled to me. Good morning. I go in for a short hug. You got everything you need? I ask, pulling away, and he nods, turning to show me his backpack. Damn, and all that's not heavy. Not for my wolf. He tells me, running his hands through his hair. Ever since he let it grow out he's done that non-stop. I have to hand it to him, he's a pretty decent guy. Except for his body count, that's a different story. But other than that he's not bad. He actually reminds me of 𝐊𝐤𝐳, but Tomas's way clinger. Sometimes it's annoying and other times I don't mind it. He plans on joining the army when he's 20 if he doesn't have a pack. When he told me I felt kinda bad, but what can I do? I'm not an alpha. I remember asking my father if you could ever adopt an omega and become their alpha. He said it's not impossible but a long process. I don't want to leave him alone, but me being an alpha? Is that something I really want? Chapter 18. Our teacher blows a whistle and then the front of the huddle starts moving into the bus. Tomas and I are the second to last to go in and the only empty seats are near the back. I go towards the seat realizing too late who else is near the back. I sit by the window and Tomas next to me, Saint 2 rows behind us. I don't know if he's made it a priority to avoid me too, but he's definitely not making it a priority to talk to me. And even though it makes me mad a little, I'm kinda relieved. Our math teacher walks in and starts going down the register. I'm the first to go since my last name starts with a here. I raise my hand and he nods at me and continue. He gets to Tomas before Saint, and hearing someone else say Malik Salvador sets something off in me. At this point I regret not taking Nia's offer to kiss him at the dinner party. Maybe he would be next to me right now and not with that blonde bitch of his. Tomas sinks in his seat and then puts his head on my shoulder. My stomach goes in a knot form, feeling a twinge of jealousy. But why would I be jealous? These are definitely not my emotions. So why am I feeling someone else's? I let Tomas lean on my shoulder with his arms crossed. His hair tickles my cheeks a little as he moves around before finally settling. When our teacher finishes the register, I take my phone out and turn my data on. The bus starts to move, making us move with it. And hours of me switching to and from Instagram and Pinterest goes by. And then the bus finally stops. Just a notification of my phone being on 20% pops up. Hey? I whisper to Tomas, shaking my shoulder. Hey, we're at the airport. His eyes open and he looks up at me with red eyes. We're here. He groans, sitting up. No, yeah, well, we're at the airport. I watch him lean forward, running his hands through his hair. He sits back in his seat, going into one of those days we have every 2 minutes when we wake up in the morning. Okay, let's make this as easy as possible. Our teacher stands, we go in, check in, get our tickets, then make our way to the waiting area. Even though it's not an easy process, we end up in the waiting area in less than an hour. Tomas and I go wandering around the airport since we still have time left before taking off. We walk into yet another small gift shop, but this one is filled with clothes, hats, jewelry, and many more accessories. I make my way to a sunglasses rack with Tomas close behind me. Thanks for my ticket again. He picks up some blue lens glasses, then puts them on. Well, I wasn't gonna sit in economy, and I didn't want you sitting in economy, so you're welcome. I put on some pink lens glasses and look up at him, then at the small mirror. I think you should be my alpha. Tomas adds, he's been non-stop trying to convince me to be his alpha for a while now. Ask me that one more time and I might just be your alpha so I can kill you and no one would question it. I snap at him and he doesn't even bother hiding his smile. Plus, I told you, it's a really long process when I'm not an alpha myself. I'm just saying you'd be a great alpha. He tells me. I know. I put my pink glasses back and pick up some rose gold ones instead. All I have to do is pledge my loyalty to you. And all you have to do is pledge that you'll be a good alpha. I know how it works, Tomas. I roll my eyes. Or you could mate an alpha and convince him to let me in his pack. I look up at his comment. You want me to convince an alpha with an ego bigger than his head to let you in his pack? Well, don't put it like that. He moves away from me, going to look at some postcards. I'm working on it. He swerves to me, making it look like he almost broke his neck. But you didn't hear it from me. Shit, I could hug you. He smiles. Please don't, I've had enough of your touch on the bus. I shake my head and he chuckles softly. His laugh cuts short as something else catches his eye. I follow his gaze as a group walks into the shop. I spot the alpha pretty quickly as I lock eyes with familiar blue eyes. This excites Nia and I can feel my heartbeat rise. Each second our eyes stay pinned on each other. I find the strength to look away and focus on Tomas. What happened between you guys? I ask, catching the daggers he's sending through his eyes. Why do you always ask me when they're here? I can hear the annoyance in his tone, so I just drop it. I watch him pick up a few postcards to just put them right back down. I walk back over to the sunglasses rack, putting my rose gold glasses away. I take the lead walking out the shop and hear Tomas' faint footsteps behind me. I'm clearly never gonna mention his alpha again since it's a touchy subject. All passengers boarding to Fiji please come at gate number 12. All passengers boarding to Fiji please come to gate number 12. The intercom roars above us. I look over at Tomas and he nods me over. For reasons I can't understand, I also look behind me over at Saint to see he too is coming with his pack. Chapter 19. When we're finally on the plane, I take my chance to get some sleep. I didn't sleep before the trip because I was too busy doing last-minute packing. After an hour in the air, I reverse my seat, putting it all the way down to a bed since there's no one behind me. I take the pillow and blankets out of its plastic bags. I put my shade down, blinding the morning light form coming in, and then cover myself with my blanket. It doesn't take long for me to fall asleep, so I let myself drift off. A painful sting in my bladder wakes me up, but I just turn over on my side, crossing my legs so I don't piss myself. The feeling comes back and I just give up and sit up, fully waking myself up. I glance over at Tomas, who's watching a film on the back of the chair in front of him. Me taking my blanket off is what catches his attention, and he gives me a small smile before turning back to his movie. I continue and stand up, looking around. I spot the flashing toilet sign and move to it. I get there and the toilet lady turns from green to red. I sigh, kind of frustrated, and cross my legs once again. I start to fidget, trying to occupy myself while this woman's taking her damn time. My eyes shift to the little green man near the girls' bathroom, and then idea of me quickly using it comes to mind. I mean, no one will know, right? Just as I move towards the guy's bathroom, the bathroom to my left opens up. A mother comes out with her daughter following her. Sorry. The mom apologizes as she leaves. I just smile at her and rush to the toilet. I don't sit on the seat making it sound like I'm unleashing a waterfall over here. I wipe myself then wash my hands before taking a moment to look at myself. At least my eyes are not puffy, but my hair looks like a blob of poop. I take it out and decide to just put it in a high ponytail before I turn and pull my bicycle shorts up looking at but doing so then roll my oversized shirt down covering my ass. I quickly pull 2 strands of hair before my ears then slide the door leaving. Jesus Christ! I gasp coming face to face with Saint. I look up at him with still shocked eyes as he towers over me. I need to talk to you. He steps forward making back up into the bathroom again. He doesn't even turn to close and lock the door. I keep my eyes on him and notice how they're not the ocean blue I admire but pitch black. His wolf. Right now? My heart beats in my chest violently. With him standing this close it's not long until Nia wants to take control. You've been avoiding me. His voice vibrates in a low tone. No, I haven't. I tried taking a step back but I just feel the toilet behind me. You're my mate. At those words the battle between Nia and I to take control starts. No, I'm not. My stomach does a flip. Why the hell would he say that? There is no way the universe would put me with him. I don't want to be his Luna. I can't be his Luna. He looks at me with no control over his wolf whatsoever. He leans down and for a second I'm frozen. Is he going to kiss me? Am I going to let him kiss me? I don't know why, but I let him lean close enough to be hovering over my lips. At this point I can feel my heart in my throat. After all this time I've done nothing but avoid a situation like this and here I am. I feel his fingertips touch my collarbone slowly moving up until his hand is around my neck. His eyes find their way back to mine and at this point I'm no longer in control. The moment his skin touched mine Nia took control. I shift my eyes to his lips as he just watches me. I still can't believe I'm here. His thumb moves my head in a different direction to his and he leans in taking a big whiff of me. I take in feeling of his face close to my neck. I can feel my heart literally about to burst out my chest as I too take in his scent. The wave has got me almost limp in his grasp. I feel like I'm in cloud 9 with him and to be honest I don't want to come back down. My eyes open to him grabbing my waist and I see myself in the mirror. My eyes fully black with Saint hands on my throat and waist. I look very vulnerable in his arms and don't recognize myself. I'm not one to be vulnerable. I blink hard suppressing Nia down as far as I can go, which isn't far because the best I can do is make my eyes flicker from gray to black. I don't know why I can't keep control of Nia when he's around and me being here with him isn't going to get me the answer. I see the door lock through the mirror as Saint's head is still in the nook of my neck. I reach out turning the lock from red to green but also get Saint's attention. He turns towards the sound and I take my chance to push him out as hard as I can. He only stumbles back a few steps but it's enough to close the door and lock him out. Nadia! He commands on the other side of the door as I just stare at it. I look back over at myself feeling a little cold now his body warms ain't there no more. No. What am I saying? This isn't me. Chapter 20 You're my mate. Those 3 words tournament me through the rest of the flight. I can't believe I spent 4 more hours stuck in a trance of why? Why would he say that to me? We've only talked a handful of times and he's tell me that? Like how can I take him seriously? I can't be his mate. I won't. I don't want to be with him, he's arrogant and hard-headed. He's a born alpha meaning he needs to be mates with a no. I can't be his mate. Born alphas have been mated with royal betas for decades. It's practically tradition. My mom was a royal beta and she mated with my father. It's on the rare occasion you find an alpha mated with a human or a witch or even a werewolf. Nadia. I turn to Tomas who's watching me carefully with his toothbrush in hand. Did you hear what I said? 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐬. So you're okay with it? He asks and I nod. You weren't listening to a thing I said. I look away to the outside onto his balcony. I watch the blue waves crash against each other moving people with it. Are you okay? Yeah. I stand getting off his bed. Listen, I'm just gonna go unpack then order room service instead of going down. I move to his door then turn to Knob. I'll see you tomorrow. I leave. I go down the long corridor making my way to the end by the 𝐿𝐸, which is where my room is. I take my card out and slide in making the little red light go green and push the door open. I enter suite and make my way directly to my own balcony. I was actually supposed to share a room with someone but since there's an odd number of girls I got my own room. And the girls are already in packs. Tomas too has his own suite because he's an omega and wolves are not one to share. I slide the door open with the mosquito net too and meet 30 degrees of hot air. There's a soft breeze, but that's just hotter air. I let the time pass by watching families play in the ocean. Couple walk by holding hands. Brothers annoy their sisters and mothers and father look at each other in love. Even the sun starts to set and I just sit watching it. I watch the sun get lower as it creates a beautiful cotton candy collage as it does so. It doesn't take long for the sun to go and the streetlights to come on. I finally get up after doing what feel like hours of thinking. I go back into my suite and start to strip putting mosquito repellent, take off my traveling clothes, then open my duffel bag taking out a white matching bikini top. I put it on and realize it has a cute bow at the front. I pull a gray cardigan out and decide to just put my shorts back on. I take out my father's MasterCard and put it in my back pocket, then do the same with my Sweet card. I grab my phone and put it in my left empty back pocket, then put my chapstick in my front pocket. I grab some sandals and put them on. I take my hair ponytail tail out and quickly brush through it. I've spent long enough with it in a ponytail, so I decided to leave it drop to my waist. I start closing my shades, making sure to lock my balcony door before I leave. I leave my suite making sure my little light goes red before taking the exit next to my room. I take the stairs leading me down to the reception and then leave through a close by exit. The outside has a warm breeze to it, but it's still pretty hot even for the night. I go down the few steps before I start moving on the Fiji streets. Now all I have to do is hope I don't get kidnapped. I mean, that's the worst case scenario. I keep going down the straight street until I have to turn a corner. Jesus Christ. I gasp, nearly knocking into a built figure. Going somewhere. A husky voice says, and I look up to see familiar blue eyes that still manage to look compelling even in the Fiji night. You really need to stop doing that. I go around him going down another street. I can hear his footsteps behind me, making me turn to just clarify he's following me. Great. I take in a deep breath while tucking hair behind my ear. Where are you going? Saint asks from behind me. I need to find a supermarket. I want to get some snacks. An air. I tell him, staying in front of him. He's only 2 steps behind me. At 11? He questions, and I take my phone from out my back pocket, looking at the time, 11:35. Plus, don't you have snacks in your suite? They're expensive. My arms swing by my side as I spot an open supermarket close by. So you're going to get Fiji snacks? Yes, Malik. I'm going to get Fiji snacks. I glance over my shoulder to him, then keep going. The moment he goes silent, I start rejoicing. Thank God he shut up. I was really starting to. Do you hate me? He asks, making me stop in my tracks. I turn towards him, noting the distance. I don't particularly like you. I tell him. Why not? I can see a smirk playing on his pink lips. Because you're creepy, are the first words that come out, making him grimace a little confused. You always corner me, making Nia acting up with your alpha cologne. Nia. My wolf. I raise an eyebrow. You named your wolf? He copies my gesture. You haven't. What do you mean by alpha cologne? He refers to what I said before. You tell me. I can smell you from a mile away, and it makes Nia act up. I tell him, and his lips go into a soft smile. You're pretty delusional thinking it's cologne. What else would it be? I ask him, and he just stares at me with a satisfied smile, making me roll my eyes and walk off again. Chapter 21. I walk up to the 24-hour supermarket, and the doors slide open for us automatically. I look around and make my way to the aisle that looks more appealing. What are the chances it's also the snack aisle? I don't either bother to look at the brand name or price for that matter, and just grab bags of sweets and crisps. I go down a little further and see some milk chocolate that look tempting, so I add them to my pile of goods in my hands. My hands are officially overflowing with each something in them. That's when I decide to turn around, seeing Saint still there. Hold this. I step towards him, giving him my snacks, and to my surprise he actually takes them with no hesitation. I take it upon myself to wander around a little before going to a self-checkout. Saint closed the gap between us, gently brushing his biceps on my shoulder as he puts my things down. Even though I hate myself for it, I can't help but feel a little flushed as his touch sends tingles all throughout my arm. I quickly suppress the feeling as best as I can and scanning my bags. I'm a little thankful when I see American credit cards are allowed, so I don't have to call the manger for or anything. I gather all my things and stuff them into a bag before going back to my primary mission, putting distance between Saint and I. I start to make my way back the way we came and listen to Saint footsteps behind me. You're making this really hard for me, he says just as I see the hotel, I want to go to my suite, but instead my feet take me towards the beach. Making what hard for you? I ask, staying in front of him. The more you push me away, the more you make this harder. For the both of us. He adds. I don't know what you're talking about. I make my way to a nearby picnic table. I take it I've shut him up again and take a seat in the middle of the bench, hoping he'll take the hint and sit opposite me. Apparently not. He sits right next to me, making me scout over a little. I try ignoring him and put my hand in my bag, fishing for the chocolate bar. I want you, Nadia. I look up at the crashing ocean that looks like the darkest shade of red. My wolf wants you. Shut up. It comes out as a whisper and I look over at him. His eyes look pitch black, but not because of his wolf, it's because of the dark lighting. You can't say shit like that. I mumble. My heat beats fast as my fingertips finally find the chocolate bar. I fish it out and lightly push my bag away from me. I don't believe you. I say more confidently. Probably because I'm too busy unwrapping my chocolate. Let me kiss you, he suggests, and I quickly shake my head, tucking hair behind my ear. Everything will make more sense. No. I look up at him. You're being ignorant. That's no way to talk to an alpha. His voice deepens. There's no way I can be mates with an arrogant son of a b. Finish that sentence. He cuts me off. I dare you. Now his eyes are glaring down at me, glowing red with his alpha anger. The silence between us is almost deafening until I look away, no longer able to hold eye contact. My first day of school. I break the silence. My first day of school, you probably knew. I break a piece of chocolate off. Why now? I needed to be sure. It's not the first one I've fallen for someone who's not my mate. He reaches over, helping himself to my chocolate. I raise an eyebrow at him but don't stop him. I'm not your mate. I tell him and watch his jaw chew the candy in his mouth. I take my own and bite the first box off. The smooth chocolate melts on my mouth, letting the sweetness swirl around before I swallow it down. You're staring to piss me off. His voice is back to that deep authority tone. Good. I hiss before I feel his hand on my jawline, turning my head forcefully towards him. I smack his hand off my jawline and try push him away, but he just grabs my wrist. I wince at his grip and drop my chocolate bar in my left hand and go to hit his hand around my wrist, but he just grabs my free wrist, stopping me. I growl at him, unleashing my wolf's anger, probably making my eyes glow sliver. His does the same, giving me a low growl as his eyes glow an alpha red. His eyes pierce mine as we both challenge each other, making me realize a little late the small distance between us. He lets go of me, making my hands drop, and I quickly collect myself. His eyes drag away from mine as he stands to leave, causing my heart to drop to my stomach, leaving a painful pinch. I watch him strut away, but he turns before moving away some more. I turn back to the ocean and tuck hair behind my ear. I take in a shaky breath, fighting my blurry eyes. I'm not gonna let him upset me. There's no way I'm giving him that much power. Nia totally disagrees with me, and my body ends up turning back into the direction he left. No. Whisper to myself. I'm not his mate. I'm not his mate. Pull yourself together. I wipe the tear that escaped, then turn back to the ocean. This is unexplainable. I won't believe a word that comes out his mouth. He's a liar. Why is he trying to manipulate me? Do I have something he needs? I just really need all this to stop. I want you, Nadia. My wolf wants you. Chapter 22. The knock on my door scars me awake, making me fall out of bed. Who is it? I stutter with a racing heart. Tomas. I hear a muffled voice and stand to get up but stumble back down. I quickly recover myself and open the door to a smiling Tomas with a box in one hand. You missed breakfast. I did. I close the door behind him. It's noon. He puts the box on my counter. I catch on his button-down shirt is wide open and he has shorts and sandals on. It is? Walk over to my bed and start fishing for my phone until I spot it lying on the floor by my shorts. I grab it, clicking to home screen to turn it on, but it stays pitch black. Great, it's dead. Today's the yacht tour, totally optional, but I was thinking we go. He sits on my messy bed. You were? I scruffily around my bag looking for me charger. Yeah, he turns to me. What are you looking for? My charger. I start opening the small pockets around my bag. Oh, found it. I open the last pocket, then take it out and plug my phone in. Okay, great. Give me 30 minutes and I'll be ready. I tell him, grabbing my duffel bag into the bathroom. I plop the giant thing on the counter and take out my toiletries and makeup bag. Do me a favor. I walk back into my bedroom, clean my bed and lay everything out please. I leave before he can give me an answer, leaving him no choice. I start emptying my toiletries bag, setting my toothbrush, toothpaste and loofah to a side. I go to lock my door before turning the water on and starting to strip. I warp my hair into a high bun, making sure I don't wet it, then hop in the shower. I keep my shower and skincare routine fast, then take my time concealing my under eyes and eyebrows. I put some blush, then set my face with powder, and then setting spray. I curl my eyelashes, then brush them out with a clean eyebrow brush before putting on the faintest ounce of highlighter. I unlock the bathroom door, then step out to see Tomas has down what I've asked, making outfit choosing a lot easier. I pick a light blue off-the-shoulder swimming top and some high-waisted swimming bottoms, form another pair. I also grab a dark blue mesh scarf, then disappear back into the bathroom to change. I must say the outfit looks pretty good on me, and all that's left is my hair. I take the bun out and brush my hair careful to untangle as I do so. Okay, I'm ready. I leave, seeing Tomas on his phone. He glances over at me, then at the door, and stands. Okay then. He makes his way to the door, and I quickly go grab yesterday's sandals and follow him out. I remember last minute that I need my stupid key card and just about catch the door before it closes. I rush to my bedside table getting my key card, then leave again, closing the door behind me. I catch up to Tomas, who's waiting for me by the elevators, and I reach him just as the doors ding open. We both step in to see an old couple holding hands near the back of the elevator. I step in beside Tomas as he presses the ground floor. We patiently wait as the doors close, and I glance over as to the couple. The woman gives me a small smile, and I return one to her as the doors reopen, inviting a little child no older than 10. He literally comes in and presses the 10th floor, then stands near me. I glance over at the little boy with tan skin and dark hair. The door dings open, catching my attention, and when Tomas moves I realize it's our floor. I follow Tomas out, and he leads me to a man out front that's in familiar flag cart. Tomas gets in and I gradually follow him in. Even though I was expecting the ride to be so bumpy I'd have to hold on to my chest for support, it actually wasn't that bad. We step out the cart and I just linger behind Tomas, no really knowing where I'm going. He takes us to a huge white yacht with only a few of our classmates waiting to go through. I don't know why, but my eyes look for the same eyes I pushed away from me yesterday. Right now all I want is for him to be close. I want him to annoy me again or just linger behind me at the least. But I don't see him. Instead I blink back to reality and then back to Tomas. Do we have to pay for this? No. He fishes in his pockets and gets out 2 folded wristbands. He hands one over to me and I take it. This should get us in anything. It was all explained this morning. I nod, then reach over to him, helping him out his wristband on, and then he does the same thing to me. I look around, taking in the Fiji sun and heat, but also admire the blue ocean and green palm trees. The people in front of us start boarding, so we start moving. When we get to the front, a man look down at our wrists, then smile at us. Enjoy your tour. He motions us inside the yacht and Tomas lets me in before him. My jaw immediately drops, form the luxurious surrounding around me. I turn to Tomas to see he isn't as phased, so I quickly pull myself together, matching his energy. I keep going, passing massive displayed paintings until I get to the sitting room. There's literally no one here, so I take a seat and Tomas soon follows. Chapter 23. I start to dig into the small appetizers, cause guess who didn't eat breakfast? Hey, what do you know about mate bonds? I put a cracker with cheese in my mouth. I know that you start to feel it when you're 16 and on a full moon the bond is the strongest. OMG. I totally forgot that. Have you found your mate? I look up at him from the tray of appetizers, his eyes lock on mine and we just stare in silence. Do you think I'm your mate? He doesn't respond, so I raise my eyebrows, looking away. A mate bond isn't always felt at first. He tells me, that's when your mate is a different species. I would feel it if you were my mate. Do you? Do I what? I look up at him. Do you feel it with anyone? He questions. Saint. I feel it with Saint, but I'll never say that out loud. I stuff my mouth with food, making it seem like I can't answer because my mouth is full. You should tell him. No, I shake my head. That's me giving him a key. Plus I don't know how I feel. Let's talk about it. He offers and I grimace, a little confused. I've been totally friend-zoned, so I might as well help you with your Malik situation. I look up at him, completely dazed. What? I swallow with my heart in my chest. It's kinda obvious. He shrugs. We're dropping the topic. I insist and he goes quiet for a moment. If he could tell that I like Saint imagine what my own parents picked up. Actually, you're going to tell me what happened between you guys. Now he's the dazed one. You always insist we don't talk about it when he's there. Well, I look around, no one's here. Well, I didn't know him, I still don't. He leans his head back, making it hang upside down. I watch him swallow, moving his Adam's apple in his throat. That's it. He turns his head towards me before hanging it again. Tomas. I hit him in the arm now, forcing him to elaborate. He chuckles at me but doesn't budge, so I start to plot. You know what? It's fine. I put my tray down. I just wanted to hear your side of the story. I sit up probably and pull my sandals closer to me. I hear him move, meaning he's probably sitting up straight, wondering what the hell I mean by that. I want to see the view. I stand, moving away. You coming? What do you mean by my side of the story? He questions and I shrug. You coming or not? Sit down. His eyebrows frown, giving me the lost, confused look. Yet I take my seat again, trying with all my might to not smile. Tell me what you know. I only know what Malik told me. I sigh. I just wanted clarification. But I get it, it's not something you want to talk about. I shrug, watching my lie sink in. I also see he's trying to put the pieces together and try back my lie up with a little facts. The dinner party. It just came up as a conversation starter, kinda, and then he told me that your alpha and him had a really heated argument and things just escalated. I shrug. He said things just escalated? He mocks. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, right? If people hate each other, it's gotta start with a small thing like an argument. Plus, I don't know his alpha's name, so if he asks, I'm fucked. Well, things didn't just escalate. He uses bunny ears form escalate. Then what happened? I ask a little softer this time. He killed my alpha. In cold blood. I can practically hear the hatred in his voice, almost like it's a disease just stuck in the back of his throat. He's heartless and insensate. You don't want him as your mate. His eyes find mine. What did he do? Now I'm a little concerned. Tomas goes mute for what seems like forever until his eyes look back at me, but they're glossy with unshed tears. Please don't cry. They were basically childhood best friends. They did everything together, but 𝐊𝐤 as always was a late bloomer. I assume 𝐊𝐤 is his deceased alpha. Malik always got the first pick at everything, friends, food, toys, and even girls at one point. He didn't talk much about Malik, and when he didn't, it was almost like he stops, leaning me, blinking. Like, 𝐿𝐤. Like he was afraid. He looks at me and I no longer see tears in his eyes. Good. I was never a beta assigned to him. I was actually an orphan, don't know my family, and I don't want to, but that's not the point. Point is, 𝐊𝐤 was like a father, best friend, and a brother all in one. Time passed on and 𝐊𝐤 kept taking care of me. Soon he adopted me into his pack and we were a great duo. He, however, did have betas assigned to him, and when they joined the pack, I felt left out. I was never welcomed and was too caught up trying to not get jumped by my own pack to see what was really happening. I don't know the full story, he states, but I do know it had something to do with Bella. Bella? I bet it. The blonde? She's the alpha's favorite. Oh, you mean his bitch? But it wasn't just her. They fought about financial problem that quickly escalated to pack problems, and that's when the threats came in. It was a mess. I'm sure he told you that. No, he insisted it was too long to tell. So he kinda skipped that part. I try make him elaborate. Well, it is long. No shit, Tomas. We got all day. It was just a bunch of threats going back and forth, but it wasn't until 𝐊𝐤 threatened Malik's Luna, that he didn't even know back then, that Malik started putting his threats into action. Tomas pauses. I kinda just sit there wanting him to carry one, but also not wanting to pry too much. Chapter 24. It all started with an argument, as you said, and then it went sideways the second 𝐊𝐤 started mentioning Malik's Luna. He was throwing inappropriate slurs about her, and even threatened her name with rape and violence. I mean, it's understandable, like, come on. Malik just kinda snapped. On the football field, he went all alpha on 𝐊𝐤, daring him to say it again, and when he did, Tomas snaps his fingers. Nothing could calm him down, not even Bella. I actually think she kinda made it war. Yeah, I roll my eyes. Malik gripped 𝐊𝐤 by the throat and then practically ripped it out. My eyes widen in front of kids as little as 13. No remorse, no mercy. And the last thing he said to him was, speak on my Luna like that again. Oh wait, you can't. And we all watched 𝐊𝐤's body go limp. Tomas turns to me. I don't know what his obsession was with you, but it's unhealthy. I'm not his mate, I declare. He scoffs, making my stare go cold. The more you deny it, the harder you make it, for the both of you. Can we go see the view now? I get up ready to leave. I'm so not having this conversation with him. No fucking way. I don't even wait for an answer, I kinda just walk off. Like what the hell? Do I need to spell it out for people? I am not St. Salvador's mate. Like no. The question, what makes you think I'm his mate, swirls in my head for hours as Tomas and I sit at the front with the beaming sun hitting our backs. I'm not gonna ask unless he brings up the top of Malik again. Yesterday was horrendous. First he corners me in a plain bathroom and then he blurts shit out like, "My wolf wants you." And then he keeps fucking touching me, which wouldn't be a problem if I didn't get butterflies every time he did. This is not what I signed up for. Turns out the tour was more like a cruise that lasted until 8, which is usually when we'd be eating back at the suite, but we're still on the yacht. When it's finally time to get off, the outside is pitch black, making the ocean look like a sea of dark blood again. Instead of going back to my room, I actually head over to Tomas' suite to stay there until it's past 11. Okay, I'ma go take a shower then go bed. I get out of his bed. I'll see you tomorrow. He nods over at me. Yeah. I leave, then go down the long corridor and then into my room. I step into my room feeling a little crunch as I step on something. I close the door behind me and lock it just in case this is a human traffic scheme and switch my light on. Oh, just a paper. I pick it up to see it has something written on it. Meet me by the picnic table. After 11. The note reads, okay, this could be one of two scenarios. Saint could be trying to mend whatever happened yesterday, or B, I'm definitely a human trafficking victim. I mean, I really like the idea of the first thought, that's what gets my heart racing. My dumbass actually thinks Malik is going to mend something. I roll my eyes at the thought of my pathetic mess. I mean, it would be nice though. I decide to go a ways. I could either be a victim and then let Nia tear them apart, or Malik could be there. Turns out I set my bar way too high because he's not here. Not even his lingering scent. I slowly start to approach the picnic table, letting the wind blow in my hair, and then scan my surroundings. Absolutely no sign of him. I tuck hair behind both ears, taking the L, and move towards the beach. And I thought he wanted to fix things. Pfft. What is there to fix? There's nothing there. I stop in front of the water, letting it touch the top of my toes. I mean, it's always been like a curse to me. I've always been a hopeless romantic, wanting the best from someone. I guess now that I think about it, I wasn't really expecting him to show up. The waves look inviting, making me want to go out and just let the water consume me whole. Oh, what I would give to swim with the fishes only for a sec. The sound of faint footsteps hitting the sand get my attention and I glance behind me. Malik. My heart literally skips a beat as I turn back towards the ocean, disguising my smile. I feel his warmth radiating off of him as he stops beside me. I want to blame it on Nia, but this time it was all me when I look up at him to admire him. His ice blue eyes lock mine and I glance over back at the ocean. I didn't think you'd come. He finally breaks the silence and just the sound of his voice makes my stomach flip. I didn't think it was you. I don't give him the pleasure of thinking he was my first thought, even though he was. Do you want to play truth or drown? I feel his glance on me, so I look up at him. What the hell is truth or drown? I ask you something and you have to give me an honest answer. If you don't, you have stay underwater for at least 10 seconds. Viscera. I look back at the ocean that looks pitch dark. I mean, I don't know. So it's basically 21 question with an alpha that might or might not drown you. From what I've heard today, he's a very dangerous man, but Nia really wants to. Should I give in? I'ma give in. Dear viewers, welcome to the exciting world of Nadia's Alpha Awakening, where the shadow of the supernatural has long loomed over the lives of our characters. Join us on Nadia's mysterious and dangerous journey, as this young woman discovers her true power in a world of werewolves and hidden desires. This is EP 3 of Nadia's Alpha Awakening. Thank you for your subscription and likes. You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 25. I'm basically ready and race ahead of him. I know he has to take off his tank top, button down and shorts, then get in, giving me enough time get comfortable with the ocean's temperature. Even though the air's kinda warm, the water is still a little cold, kinda feels like a swimming pool. It's warm before you actually go in. I hear another splash of water, meaning Saint's finally in. I turn around, seeing his body come towards me, and I swim out a little further. When we stop, I don't feel the gains of sand but do see the hotel. I better not get bitten by anything. I tell Saint, letting out a shaky breath. You'll heal. He chuckles and I smile at how his hair hang on his forehead until he pushes it back. What's something you did that you can't tell your parents? I was holding a packet of condoms for someone. My parents thought they were mine and I never denied it. I keep my arms and legs moving, keeping my afloat. What's one thing you regret? Raising my pack in violence. He states, what's the real reason you don't like me? He asks and my heart hurts a little for putting that in his head. I was only half joking. But I don't want him to know that, so I take a deep breath then sink in the water, letting it consume me. 1, 2, 3, 4. I keep counting in my head, keeping my eyes sealed shut. 9, 10. I swim back up to the surface, gasping for air. I see Saint 2 feet away from me, and I note that I've somehow put distance between us. I get to go again since you didn't answer. He tells me, most embarrassing party moment. I had to fake being drunk once, never showed my face ever again. What happened? It's my turn. I tell him and he gives me a small smile. How did you find my room? I asked the girls. I can't help but roll my eyes at his comment. Will you go out with me? On a date? I clarify. Yes. No. I reply. Why not? I don't want what I already feel for you to grow, but I'm not gonna tell him that, so I go under the water again for another 10 seconds. I come back up gasping, already sick of this game. Why are you obsessed with me? I question. Saint's eyes stay on my for a minute, then he goes to say something, then throws it out the window, letting himself sink. Ugh, finally. His 10 seconds take too longer, making me want to go after him, but he resurfaces. What are you good at? Writing. Oh, we have a writer, ladies and gentlemen. What's your favorite song? Right now. I take a second. War of Hearts. Do you like being an alpha? He seems a little taken back by my question. It has its pros and cons. Why do you not want to be my mate? He asks. You need someone that can handle you. I tell him and I watch him swim closer towards me. I'm too much to handle? He moves closer to me and I'm close enough to see water run down his pink lips. This isn't enough distance. Nia's going to act up. What's one thing you've noticed about me? His voice is in a low seduction tone. You have a scar. I move to him, then raise a hand towards his ear. I lightly gaze my fingertips on his jawline, then run my hands behind his left ear. His eyes don't move from mine, so it's hard to tell if I'm affecting him the way he does me. I reach the back of his ear and run circles around his scar. How do you get that? I retrace my hands as slowly as possible. My father gave that to me for smiling too much as a kid. I feel his hand gently gaze my waist, but I don't mention it as his touch sends electrical sparks through me. Why don't you want me? I do. It kinda just slips out, and at that he takes it as an invitation, putting his hand on my waist and pulls me closer. I can see a hint of black in his eyes, and Nia isn't even fighting me for control. This is us, 2 teenagers destined to be lovers, but one won't accept her fate. Then why do you keep pushing me away? His words come out as whispers, and I feel his free hand work its way up my body, giving me the tingling sensation. His hands stop at my throat and I see his eyes shift to my lips. His body weight overwhelms me, but he's not leaning completely on me, we're just really close right now. He takes his thumb and moves my chin in a different direction to his, and he leans in, taking a whiff of me, well, more like a deep breath. He then plants the softest kiss on my collarbone, getting me to sigh and almost melt in his arms. He does it again, planting his next kiss by my shoulder. He kisses start to trace all over my upper body, never touching my lips and never going below my collarbone. My breathing speeds up as my heart beats dangerously fast in my chest. Am I really gonna let my guard down because of some kisses? Even though they are memorable and dazing, do I really want to do that? Throw in the towel because of a mate bond? What would my father do? Spend tomorrow with me, Nadia. I can't tell if he's asking or telling me. Either way, I find myself nodding. And he plants another kiss on my eyelids, which is my favorite spot. Nia gets too excited because of where his hands are, which are on my butt, and she takes control for a split second and jumps on him. This takes us both back, making me almost drown him. I swim back to the surface, getting air in my lungs, then let out a little laugh. My eyes open, finding Saints, and he smiles at me. Let's get back. I tell him and start swimming to the shore. Chapter 26. I never thought I'd see a day where I'd complain about the weather, but here I am being risen from my coma of sleep by the heat wave. I throw my sheets off, trying to see if it'll help, but it doesn't. I hear my door open, making my eyes turn in that direction. I watch a tall figure step in completely topless and my eyes meet his abs before his actual face. "You're up." He puts a white box down. I sit up, running my hands through my hair. I look over at my right side of the which is usually still neat but looks like it's been slept in. "Did you sleep here?" My whole body jumps a little as he slumps on my bed. "Yeah." He looks up at me. I kinda thought he would leave when I fell asleep, apparently not. "You're quite the cuddler." "Shut up." I roll my eyes, getting out of bed and grab my duffel bag. I lay out a cute outfit for me to wear before going to shower and get ready. I decide to go with a bare face as I fear it might melt with this heat today. I leave the bathroom with blue shorts and a cute beige crop top. I've also thrown my hair into a high ponytail so it doesn't heat up at the back of my head. "Are we not going to talk about last night?" "No need." I move towards him and sit close to his head. I find myself comfortable enough to run my hands through his hair. "Nothing happened last night, we didn't even make out." I might have let my guard down a little, but that doesn't mean I'm just gonna throw myself at him. After we left the ocean, he gave me his button-down shirt, and then we walked and talked for a while before we came back to my suite. I let him in and we continued to talk before getting comfortable next to each other. I, however, couldn't help Nia's intentions and let her take control. Thinking about it, I've been giving her control too much. I should reconsider that. But she didn't do anything bad. If anything, she accepted my wishes of not kissing 𝐶 on the lips. She just did the same thing he did in the ocean. I put my hand around his throat and started leaving traces of my kisses all over his face, neck and collarbone. He didn't seem to mind either, as he seemed relaxed and okay with it. "So what now?" he asks me as I run my hands through his hair. "You tell me." I pull away from him and move to the box he brought in with him. I open it to see some pancakes with fruits around it. I take the small plastic fork and slowly starts to eat. I lean on the counter and watch him go on his phone. His eyes always trace back to mine, making my heart flutter a little. I know myself, and wanting 𝐶 would be on the bottom of my list. I could have never imagined myself cuddling up with him or letting him kiss my face. Like, I don't want to blame it on Nia, but this is kinda her fault. First day of school, who did she want me to look at? I'm letting the idea of the mate bond get way over my head. I shouldn't be running around Fiji with him, but that's what I do. I spend the next 2 days having fun with him. Never thought I'd say that. The one thing I've learned about 𝐶 throughout these weekdays is that he really isn't what he seems. I mean, you see, he comes in a package warped up and has a big flashing sign that say "warning" on it, but that's not what I see now. I just see a 18-year-old trying to live his life. He's passionate about sports just like any other boy. He wants the best for his pack just like any other guy. And he cares for his mama like the mama boy he is. See? A big softie. We've spent the weekdays away from the rest of the group and in the center of Fiji. He took me to see a beautiful waterfall and even took me dancing. Yes, dancing. I didn't even see that coming. He's pretty good at it, who would have thought? Trust me, I've tired. I didn't want to fall for him, but I also can't help myself. I want to blame it on the bond or Nia, but it's all me. I'm setting myself up for a heartbreak, but he's my mate. Oh shit, that's the first. Even right now, it's our last night here because we leave late in the afternoon tomorrow. To be honest, I don't want to leave because I don't know how it's going to be when we go back home. 𝐶 takes my hand, leading me back into the direction of the hotel. You know? I break our comfortable silence. I never would have expected all this from you. Oh really? He looks down at me. What did you expect? Not this. I let out a soft laugh. Even though we've only had a few deep conversations, I feel like I know him inside out. And I haven't even kissed him yet. And he still manages to make my stomach flip with just one look. I take out my key card and open my suite to him and we walk in. I take my sandals and cardigan off, leaving me in a bikini top and shorts. I take a seat crossing my legs and watch 𝐶 approach me. Do you want to play truth or strip? I have a feeling you make these games up. I tell him and he chuckles, sitting down with only 2 feet between us. Why did you deny it at first? He asks, why do you deny the bond? My name's Bond, James Bond. I don't know. I smile at my thought, then drop my eyes to my lap. Chapter 27. This is all very new to me. I tell him, why were you so determined it was me? I saw the way you carried yourself, it matched my energy. He turns in my direction, leaning in a little. My heart beats hard in my chest as I swallow down. Will you be my girlfriend? No. He smiles to my answers and I just admire it. Unless you drop your blondie. I can't believe I'm seriously asking him to choose me. I can't do that. Words come out flat. Why not? She comes with her pack. Meaning if I drop her she'll probably leave and my betas won't be happy with that. He explains. Okay. I keep eye contact, not letting my emotions show, so he's choosing his pack over me? I mean, what did I expect? I believe it's your turn. I say after some silence. Do you want to have any kids? No, I reply. Why not? It's my turn. I practically cut him off. Okay, maybe I'm a little hurt. What's it going to be like when we go back to school? I don't know, my heart skins. That's not what I was expecting him to say. I'm way over my head, he's an alpha. He's got better things to do than putting me first. I don't want to play anymore, I announce. Why not? Because I don't want to play anymore. My tone has gone completely cold and Saint picks up on it. He leans on his hands, putting distance between us. His eyes stay on mine as I try my hardest not to bawl out because of 3 stupid words he said. Don't you have your pack to go back to? You've been away all week, they probably looking for you. He studies me for a second, then stands. He looks in the direction of my balcony, and I keep my eyes locked on my bathroom door. I see him walk up to me from the corner of my eye, and then he leans down, gently kissing my cheek. I go against my instincts, wanting to pull him close and stay put. His kiss leaves my cheek tingling, and then he ups and leaves, and I just watch him. I let out a shaky breath, not letting myself shed a tear for him. I fucking knew it. I let myself get in too deep, and now look at where I'm at. Why would you do this to yourself? Now I have no one to bombs but myself. I let him sleep in my bed with me, I let him cuddle and caress my face, I even did it to him. I'm the one who opened up to him and let him hold my hand. I'm the one that fell in too deep. I dug my own hole. I did this. And now all I feel is disappointment. How stupid was I to think that we had a bond? He told me we're meant to be and I just believed him. What world do I think I'm living in? This isn't my fantasy, I should have been a realist from the jump. Now I'm just hurt. Someone knocks on the door and I don't even hope it's him, but I do open it to Tomas. Are you okay? He steps in and I close the door behind him. Yeah. I nod, sitting back into the position I was in. You? Yep. How was your honeymoon week? He asks and I give him a cold glare. There was no honeymoon week. So you guys didn't F. I didn't even let him kiss me. I cut him off and he lies down on my bed, folding his arms behind his head. That must have been very frustrating for him. And his wolf. He adds. Monday. I changed the subject. It's the full moon, so you need to be at my place. I've already talked to my dad and he'll do the ritual. That's good, right? He asks and I nod. We spend a few more hours talking about Monday's plan. Since it's the full moon and there's no other night this ritual will actually work. I'm planning on becoming Tomas Alpha. It's not going to be easy, but it's worth a try, right? I've already talked to my dad since he's an alpha and it won't work without one. Hopefully, if all goes well, I'll become his alpha. My eyes should glow red, but that's the only thing that should change. I know for a fact my fur won't change colors and my wolf will definitely not grow any taller. When we finally get home, I slump on my bed, missing the comfort of my fluffy sheets. I let myself skin into them, missing the feeling. Nadia. My voice drags me out my daydream. Yes. I sit up, meeting Bailey and Tilly's eyes. We know you just came back, but we need to tell you something. Bailey goes and closes the door like that's gonna help. If my father or mother wanted to eavesdrop, it would be easy enough. Things aren't great at school. What do you mean by that? I shift my gaze to Tilly. You know the girls that had a fight over that guy? Well, they've turned against me. Tilly explains. Why? Because he guy wants her. Bailey answer for her. And ever since you left, they've done nothing but make my life a living hell. They've even tried to jump me. Tilly speaks up again. And what did you guys do? When they tried to jump you? We ran. I let out a chuckle to Bailey's answer. You ran? I raise an eyebrow at Bailey. 2 born werewolves running form a group of teenaged mortals. I can't control my wolf, okay? And we can't reveal ourselves to the humans. And what do you want me to do, Bailey? We want in on your pack. Tilly says. I'm not building a pack. I tell them. I'm just taking in an omega. Please. Tilly begs. What difference will it make? I'm your older sister, I'm always protecting you. Please. Bailey begs this time. Good night, is my answer, and they both look at each other concerned before walking out my room. Jesus Christ. I mumble, slumping back into bed. Chapter 28. I finish getting ready for school, then grab my car keys before heading downstairs. Mom's not in the kitchen, which doesn't surprise me as much. When a she-wolf is pregnant, it's not long until her human body can't hold the baby pup, and she shifts temporarily into wolf form for the rest of her pregnancy. Exhibit A to why I don't want kids. Nia couldn't handle a pup in me. My wolf is unusually small in size. I make myself some cereal and then do the same for Bailey and Tilly. I make a coffee and some toast for my dad, then put it in front of his alpha seat. I make my way upstairs and knock on my parents' door before going in. Hey Dad. I spot my father petting my mom, who's in wolf form. I made you breakfast. I step in and he gives me a smile before getting out of bed. Thanks, honey. He kisses me on the forehead before leaving. I make my way to my parents' bed and sit where my dad was. Hey Ma. My voice is soft as I rub down her brown fur, slowly hearing her soft rumbles as I do so. I'm going to take a look, I tell her before removing the covers from her. My eyebrows rise at her belly. I look over at her, putting a hand on her stomach. I try my hardest to concentrate on hearing the baby's heartbeat, but don't get anything. Mom, you look huge. No offense. I quickly add, noticing how blunt I just was. She wags her tail high, letting me know I'm in the clear before I cover her again. I have to get to school. I kiss her forehead and then slowly get out her bed. I bump into Dad on my way out the room. I'll see you after school. I go down the stairs and back into the kitchen to get my school bag, phone and keys. I watch both Bailey and Tilly watch me walk in. I grab my bag with no word, get ready, I'm taking you guys to school. I let them know, then go to the front and open the closet door. I grab my school shoes in the far left corner, and then tie them on. I go to the garage with Bailey and Tilly soon following behind me. I open my car, then throw my bag behind me where Tilly is before starting my car. I let the soft radio music cover the silence as I finally pull up to their school. 𝐿𝐤 get you after school. I let them know and they both leave, thanking me for the ride. I take the shortest route to school and pull up into the parking lot in no time. The same feeling of I've been trying to avoid comes back. It's like a painful pit in my stomach, and no matter how much Tylenol I fucking take, it's still there. I felt it yesterday trying to sleep. I just kept tossing and turning thinking about him. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me. Why did I push him away? I was scared that we would drift apart, but instead I did all the damn work. I decide to leave my car, but instantly have my doubts as my nostrils are met with the one scent I thought I'd gotten used to. I don't even look around for him, knowing he's close by, so I just grab my bag and make my way inside. Seeing Tomas at my locker is no surprise to me anymore, and I smile to him, giving him a warm welcome. How are you? He asks, stepping back for me to open my locker. Good. I yank my lock open. You? I'm good. He leans on another locker as I empty my bag and get my kit out. What a way to start a morning. We keep up the small talk until we get to the changing rooms and have to go our separate ways. Little Miss Blonde is in the changing room with her 3 little minions close by. She gives me a cold glare, but I just walk into a changing stall. Tell us, Bella, what happened with you and Alpha Malik? I overhear, well, more like them over speaking. You didn't hear it from me, but he's planning on getting me a necklace. A high-pitched bitchy voice says, I assume it's going to be gold and have my name on it. I can't help but roll my eyes while putting my shorts on. I thought you said he hasn't touched you in a while. Another voice says, a little shyly. Shut up, Heather. Bitchy voice says, and I walk out all changed with my bag over an arm. I open the door, and just as it closed I use my wolf hearing to eavesdrop this time. Why would you say that? Bitchy voice hisses. Just slipped out. Heather, I assume, says. Shit like that doesn't just slip out. God, you're a beg. I smile to Immerse. Bitches outburst, then walk into the gym. We have a whole badminton stationery already set up, so take a guess of what we're playing. My eyes find their way to Saint and I watch him talk to one of his betas. I don't want to eavesdrop because I know hearing his voice is going to set something off in me, and I don't want that. Instead, I look around for Tomas and then make my way to him. I drop my bag next to him as he ties his lace. I don't feel like playing. I tell him, and he looks over at me. How come? Tomas asks. I don't feel too good. I refer to the void in my stomach. You scared I'm gonna beat you? Tomas smirks. Yeah, in your dreams. I scoff and then we wait until the resistor is done before we grab our rackets and we starts to play. By the looks of things, Tomas doesn't know I play tennis. I beat his ass 3 times in a row and I can see he wants to give up, but he doesn't. Chapter 29. When lesson is finally over, I feel a little sore from not stretching first. I make my way into the changing rooms and drop my bag into a stall before leaving to go use the bathroom real quick. I arm dry my hands on my way back to the changing rooms, but walking in brings my whole mood down. I find Blondie drawing on my school shirt. What the hell are you doing? I get her attention, her head swivels towards me and then she smiles. Just stating the obvious. She moves out the way and I see in bold letters "whore" written on the back of my white school shirt. I don't let myself feel anything for a second and then I drag myself back into reality. She's mad at me because her little alpha spent the week with me and not her. Well, it really shows how insecure she is about her relationship with Alpha Malik. Are you done? I move towards her and she gets out the way. I stuff my things into my backpack and walk out as calmly as possible. I'm not trying to let her know how much she just triggered me. Whore? What did I do to be called a whore? I didn't even kiss him and I'm a whore? That's a wild assumption. I walk away exiting the PE block when I hear my name being called. I turn to see Tomas doing a slow jog towards me. I can't help but spot a handsome saint not far behind him. Where are you going? I need to go get an extra shirt. I tell him as he comes closer and closer. What happened to the one you came with? He finally catches up to me, so I start walking. I misplaced it. I shrug. I don't care because I'm not one to snitch. Do you know if the office gives out extra shirts? I don't. The bell ringing cuts him off. You get to lesson, I'll just figure it out. I tell him. You sure? Yes. I walk away from him and continue my path towards the office. I walk up to the desk and notice she's talking on the phone, so I take the time to wait. The second bell rings, letting me know I'm definitely late to class now. Hi. Hey sweetie, how can I help you? She smiles to me. I need an extra shirt, I misplaced mine during PE. I tell her, going with my first lie. Oh sweetie, we don't hand out extras anymore. She gives me a sad smile. Try the counsel's office. If she doesn't have any, try your parents. Okay. I nod. That's the best I can do, sorry sweetheart. She apologized again. No, it's fine, thank you. I head off, leaving. She must be human considering how many times she apologizes. It's rare to hear that from an egoistic werewolf. I glance towards the exit, just wanting to go home, but quickly change my mind and start my hunt towards the counsel's office. I honestly think I made it worse because I ended upstairs for some reason. I go back down 2 flights of stairs, then stay close to the wall, making my way back to the reception to ask for directions. Jesus Christ. I gasp, walking into an oversized male as I take my left turn. I step away, recognizing the scent before anything. Here. Saint looks down at me, handing me a bag. What is it? I take 2 steps back. A shirt. My eyes go back down to the bag. I don't need a shirt. I lie. Just take the shirt, Nadia. I almost melt at the way he says my name, but I compose myself. Where'd you get it? I question. My car. He sighs, lowering the bag back to his side. I wonder how he has a girl's shirt in his car. Whose is it? Mine. The one word does something to me, I don't know why, but it does. I reach my hand out and he gives me the bag. How do you lose your shirt anyways? He asks me, and we start making our way towards the girls' bathroom. I didn't lose it, I misplaced it. If he knows I needed a shirt, I think he knows the lie I originally came up with. I step inside the girls' bathroom and to my surprise Saint follows me in. I'm a little confused at first, but I just go into the handicap stall, which is the biggest, and start getting changed. I put some roll-on deodorant and then walk out with my white bralette on and Saint's shirt with the buttons undone. I drop my bag on the counter and hurry to fix the shirt. Thank God it's short sleeve because it's already big on me. I do the first 3 buttons and keep going. I do a little bow at the end because of overhanging, then look at myself in the mirror. Not that bad. I look over at Saint, who is too, looking at me, and then look around for my tie. Where's my tie? I go back to the stall where I go changed but don't find it. Probably in your bag. He reaches over into my bag. Don't. I try stop him, but he's already digging into my bag. Can you not? I grab my bag from him to see he already has a grip on something, my shirt. Give that back. I try reaching over to him, but he stretches his arm further away from me. I thought you misplaced this. He raises an eyebrow. Turns out it was in my bag all that time. I shrug. Now give it back so I can put it on. I reach over again but he backs up further away from me. I grab his arm pulling it down, then grip my shirt and yank as hard as I can at it. Give it back, Saint. I look up at him, realizing too late that I said his name out loud. Why? He yanks it out my hand, making the fabric burn a little with its out my grip. So I can put it on. I say a little softer and he examines me for a bit. The silence kills me and we both just stand there fighting over a piece of fabric. Chapter 30. He doesn't budge, not even breaking eye contact to look at the shirt. I hold the eye contact but do end up shifting my gaze to the shirt. I'll do as you ask. I try compromise. Kiss me. He doesn't even miss a beat. Not that. I shake my head softly and he moves the shirt closer to him. Okay. I nod, totally dreading what's about to happen. Why am I even so pressed about hiding a word written on a shirt from him? I don't even have to move that close to him as we're already close enough due to me trying to get my shirt back. I run my hand around his neck and into the back of his hair. He looks down at me and I tiptoe, taking it upon my desire, and lean in, meeting his lips. I hold my breath, forgetting to breathe as I try not to linger, but I do. My face heats up and I can only imagine how red my cheeks are right now. My eyes open, looking up at a completely dumbfounded Saint. I lick my lips as the electrical sparks that flew between us still linger on my lips. Can I have it back now? I whisper and he lowers his hand, giving it to me. I grab it, moving away from him, and stuff it in my bag. I storm out, leaving him behind, and start pacing to my locker. I can't help but run my fingers across my lips with a smile plastered on my face. I can't believe we just kissed. The one thing I've been avoiding most just happened. And it felt good. The bell rings, scaring me out my daydream. Already? You're telling me an hour went by already? I didn't even notice the time passing. I open my locker and practically throw my bag in there. You got a shirt? Tomas' voice comes out of nowhere. I close my locker with a folder in hand. Yep. I nod. How was class? Boring. Your mate wasn't there, so I'm guessing he was with you. Judging but the fact you're wearing his shirt. We starts to walk. I need you to do me a favor. I tell Tomas and he turns to me. Stop picking up on things. He chuckles, making me smile. We walk towards our English class and walk in just as the bell rings. My eyes glance to Saint's but I look away immediately. Our English teacher walks in not long after us and he starts setting his work up. All throughout lesson I try keeping my eyes off him but I can't. But I do get good at looking at him when he's not looking, which is rare. The last bell of the day dismisses us and I have Tomas follow me to my car. He gets in, as so do I, throwing my bag over my shoulder into the back seat. I start my car and slowly start to back out. What happened to your shirt anyways? Talking about that, do you have a lighter? I give him a quick glance. Getting on the road, he starts fishing around in his pockets and then shows me a red lighter. Okay, good. I start going in the direction of our local park. I know our school finishes a little early, but I didn't expect the park to be completely empty. I don't even stop the engine, I just grab my bag and take the shirt out. Why you burning it? Tomas asks, getting out the car when I do. I don't say anything, I just go up to the field and start to light the corner of my shirt on fire. It doesn't catch on immediately, so I keep the lighter burning. The fire starts to catch on fast, making my drop my shirt. The flames turn a toxic blue when the words horse start to turn to ashes. Watching it burn doesn't satisfy me, but at least no one will find it down. When everything is flickers of ash and fire, I go back to my car. Tomas follows me in and I start making my way to Bailey's school. Here. I hand Tomas his red lighter as I come to a stop. Bailey's school bell rings and after a beat, kids start pouring out and scatter around. I scan each kid, waiting to meet two familiar sets of brown eyes and dark hair. I don't spot them until Bailey comes out with Tilly close behind and Jordan at her side. Tilly's the first to spot my car and she leaves Bailey's side, coming to me. I watch her eyes drift to her left and I follow her gaze. A group of girls stand around giggling and laughing. I watch how Tilly keeps her head down and she disappears on Tomas' side of the car, then she gets in. Are you crying? I ask her, watching her head is still bowed. No. She tells me. Then keep your head up. I keep my eyes on her until she raises her head to look out the window with glossy eyes. Bailey comes in the car and I take my cue to start leaving. Guys, this is Tomas. Tomas, meet my little sisters Bailey and Tilly. Hi Tomas. They both say in unison. They'll be joining us tonight. I turn to Tomas and then back on the road. I don't know why though. How old are you? Bailey asks and I only assume she's asking Tomas. 17. He answers. You look about 20. It's the wolf masculinity. He nods and they continue their small talk until I finally pull into my home garage. We'll get out and into the elevator that takes us to our penthouse. Bailey and Tilly both go upstairs but I lead Tomas to the kitchen. I start to prepare dinner as my mom can't really do so. I basically make some roasted chicken with sweet potatoes and a side of salad and mac and cheese. I make enough for all of us and as Tilly, Bailey and Tomas start to dig I grab a serving tray with 2 meals and bring it to my parents' room. I knock the door and hear a low growl and I take it as an invitation. I walk in seeing both my parents in wolf form cuddling on the bed. I take their food and put it on a nearby counter before leaving with a smile. Chapter 31. Night finally falls while we all play a rough game of tag, neither of us able to control our glowing eyes. You're it. Tilly starts running away from Tomas. Tomas turn in my direction and I start off running. I go into the kitchen, zoom off into our game room. I can hear Tomas behind me so I go to the pool table, putting space between us. He leaps over the table taking me by surprise and I try running for safety but he grabs me. You're it. He smiles and I push him away. I go back into the living room finding Bailey and Tilly. I smile at them and they both scatter. I take my pick following after Bailey. Nadia. I hear my dad call my name and I stop in my tracks. Yes, Dad. I go in the direction. Get ready, we're leaving. My father tells me from the top of the stairs. Okay. I nod. Come on guys, we need to stop. I tell them and they all come back into the living room. Do you have a change of clothes? I ask Tomas, who's still in his uniform, and he nods. I go upstairs and grab my bag of clothes. I don't even know how tonight is going to go, so I've already changed into sports shorts and a graphic shirt. I head out meeting Tomas back downstairs. We wait a while and then Bailey and Tilly finally show back up. Nia bounces up and down, not able to contain herself due to the full moon, which makes me start to fidget so I don't shift out of nowhere. I spot my father at the top of the stairs and then see my mom, still in wolf form, close behind him. He paces slow and steady as they come down the stairs together. We'll race you? I whisper to Bailey and Tilly. Dad, where we meeting? Entrance of the woods. He tells me. Great, Bailey and I will take the stairs. Tomas looks over at me and smile to him. Try keep up. I tell him, and the second our elevator door dings open, I set off racing down our emergency exit with Bailey close behind me. I decide to just fuck the stairs and I start leaping over them, missing 5 at a time. I turn to Bailey and smile at her. Keep up. I laugh and watch her start to jump over stairs instead of taking them one at a time. I keep going, staying ahead until I see the ground floor door. Here. I open the door, dashing out. There they are. Bailey point out and we take the closest exit, leaving. We both start running towards them. I see Tomas turn, seeing me, and then he says something to Tilly before they both set off running. I start to catch up with them, feeling the wind brush my hair and my backpack bounce on my bag as I keep running. Don't shift, Nadia. I hear my dad say as I pass him, and my mom. Got it. I reach out to Tomas as I'm literally on his ass at this point. I push my legs a little further, then leap for him, taking us both down. We both roll away from each other, but I get back on my feet and race towards the entrance and turn to see Bailey not far behind. The woods become more and more clear as the trees tower over me the closer I get. I start to slow down a little, knowing I'm close enough to have one, and then Tomas just zooms past me. Hey! I shout, running after him, but he reaches the entrance before me. I won this time. The turns with a grin on his face and I shake my head with a smile on mine. Who won? Who won? Tilly comes to us, all energized with glowing gold eyes. We did. Tomas raises a hand for her to high five and she does. Bailey comes around with our parents and then we all surrounded my mom simultaneously. She practically defenseless alone when she's pregnant, so it became a reflex for us. Tomas and linger at the back with Dad and Tilly beside her and Bailey at the front, with Mom in the middle obviously. The smell of fire lingers in the air and I look over at Tomas, thinking of the shirt I burnt followed us here, but we quickly spot a fire. Alpha Kendrick, a witch I recognized, announces my father's arrival. She's got beautiful golden dark skin with curly hair stopping at her shoulders. Zelda. My father nods to her. Children. She waves us over and I turn to my father, waiting for him to give me a signal before I can go. He gives me a little nod and I step forward followed by Tomas and my sisters. Who's the alpha? I am, I say, and the turns to me. Her face lights up a little just looking at me. Nadia 𝐊𝐲, she smiles. You are a photocopy of your mother. Thank you. I give her a small smile before glancing over to my father. Tomas Hall. She gets my attention again. May your deceased alpha rest in peace. Thank you. Tomas bows his head then looks over at me. Bailey and Tilly 𝐊𝐲. She smiles at my sisters. Step forward. She reaches her hand out to me and I go towards her. She waves my father over too and I watch him make his way over to us. Alpha Kendrick. She holds out her hands and my father puts his hands in hers. She starts chanting some words that brings out the alpha in my father. His eyes glow the brightest red yet, and then Zelda lets go of my dad, but he's still stuck in some sort of trance. She takes out a blade, cutting both his plans open, and I watch the blood pour out of them. Take his hands. She tell me and I watch her a little puzzled, but I put my hands in his. Chapter 32. My father's eyes pin on me as my whole body goes into a paralyzed daze. I'm in the same trace my dad is stuck in, making me feel nothing. I can't even remember if there was wind or not. Alpha, announce your blessing. A distant voice says, but my dad doesn't take his eyes off me. Oh my gosh. I know why I can't feel anything. I'm no longer in control. Whatever is happening between Nia and my father's wolf. This has nothing to do with me. I as alpha. Bless my daughter Nadia to become alpha of her pack. I give her the opportunity to show true leadership and to follow in my footsteps. My dad says and I feel him let go, but I'm still stuck in the trance. I start to hear Zelda's chants again before she touches my forehead. But I can't see her. Your father has blessed you, Nadia. I now call the alpha in you out. Come rule your pack. My whole body goes limp and I feel the rough grass scratch my knees, just making my lading a little lighter. I feel something in me bust into flames and the battle between Nia and something spiritual in me starts to break. I can feel everything but can't actually do anything. The spirit is almost like a red flame itself and I watch Nia in wolf form approach the spirit. Nia bows and then spirit disappears in her. I watch her stand on all fours kinda paralyzed and she turns to me. With red eyes. And a protective flame around her. Nia stares me down and then pounces for me, basically jumping side me. I gasp, forcing my eyes open and sit up. I touch my chest where Nia jumped inside but feel nothing. My eyes shift to my father and he gives me a proud smile. Did it work? Alpha Nadia. I turn to Zelda and she waves me over. I stand up, finally feeling the ground and my skin again. Did it work? I ask her. Yes. She smiles. Stand here. She instructs and I take my place in between Tomas and Bailey, who are both looking at me almost in awe. Everyone put your hands out. We all do as we're told and she goes around putting dirt in our hands, starting with my already stained hands form my father's blood. Dirt will ensure you are not only connected to yourselves, but to the earth, so you can always find your way back to each other. She puts the last of the dirt in Tilly's hand. Fire represents the flame in your pack. Each one of you has a little fire in you. This also represents suffering which will happen, and you will overcome it. As a pack. She moves out my view, then comes back with a glove on and the same knife she used to cut my dad's palms open. She comes back to me, slicing right into my hand, making me wince. My blood sizzles as the knife is burning hot. She does the same to my other hand, making me actually want to tear up. She moves to Tomas and does the same thing to him. Take her hand. She tells him and I go to hold Tomas' hand. Blood makes you family, bonding you together for life. Even if one of you become an Omega, your family was and is always here. Ow! Tilly winces as Tomas takes her left hand. Zelda steps out the circle, cutting into Bailey and Tilly's hand as they complete the circle. I can feel blood dripping out my hand and the dirt in my skin doesn't make it any better. Betas repeat after me. She starts, I as a beta, pledge my loyalty to my alpha Nadia. I as a beta, pledge my loyalty to my alpha Nadia. They all repeat in unison. I'll respect, understand and always put my alpha first. I watch as they all parrot Zelda's words. My price is death if I leave my pack by choice and become an Omega. I know what she by that. Tomas is somewhat lucky to have survived being an Omega for so long. Most lone wolves get picked apart by bigger packs and don't make it more than a year alone. I don't know how Tomas did it. But then again, his alpha was killed. Alpha. Zelda gets my attention. Your turn. She says and I nod. I as alpha take responsibility for my betas. I repeat after her. I'll understand, respect and always be there for them. My price is death if ever I abandon my betas by choice. By the power of the full moon and black magic, you are now a pack. She announces and I turn to my dad with the biggest smile. I go to him and warp my arms around his neck into a tight hug. I'm proud of you, honey. He tells me, then his eyes shift behind me. Go run your pack. He tells me and I nod, going back to Tomas and my sisters. How is everyone feeling? I ask, scanning each face. Good. Tilly shrieks and I look down at my now healed hands, but they're stained with dry blood. Let's go. I tell them and head into the forest. I set off running with my 3 betas beside me, and I start to speed up, letting Nia come out. It doesn't take long for us to shift, tearing our clothes with our new form. I growl at the painful shift, then start to stretch into Nia's body. I look down at my still white paws and I'm pretty grateful that my fur didn't change. I trot over to Bailey, who now getting the hang of shifting, and then we start to take off, reassuming the game of tag we were playing back home. We decide to split up into 2 teams so we don't get divided, and I make Tomas go with one of my sister just in case they become defenseless. I did all that with growling and head gestures. We do manage to play a really extended game of tag, only occasionally running into other wolves and packs but never actually interacting with them. Chapter 33 Nadia. A high-pitched yell wakes me up. OMG, school. I quickly rush into my bathroom and do my routine as fast as I can. This is why I hate full moons on a school day. I'm always fucking late. I don't even have breakfast and I throw everything I think I need, including an extra shirt, then race to the garage and get in my car. When I turn my car on, I see the time, making me lose all hope in getting in school on time. 10:26, we're literally in second period. I get to school and go straight for the bathroom. Now that I'm here, there's no rush, right? I take out my makeup bag and search for my concealer. I dig it up and open it and start applying it under my eyes, eyebrow and chin. I get out my beauty blender and start dabbing it in, which take me a while. I brush my eyebrows out, then put eyebrow gel on them. I start to clean up a little and grab my blush and higher and add those. I move to my still wet hair and start to brush the ends out slowly, making my way to my roots. Out of nowhere, the door opens and my eyes land on familiar baby blue eyes. What's his deal with the girls' bathrooms? I turn back to the mirror and brush my hair out. Why didn't you tell me? Saint finally breaks the silence, stepping towards me. Tell you what? I keep brushing my hair. That you were planning on becoming an alpha. The word's out already? Isn't that something? I didn't think I needed your permission. I turn to him. I'm your alpha, we can't both. I'm my own alpha. I cut him off, which ends up doing something to him. His eyes go from ocean blue to black, and they take quite a while to go back to blue. I start to pack my things away, putting each into its right place. I can't lose anything at school. I close my bag and my eyes shift to Saints, who just watching me. I'm sorry. My eyes widen at his words and I try compose myself. For what? I move my bag into the skin and sit on the counter. For making you feel like you weren't the first option. He says, surprising me. I'll drop her for you. Aren't you supposed to be getting her a necklace? I questions and I watch him process what I just said. I shake my head while rolling my eyes at his silence. I don't want your apology, Malik. What do you want me to say? His eyes pin on mine and I just shrug. I don't always want to have something over your head so you can do as I ask. Then you should stop telling me what to do. I simply state. Nadia. His tone is harsh. As my Luna, I'm trying to treat you with respect, but you're making this really hard for me. What are you going to do about it? I challenge him. He moves to me, placing himself in between my legs. He grabs my throat, forcing me to look up at him, towering over me. His grip is firm, but he's not strangling me. So you want to be punished, is that what you're telling me? He leans in to whisper in my ear. My heart beats rapidly in my chest. I fear it might burst out my rib cage. I'd be careful if I were you. He moves so his lips are hovering over mine. Now that you're an alpha, all your wolf does is turn my wolf on. Lucky me. I bite my bottom lip, not helping the tingles in between my legs. Stop it, Nadia. He grips a little tighter around my neck, but not actually hurting me yet. You're my mate and you sealed our fate when you kissed me. Don't be petty about the situation. Then let go of me. I tell him, but he doesn't. Instead, I feel his free hand warp around my waist and he pulls my hips towards him. He thrusts my core against his groin, making me feel his hard print and making a gasp escape my lips. You feel that? He presses himself onto me some more. How can I feel that through my shorts under my skirt and his school shorts? You couldn't handle me on your best day, so unless you want to test that theory, I suggest you drop the act. I keep my eyes on him, wanting nothing more right now but to test that theory, but not here, not in the girls' bathroom. Let me see her. You're alpha, he says, and I show him. I still haven't seen my eyes yet, so I can only imagine how it looks on me. His eyes glow an alpha red too, and I watch a small smirk play on his lips. I lean in, actually wanting to kiss him this time, but he puts our lips together. My body leans back due to his body weight, but I kiss him back, making me gain a little control. His head tilts to one side and mine the other as our lips move together. I don't know if it's the full moon that's still affecting us or if it's the bond or even just ourselves, but I don't want to stop kissing him. His lips are soft and the way he handles my body is unbelievable. He hasn't tried putting his hands where they're not supposed to be, but instead his left hand stays on my waist and his right on my throat. My legs are still open to him, with him in between them, and he hasn't tried anything. Talk about self-control. He pulls away and I notice our heavy breathing. I take in deep breaths through my nose while keeping my eyes on him. If you could just stop fighting me, I'd have no reason to corner you in a bathroom. He pulls away just as the bell rings and I watch him leave. Oh my God. I close my legs as they're still fucking tingling. Chapter 34. I make my way to my locker to putting my bag in and grab the things I need for next lesson. I close my locker and start making my way to my next class through the noisy halls. I reach my class and I'm actually pretty proud of myself, since the last time I tried looking for a class I got lost. I see Tomas on his phone and I approach him and take a seat next to him. You're here. He turns to me kinda surprised. I came late, had to get ready in the bathroom. I explain and he give me a small nod. Did I miss anything? We has to do a summary about our trip in English, so no. He goes back to his phone. How do people know about yesterday? I pick up a pen and start fidgeting with it. I found this out from a couple of girl younger than us, but apparently Zelda is a common witch and her niece goes here. It's quite a big deal when your auntie announces someone as an alpha, so guess what she did? He explains and I just nod. I take it that it is quite a big deal, but this isn't how I wanted people to find out, by another witch that I don't even know. I sit back into my chair and watch my classmates slowly pour in before the second bell rings. You should say something to her before it's too late. My ears pick up. I've heard that voice before, so I don't even look around to see who it is. Now that she's an alpha, she could rip you apart and Alpha Malik wouldn't question it. I know that, Cindy. Miss Blondie says. I'm not going to apologize to her just because she's an alpha. It's your funeral. Cindy snaps at her and they go quiet for a second. The rest of their pack enter the class and I watch as the alpha stands out beaming with confidence. He takes his seat and his pack scatters, each taking their own seats close by. Our teacher walks in and our class begins. This class goes by as quick as the others except my last class. For some reason this fucking class isn't ending. I don't even know how long we've been in here, but werewolf history isn't my best subject. It's not that I hate it, it's just that I strongly dislike it. Like, what is the point of knowing all this? Like, honestly, how is this going to help? I don't need to know about the first werewolves to live, even though I'm very thankful. And don't even get me started on our history teacher. It's bad enough I don't like history, but the way the teacher teaches doesn't make the experience any better. How long do we have left? I ask Tomas again. 20 minutes. He sighs and I go on my elbows, leaning on them. My eyes shift to 𝐶 who's on his phone. I watch how his thumbs tap and scroll on his screen, and then his gaze lifts to meet mine. I kind of freeze for a second, seeing the bathroom kiss flash before my eyes. I watch how a corner of his lips curl into a smile as he looks back down at his phone. Why does he have to be so damn handsome? Like, look at that fucking face. His posture isn't even flawed, you can just tell he's a born fucking alpha. The static starts to play over the intercom until someone finally speaks up. Can Nadia 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 come to the front office? Nadia 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 to the front office, please. She repairs and I look up at Tomas a little concerned, then my eyes go back to 𝐶 who's already looking. I close my binder and start to put all my things back into its place before I leave the class. Am I in trouble? Is this because of me coming late this morning? Did I have to check in first? Or am I just tripping? I walk into the front office seeing the receptionist and she doesn't even smile at me. You have to go down to collect your little sisters, it's an emergency. Can you call Tomas Hall? I request and she eyes me for a moment. He's my beta. I add and he nods, then activates the intercom and calls for Tomas. I end up taking off to my locker and grab my bag. I open my locker just as Tomas come up to me. What happened? He asks. Something's going on with my sisters. Just go get your things and meet me by my car. I tell him and he sets jogging off down the halls. I grab my bag and shut my locker closed. I start making my way towards the front exit but hear my name being called and I stop in my tracks. I turn to see Saint coming my way and I do the same, meeting him halfway. What happened? I don't know yet, but I really have to go. I tell him and I watch him fish into his pockets. Give me your number. He hands me his phone and I quickly dial my number in. I give him his phone back and he takes my face, putting our lips together for a short kiss. I tiptoe to reach him, wanting more of his kisses, but I remember why I'm here and pull away. The strongest urge to just take him with me overwhelms me, but I see Tomas coming our way and I pull away from Saint's grasp. I watch his eyes glisten and then I turn, leaving with Tomas close behind me. So are you guys like exclusive now? Tomas asks and I roll my eyes. Shut up and get in the car. I make him chuckle as we get into my car. To be honest, I don't know why we are. With that week spent together and now all this kissing we're doing, I should have accepted I become his girlfriend at this point. But that's not something I want, especially when he still had that blonde of his. Chapter 35. We both get out my car and make our way towards my old school entrance. The smell of sweaty human kids and over-perfumed girl wonder in the air. I almost forgot the worst part about human schools, the smell. I go to my front office and the receptionist sees me coming. I was called for my little sisters. I tell her and she points to the waiting area while smacking her gum in her mouth. Is this what a human school looks like? Tomas whispers to me and I turn to him. You haven't seen the worst of it. I tell him as I take my seat. I feel nauseous. He tries covering his nose in the most subtle way possible, making chuckle. As a werewolf, a human school isn't where you want to be. Unlike this school runs of toxic fumes form hair products to overpriced body mist that these girls spray non-stop. My little sisters come out of the principal's office and I stand seeing my old headmaster Nadia. He smiles at me and my sisters lift their gaze to me. Nice seeing you again. Wish I could say the same. I don't even try smiling at him. I'll get them out your hair. Are you not going to ask what they did? He questions just as we're about to leave. No. I simply state and nudge Bailey to move forward with Tilly in front of her. Tomas opens the door for us and the fresh air hits me like never before. What the hell happened? We got into a fight. Tilly sighs. Did you win? No, Bailey says. So I got called out of lesson because of a fight. You guys didn't win? I asked them, getting in the car. What have I told you guys about timing? You guys are just embarrassing yourselves. I told you guys that you should never give in to a threat. We didn't start the fight. Tilly argues. Apparently you didn't finish it either. I look at her through the rearview mirror. Do you guys still want to go to this school? No. They both say. Well, too bad, you guys still have 2 years left. Even though Tilly is 14 and Bailey is 15, there's no way I'm leaving Tilly defenseless, so when Bailey leaves, so is Tilly. You better get your act together. Give me your bus passes. I reach behind me. They both place their cards in my hands. Do you have bus money? I take their silence as in yes and put my hand out as coins and dollar bills get placed into my hands. Get out, you guys are walking. What? Tilly almost screams. It's an hour walk. Bailey points out. Then you better get going. I tell them and Bailey's the first to storm out with Tilly following her. They both start moving forward and I start my engine and drive off. Do you drive? I glance over at Tomas. Yes. He tells me. Am I gonna have to talk to? That's not funny. I can't help my smile. I'm gonna drop you off and you're going to go back and get them. Give them at least 30 minutes to walk before you pick them up and make it seem like I don't know. Walking isn't a punishment. He tells me as I make my way to his loft. Trust me, it is when you have to go the same way your bullies go. I stop on a red light. Give me your phone. I put my hand out and watch him unlock his phone. I go on to contacts and add my number into his phone. Text me when you have them. I pull up close to his loft and stop for him to get out. Where are you going? He asks. I need to go talk to my dad about transferring them. I tell him and he nods with a smile before leaving me car. I get back on the road and head towards home. It doesn't take me long to get there, so when I park in the garage I just grab my bag and head up. Hey Dad. I head upstairs once inside the penthouse and knock on my parents' door. "Come in," he says, and I do so. "Hey guys, how you doing?" I walk in sitting on the edge of their bed. "We're good, how are you?" Dad asks. "I'm good." I nod, so I wanted to talk to you guys about something. I watch my mom, still in wolf form, look over to my father. "It's actually about Bailey and Tilly." "Okay," my dad nods. "Well, I know the plan is that Bailey comes to my school when she turns 16, but Tilly's being bullied and it's kinda ridiculous seeing as she's a werewolf and they're human anyways. I try getting back on track. I really need them to be close, and I was hoping that they can be transferred as soon as possible." My dad looks back down at my mother as the room goes silent. "Well, I'm going to have to talk to Vincent about it. He's invited us out to one of his dinner parties this Saturday." "No need, I can talk to him. If that's okay with you." I point to my dad. "That works," he nods. "Okay." I smile, that's all. "Wait." My dad stops me and I turn back around. "How was your trip?" "It was good." I tuck hair behind my ears. "It was so beautiful and I had a very good time." "With Tomas?" "For the most part no, but it was good. You guys should visit Fiji, I swear you'll love it, especially the city." I tell them I need to go cook. I'll come up with food when it's ready. I take my leave before my father gets a chance to ask me who I was with the whole week. I mean, I have nothing to be ashamed of, we didn't do anything wrong. For the whole week Saint kept his distance away from my lips. It was here where things started to go sideways. Chapter 36. Wednesday was a wake-up call for me. I don't care what Saint says to me, but I know he won't drop that blonde of his. I happen to have witnessed them making out by the school parking lot. "I'll drop her," he said. "Bullshit. I've spent the rest of the week avoiding him and keeping our conversation short. He has been trying to get me to talk to him, and I've done everything to stay out the bathrooms alone. I can't believe I let one kiss determine how I feel about him. I mean, I know I like him, but he's the one that's not ready for the mate bond. He's fucking playing with me and I'm sick of it. I'm not going to sit here and wait for him to be done with that blonde so he can run back to me. I just can't believe he's still picking her over me. Like, what the hell am I doing wrong? He's the one that practically begged me to accept the fact that he's my mate, and now he's making out with her. And I'm the whore. Nadia, you ready? I hear my dad shout from downstairs and I rush to the mirror to put on diamond dangling earrings. I have a black blazer with matching shorts and a Gucci belt. My hair is out for once and I've even curled it and baked my face. Show him what a brunette can really do. I have a silk top on to finish the look. I garb my heels before heading down the stairs and getting in the elevator with my father. I look over to him and he give me a small nod. Who you trying to impress? I have no one to impress. My heart hurts a little at the sad reality. I follow my dad to his car and I get in with bare feet, which have become a routine for me. Are you okay? My father asks and I nod, buckling myself in. I don't know if I can go into that house again. I get now why Saint said that me denying the bond will be hard for the both of us, at least for me. I've been feeling that void ever since our last kiss. I haven't been myself lately. I can't get him out my head, and I've even had dreams about him sleeping next to me instead of me being alone. But I'm mad. I'm mad at him for telling me that he'll drop her and then he goes and makes out with her. I'm mad at myself for letting myself get in way too deep. The more I want him, the more my heart yearns for him. My dad comes to a stop, but I can't get out. I can't do it, I don't want to go in. I look over at my dad and he notices my now glossy eyes. What's been going on with you? My dad asks, killing the engine. I don't know. My voice breaks and I look up so the tears don't fall out and ruin my makeup. I don't cry over boys. This isn't me, but I just can't help it. I fan myself out, then start to dab the corner of my eyes so the tears don't fall on my face and leave a trail. I'll talk to Vincent about your sisters. He pauses, looking over at me. You should talk to him. I'm going to do everything in my might to avoid him. He'll find a way to get you alone. He always does. I chuckle to myself and then decide to suck it up and put my shoes on. Okay. I breath, then get out the car, following my dad towards the front door. He rings the doorbell and we wait, but I can already hear the chatter going on. Saint Mother opens the door with her bright smile and open arms. Welcome. She hugs us and I plaster a fake smile on my face. Alpha Kendrick this way. He leads us into the living full of familiar alphas that I've seen around. Vincent is right over there. She point for my father and he leave. Nadia, let me take you to the arcade where all the alpha and beats are. She smiles. No need, I remember where it is. I lie and she raises an eyebrow at me. I assure you I know where it is. I tell her again and she nods, leaving me alone. I take the left, going down a corridor that I don't know where it leads. To be honest, I don't mind getting lost as long as I don't bump into that bitch of a blonde, or saint for that matter. I go down some stairs, which is the first for me, and it ends up leading me into a wine cellar. I wonder why they have such a big collection if werewolves can't actually get drunk off of human alcohol. I go in and start to look around the shelves, looking at each wine as I do. I figure no one will find me here if I stay put, right? So that's what I do. I even get so comfortable that I take my blazer and shoes off. I don't know how long I've been here, but I even start going round smelling each wine. Anything to keep me from thinking about him. Unfortunately, my small safe space doesn't last long. Just as I put a wine bottle back, someone barges in and I go to see who it is. I don't even recognize this tall figure in front of me. What are you doing here? The intruder asks. I got lost, is the first thing that comes to mind. So you stayed put? He questions. Yes. It sounds more like a question. Alpha, she's in here. Those 4 words make my heart drop to my ass. I'm literally frozen, too bewildered to do anything. Alpha? Not even a moment passes by and Saint's at the door frame. My heart has officially left the chat. Welcome to the exciting world of Moonwolf Covenant, where every shadow hides a secret and every howl under the full moon hides a story. Join me as I delve into the mysterious life of 𝐼𝐸 Martin and her journey through the intricate forests of the 𝐊𝐢𝐻𝐻 Wolf Pack. This is EP 4 of Moonwolf Covenant. Thank you for your subscription and likes. I hope you can leave your comments. Chapter 25. Surprise, I'm kidnapping you. We've been driving for 8 hours. I've been counting using my iPod, and finally, we've reached the pack borders, and I couldn't help myself be mesmerized at the beauty of the pack. It's so beautiful. I gasped, looking out my window. The mountain hill was covered in snow. Even the green tree that surrounded the pack was now white. I wasn't expecting this much snow since back at the Nightwalker's pack there was hardly 2 drops of snow. It is, Cameron agrees. The car turns a corner and suddenly comes to stop when a huge silver wolf appears from the snow. I cover my mouth to stop myself from screaming. Where the hell did he come from? We have to walk from here. Cameron shuts the car engine off and helps me take my seatbelt off. I slap his hand and do it myself. Hesitantly I get of the car, looking at the alpha, who gives me reassuring look. The wolf bows his head in respect. Okay, at least he's not going to try and attack. And then slowly he turns his head towards me. I freeze. What does he want? I whisper to Cameron. He wants you to get on top of him. Cameron snickers. My eyes widen. What? No, it's okay. I can walk. Cameron shrugs. You have to. It will be seen as disrespect, and trust me, you don't want to disrespect a raven mane wolf. I sigh and walks towards the large wolf. It was bigger than your ordinary wolf, but I wasn't surprised because I have seen Andres and the Nightwalkers in their wolf form. They were 10 times the size of this wolf. Cameron grabs my hand and helps me climb on the wolf. Once I am seated, the wolf starts to walk slowly. It's weird being here, I say as the wolf starts to walk very fast, might I add. I grab a hold on his fur, my heart pacing. I hear laughter come from my side. Surprisingly, Cameron was keeping up with the wolf. You're probably the first of your kind to enter this pack. How do you feel? Cameron asks. Why are we here? I ask instead of answering his question. You'll soon find out, the alpha chuckles. I roll my eyes at him and turn to look up at the sky. I saw ravens flying, nearly covering the beautiful purple and orange colors on the sky. Normally ravens gave me anxiety, but right now I felt at peace. I look down at the wolf I was sitting down on. I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, I am thankful I don't have to walk in the snow. Soon, and by soon I mean like about an hour, we reach the pack. I look around me in awe at the buildings and identical houses that reared either side of me. It was almost a village. This pack resembled how packs used to look like back in the day. I've seen pictures of it in my history textbooks. It's like I am back in time. The people were both in human form and wolf form, watching as we walked past them and to the bridge. A small girl waves at me and I wave back, smiling at her. She was so cute. The wolf stops once we cross the bridge and he lowers himself to the ground. That must be my cue to get off the poor thing. I did eat a whole burger for breakfast. And then another burger at lunch. Thank you 𝐊𝐻𝐸 nods when I climb off the wolf. The wolf howls before he sprints away. I watch until he is off the bridge. Once he is gone, I turn to the front at the pack house. The huge palace-like house sat high on the hill overlooking the rest of the pack. It was truly a sight. Is 𝐊𝐻𝐸 like you guys? I ask Cameron, who turns his head slightly. A rogue? He asks. No. Is he like 1,000 years old ancient lichin? I blurt. Actually, I'm only 20 years old. I turn to where the voice came from to see a shadow at the door. What I had assumed to be a shadow takes the form of a girl. Her tall frame and slender body were like of a model. Under my brief gaze, she smirks. I see that you've brought me a peace offering. Her voice was soft yet rough. Careful 𝐶𝐻𝐸, Cameron warns, eyeing me. In flash, the girl is in front of me. Her green eyes were calm and emotionless, and she has dressed in a pair of black skinny jeans and a black coat. Why? She bites her pink plump lips, giving me a once-over. Did you finally find your mate? Cameron scoffs. I wish 𝐶𝐻𝐸 meet 𝐴𝐻𝐸. Andres mate and 𝐴𝐻𝐸 meet 𝐊𝐻𝐸. No way. Both Karina and I gasp in unison. I am still shocked. I say, rubbing my head. So you're 𝐊𝐸 except you're not. Oh my goddess, Cameron groans, placing his head on the table. I'm 𝐶𝐻𝐸. My dad is 𝐊𝐸. 𝐶𝐻𝐸 explains for what seems to be the millionth time. I still couldn't understand it. 𝐊𝐸 is not a 20-years-old she-wolf. I could smell that she was an alpha. The power was practically radiating off her like a scent, but how can she be alpha of one of the biggest and strongest packs in our world? She's been running this pack since she was 16 years old. 𝐴𝐻𝐸, Cameron speaks. His tone told me that he was getting annoyed at my stupidity. That's right. The Ravenmane pack is the pack it is today because of me, 𝐶𝐻𝐸 beams. How did you? There are no such things as she-wolf alphas, I blurt out. Well, except Iris, but she's related to Andres, so unless 𝐶𝐻𝐸 is another Velasquez, she's family. Not blood, but these days not even your blood is family, Cameron says, reading my mind. I glare at him and turn to 𝐶𝐻𝐸, who looks at Cameron with happiness. When she notices him looking at her, she masks her expression. As much as I hate to say this, it is true. It is impossible for me to exist. Women are not born alphas. We are lunas, if anything, that is, until I met Andres. I raise my brows at that. Why is he involved in everything? Before I became the female alpha, I was told that women can't be alphas because we are not strong enough to lead, or because we don't have the right emotions to deal with the stress, or we're too emotional to deal with it, 𝐶𝐻𝐸 continues. So, Andres turned you? I asked, trying to make sense of this. I accidentally stumbled into the Nightwalker's pack. After my father banished me because I didn't want to mate with his beta son. My mom died after giving birth to me, and my dad always wanted a son to rule the pack after him, but since I know how you feel, I cut her off without meaning to. I'm the only child, and I know my dad regrets not having a son. Is that why he wanted you to mate with Alpha Heath? 𝐻𝐸 asks. My eyes widen. How do you know that? A week ago, he came by, wanted searched the whole pack. He was sent back before he could enter the borders. Cameron sits up at that, more alert than he's ever been since we've been here. What? Did you talk to him? No, I was in my wolf form. You know I can't talk to him, or he will find out that I'm not really who I say I am, and goddess knows what will happen if other alphas find out, quips 𝐻𝐸. My heart was beating out of control. I hadn't totally forgotten about Heath. He was at the back of my mind, just like my past life. But the thought that he is out there searching for me made my stomach turn inside out. I can't believe he is still looking for me. I whisper to myself. Don't worry, I know Andres and he will never give you up, 𝐻𝐸 assures me. If I am correct, the blood moon is in 2 weeks, right? Yes. I sigh, frowning. I am trying to forget about that. When did Andres turn you? I say, changing the topic. 𝐻𝐸 looks at Cameron. I follow her gaze to see the bored alpha was frowning, well, more like pouting like a pup. 𝐴𝐻𝐸. How about you and I talk later, 𝐻𝐸 suggests. My beta is waiting outside. She'll show you to your room. She adds, we're staying the night? I ask Cameron. It's not like we have another choice since the drive is like 8 hours, and if we leave now we will get to the pack by the morning. But what about Andres? Won't he be mad that I left unless he knows about this trip? Cameron obviously told him about it. He doesn't, Cameron mumbles. He doesn't know. What do you mean? Surprise, I'm kidnapping you. Chapter 26. Master plan, excuse me? Kidnapping me? What do you mean? 𝐴𝐻𝐸 asks, raising a brow. Yes, my great master plan. With the help of Iris, I've come up with the greatest plan to make both 𝐷𝐻 and Andres fall in love. It's not easy and so far plan A and B have failed. Plan C it is, which is to show Andres what he is missing. I couldn't think of anything so I've kidnapped 𝐷𝐻, yes. But he doesn't know that, so when he shifts back and finds that she's gone he's going to think she left. That will surely wake up the part that he doesn't know exists, the part where he deeply cares for this naive wolf. Cameron, I'm waiting, says the naive wolf. I try to hold back a laugh and answer her seriously, but it was hard when she was glaring at me that hard. If looks could kill. I still wouldn't be dead. Andres doesn't know we left, I admit. Oh no, she pales, gulping, we are so dead. Well, I'm so dead, Andres will never harm a hair on her head. But he will harm all the hairs on me. We'll talk later, I tell her. What makes you think I want to talk to you? With that she's out, slamming the door to show me exactly how angry she was. My brother and she are so made for each other. 𝐶𝐻𝐻 clears her throat. I'm guessing Andres still doesn't know the truth? I shake my head. The truth is overrated. The truth can also get me killed. Andres will find a way to make me not exist in this world. Not only that, but he is never going to forgive me and he will never trust me. I will become like my other siblings. I don't want to become like them. They're so much happier. Most of them even have mates, friends. Diego, my wolf, lists off. Maybe I do. Plan B failed the moment my brother announced that 𝐷𝐻 and he were going to mate in 2 weeks. I sensed that they were both happy, but only because they both wanted the curse to be broken so they can go their own separate way. I failed my mother. All she ever wanted is for Andres to be happy. That's why when that wicked witch cursed him, my mother, the moon goddess, came down to earth after thousands and thousands of years of being dead. Just to help him out. She didn't even do that when I got taken by clan of hunters and they nearly bled me dry. Or when Mara forcefully took Joshua powers and have them to me. It nearly killed me, but she didn't show. It doesn't matter though, because that's how she is. She could have broken the curse, but she wanted Andres to suffer. So she changed the curse, made it more hard to break. The thing is that just mating will not break the curse. It's true love. 𝐷𝐻 knows this, but I never told Andres. According to him, mating with your mate is the key. So I'm scared of him finding out. I had my reasons for not telling him the truth. If he knew of this, my brother would have lost hope, completely given up. The last thing this pack needed is for their leader to fall apart and lose hope, so Iris and I kind of twisted the truth. As long as I can remember Andres, he's never believed that he is capable of being loved, that no one could love a monster like him. Which is half true. Andres does have a lot of issues, the main ones being he likes to kill and he is also not very nice. If he just became a bit nicer, maybe smiled more, 𝐷𝐻 could love him, but he is stubborn and she's stubborn and stupid. And I'm screwed because the deadline is now, the blood moon is in 2 weeks. The lie is coming back to bite me in the ass. And not in a kinky way at all. Shall we get down to business? 𝐼𝐴𝐾𝐻, I need a distraction. She nods. Yes, after you contacted me, I went straight to work. She stands up and walks to her cupboard. I've prepared the papers. She hands me a golden envelope. I open it up to inspect. Everything is there. I spot the 2 passports and open them to see an old picture of Andres and a picture of 𝐷𝐻. 𝐶𝐻𝐻 never fails to impress me. You are amazing. Where did you get this picture? I ask. I sent out of one of the wolves and turns out there are pictures of 𝐷𝐻 everywhere. Alpha Heath will not stop until he finds her. 𝐶𝐻𝐻 speaks as she twists the ring around her finger. She was nervous for Andres. There's no reason to worry. Alpha Heath can easily be defeated if he dares to cross the Nightwalker borders. I tell her. Chris, the little psychopath, can take all of the Lux warriors put together. People might have forgotten, but Andres' wolves are alphas who have Leakin blood running through veins. They are also rogues, so killing is their first nature. There's a witch named Florence. She's very powerful and owes me a favor. I say, changing the topic from this Heath thing. Call her and tell to do a protection spell so only Andres and 𝐷𝐻 are able to enter the island. Sure thing, 𝐶𝐻𝐻 nods. Thank you, 𝐶𝐻𝐻. I tell her honestly, your loyalty to my brother is not going to go unnoticed. I owe my life to Andres. 𝐶𝐻𝐻 states, my pack is his pack, and just know we will go to war for him without a second thought. I didn't have any words to describe her. Even when she wasn't an alpha, she was still strong and brave. She reminds me a lot of Andres, the old Andres. The Andres that raised Joshua, Iris and I, and her. Maybe that is why he took her under his wing and turned her, because he saw a little of him in her. I really hope so. That would mean that he's not doomed. 𝐷𝐻 and I will leave early in the morning. Cameron, her voice is soft and laced in worry. You are looking weaker and weaker, she notes. It's Joshua's powers, it's eating me from the inside. I shrug. Why don't you just use it? I shake my head, it's too dangerous. Don't worry about me, I tell her. I hope to see you soon, 𝐸 I have a feeling we will see each other very soon, I tell her. Get out of my head, Cameron, she warns *. I knock on the door for the third time. No answer, either Mama is ignoring me or she's asleep, which is weird because she adapted to the nightwalker sleeping schedule. I'm coming in, hope you're decent, princess, I say through the mind link, opening the door and walking in. To my surprise, Amma is not in there, but a blonde attractive girl is. Looks like I might get lucky tonight. I think I might be in the wrong room, I smirk. I am in the right room. Amma's scent is everywhere, but where did this beauty come from? I turn around and smell my breath, all good. It's time to work my charm. I'm Gwen, you must Alpha Cameron. She introduces herself, shaking my hand. No tingles or sparks. Damn. I open my mouth to say something, but then Amma walks out of the bathroom. My mouth falls to the ground, literally. I couldn't look away at the girl who was now dressed in a skin-tight black short dress. My eyes land on her legs, the dress was slit on the side. This is so great if Andre sees her like this. Why are you staring at me like that? I blink a few times and turn away. Oh yeah, I was kind of starring like a creep. Because you look hot, Gwen answers for me. You do, I agree. Amma blushes before she turns around. Okay, now I am going to change. And no. I clear my throat. I mean, we have to go. Now. Both Gwen and Amma ask in unison, yes now. Andres already realized she is gone, he must be going crazy, and besides I got what I came for. The later we leave, the angrier Andres get, I warn Amma. You're right, her eyes widen, let me change. And no. I clear my throat again, come on, just grab a coat. Amma hesitates but agrees. Okay. I turn to the Gwen who was frowning. I wonder what she's thinking. It's not fair. I wanted to spend more time with her. Damn, I really thought she was frowning because of me. I haven't seen you around before. I say to the Gwen, what relations do you have with 𝐸? I ask. I need to know before I can take this further. If she's one of 𝐸 girls, that's strictly a no-no. I've made that mistakes once, and the girl chose 𝐸 over me. It did hurt a little, but if we're being honest, 𝐸 and I were just using her. 𝐸 is my alpha, Gwen answers, so you're not. How do I say this? Together. Gwen blue eyes widen in realization, no we're not. Oh God, it's nice. Looks like I am getting some later, I will have to come back here again. She's with me, Beta Amara says, walking in and glaring at me. If you haven't realized, she's marked, which means she's taken. Oh, this is not good. I look at Amma, who was wearing an amused expression. Well, we should get going. I rub my neck in embarrassment. Princess, come on. Bye, Amma and Cameron, Gwen smiles. Have a safe trip, Alpha. Amara says forcefully she did not want me to have a safe trip. I can't believe you hit on her. Amma laughs once we were in the car. I glare at her. Don't make me regret giving you a piggyback. I threaten her. She laughs, you had to. You're making me wear this dress and am wearing wedges. I turn the heater on and start the 8-hour drive back. With every hour I was becoming anxious. Mom, if you're listening, have mercy on me. Chapter 27. Let's give us a chance. The car comes to a stop. The time reads 7 a.m. I have been falling in and out of sleep all through the drive. Cameron kept waking me up to talk. He was so nervous that I could smell it off him. The Alpha shuts the engine off but doesn't make a move to get out. I just sit there and squints his eyes as he looks around frantically. Then he freezes. I follow his gaze to the front, and in the distance, I see red eyes before Andres' huge wolf appears. From 1 to 10, how angry do you think, Andres? I ask him, biting my lips. I would say 100. Before he can finish the sentence, there's a loud growl. Well, it was nice knowing you. Cameron. Doors get ripped open, then a furry clawed hand snatches him out. I scream and take my seatbelt off, ready to bolt, but the door was locked. Oh shoot. I crawl to the front seat and jump out of the car. There's a loud growl and I notice that Andres' wolf had Cameron pinned to a tree, but he was looking back at me. He growls and I feel the ground shake slightly. A part of me wanted to run for the hills, but the other part wanted to help Cameron. The really stupid part of me was winning as I walked towards Andres. Let him go, I order. It goes quiet for a second. The birds even stopped singing, probably sensing my death. Andres lets go of Cameron and turns to me. He's coming my way. I should probably run. I don't move though, not a single part of me moves as the alpha continues to take predatory steps towards me. No, 𝐴𝐻, no, Cameron coughs, trying to sit up and but failing. I'm putting my foot down. Is that the saying? I don't care what it is. I am not going to let Andres' behavior slide anymore. I get he is the big bad wolf, but we're all wolves here. He has anger issues? Big deal, because guess what? We all do. He doesn't see us taking it out on other people. Andres! Cameron shouts. We went back to 𝐴𝐻's old pack. What? No. Why is he lying? Andres stops and turns towards where Cameron was now. 𝐴𝐻 wanted to see her boyfriend? What? No. I yell yes. Heath. We stopped because she wanted to look nice, so I bought her the dress, Cameron blurts out. Andres growls as he runs full speed towards the alpha, who, might I mention, was lying on the floor. He picks him up and flings him. Cameron goes flying into the trees like he weighed nothing. I turn to where Andres stood. No one was there. And then I feel sparks all over my body and I'm lifted from the ground. Let go of me. I shout, struggling to get out of his grip. Sleep. Darkness overwhelms me as the winds start to fan my face. And just like I'm out. Wake up, a voice says. Slowly my eyes open and I find myself staring into a dark void. Taking a deep breath, I sit up. I touch my stomach and chest to see if I was still wearing the dress. Yes, I was. Thank goddess. Only my shoes were missing. I thought you left, Andres' voice says. I jump out of my skin. My heart falls to my stomach. Geez. I heave. You scared me. What the hell? I didn't even hear him. That's how quiet he is, like a mouse. I try to make him out. I let my wolf take control and use her senses. I make his dark, tall figure standing by the window against the wall. I wouldn't leave, I tell him. You wouldn't? Why? Why? Because first of all, you'll just catch me. You know why? I shrug. Is it true? What Cameron said? He asks after a beat of silence. Of course it is not. I don't know what has gotten into that alpha, but when I see him I will fight him for real this time. Ask him why he cares. My wolf says, what is it to you? When did I start listening to my wolf? What is it to me? He growls but then pauses. You are mine, 𝐴𝐻. That catches me off guard. I never expected to hear those words from Andres. He sounded possessive. Is me having a boyfriend doing this to him? I don't feel like I'm yours, I frown. As soon as those words come out my mouth I quickly regret it. I didn't mean to say it. My wolf has a lot of control over me right now. Stupid, stupid, stupid. How do I make you feel? He asks. I scoff at that. Forget about my wolf. This is all me. The fact that he doesn't know that I feel like more of an object than his mate is crazy. He literally told me that I'm of no use after I break the curse, that all I am to him is a curse breaker. I don't want to feel like that to him, even if it is for a little while. I want to actually feel like his mate. It's not like I am going to get a second mate. You're right. Huh. I am? Yes, I am. 𝐴𝐻, you're right. And have been thinking a lot after our kiss, the alpha says. My breath hitches in my throat at his words. I wanted to turn the lights on so I could see his brown eyes, but I stayed seated on the bed. I was planning on proposing an idea to you, but I couldn't find you, he says. I thought I lost you for good. I didn't think you cared. I frown. Me too. But we are fated to be together. Even if I don't want to care, I do. What is the idea? I ask. I lived for a very long time, 𝐴𝐻. Before the curse, when I was leading the alpha pack, I looked for you for my mate. I searched everywhere, pack to pack, and nothing. Every time I couldn't find you I got so angry that I destroyed everything. I was told that by many great witches that I probably don't have a mate due to my immortality. But here I am, I say nervously. Here you are after a millennia, Andres jibes. I gasp. Is that how old you are? You stop counting your age when you're as old as time itself. My eyes widen at that. Old as time itself? Although I already knew Andres is pretty old, I never thought this old. In his human form he doesn't look older than 23. That's immortality, Andres answers. I forgot that he can hear my thoughts. Back to what we were discussing, the alpha clears his throat. We have 2 weeks starting Monday until the blood moon. After that the curse will be broken and we will go our separate. Or we don't have to. I was confused. Is he going to keep me here? No, I am not going to force you to stay. I was just thinking maybe we can give this mate thing another shot. I don't get it. I open my mouth to tell him exactly that. 𝐴𝐻, he irks. If you'll have me as your mate, my wolf and I would like a second chance to prove ourselves to you. What? I ask. I was surprised and shocked. Andres wants to be my mate? For real? And he's asking me if I would give me another chance? I pinch my arms, but I don't wake up. I am not dreaming. This is actually happening. I want to try, and if things don't work out after the 2 weeks, you are free to leave. We both deserve to experience what it's like to have a mate, he finishes. I don't know what to say. I exhale, say yes. I have always wanted a mate. I mean, what girl doesn't? I too thought I would never meet mine, but I did, and I too don't want to leave without trying. Like Andres said, even if we don't work out, I'll know it's not because we were both stubborn. Okay. Go back to sleep. I will see you tonight, he whispers, his voice soft. Chapter 28. On my mind. I woke up in the afternoon, just as the sun was setting. Andres wasn't in the room, which worried me because what if everything that happened before was actually a dream? What if Andres doesn't want a chance to prove himself and my stupid brain just made everything up? I am still confused about what he meant by proving himself. What is he going to do? Guess we'll have to wait and see, my wolf says. I walk in the closet and get clothes for the night before I take my shower. After I get dressed, I tidy up the room. It was messy. My clothes were everywhere on the floor. While I fix the bed, there's a soft knock on the door. Come in, I say, opening the window and letting the wind blow on my wet hair. The scent didn't belong to Cameron or Andres. I was surprised to see 𝐶𝐤𝐬 in the room. Hey, I smile. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that he doesn't like me very much. It's not that I don't like you, Luna, 𝐶𝐤𝐬 speaks. It's just, I don't know you and I don't trust the people I don't know. My eyes widen. I forgot that all the alphas can hear my thoughts. Oh, I frown. Well, that's okay. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to get know each other. I also think you will be the end of this pack, he says, tucking a strand of long dark hair behind his ear. Oh wait, what? What is that supposed to mean? I ask, shocked that he said that. 𝐶𝐤𝐬 glares at me. Andres sent me to block your mind so we won't be able to hear you anymore. I cross my arms. You don't know me. I am not going to be the end of this pack, I tell him. Lie down on the bed, he says, ignoring me. I grit my teeth but do as he says. As much as I want to argue, I want this thing sorted. He hovers over and we make eye contact for a second before he closes his own and places a hand on my head. It's funny how I couldn't tell the difference between 𝐶𝐤𝐬 and his brother when I first got here, but now I'm realizing that they didn't even have the same hair. They only have the same eye color. Apart from that, they look totally different. To the untrained eye, they look identical, like the same person, but to the trained eye, they were different. While Samuel had a big, strong, almost 7 feet frame with a tan complexion, 𝐶𝐤𝐬 was the opposite. He was still quite big and tall, but compared to his brother, he was a twig with a pale complexion. Make sure your mind is clear. Don't think about anything, just relax, he whispers. I try to clear my head. I really do, but how do you do that? Now that I know it should be clear, I can't help but think about everything. This will not work if you don't clear your mind, 𝐶𝐤𝐬 says. I'm trying. It's not that easy, I tell him. You need to learn how to rule your mind or it will rule you, he whispers. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I continue to do that until I feel calm. That's when I feel cold tingles all over my body. I shiver and wrap my arms around myself. It felt good and relaxing. I open my eyes when 𝐶𝐤𝐬's hand leaves my forehead. Thanks. How do you know how to do that? I ask. Is he a witch too? Because normal wolves can do that, we can't even block our mind from the alpha. Alpha, Andres is waiting for you, 𝐶𝐤𝐬 says, walking out of the room. I quickly get off the bed and follow him. We walk into the dining room and the smell of delicious food hits me, watering my mouth. I also notice Andres in his usual chair wearing his usual black tank top and scowl. I quickly look away from him when he turns to me. Where's Cameron? He wasn't here. His seat was empty and my stomach twists in a knot at the thought of something bad happening to him. As soon as I sit down, the alphas dig in. I frown. Where are they waiting for me? My bad. I also dig in, piling different type of food into my plate. I intend to finish everything. I am starving. I can't hear you anymore. 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬 frowns after a beat of silence. Why is that? Because 𝐶𝐤𝐬𝐬 blocked her mind from you. Samuel answers for me. You guys are no fun. 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬 scoffs, glaring at the two brothers. Wait, so you were listening to my thoughts? I asked the alpha, taking a sip of water. I wanted to drink the wine, just a sip, but I could feel Andres' eyes on me. He won't let me. Yeah, is that problem? 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬 asks, stuffing his mouth. I glare at him. Hasn't he ever heard of privacy? We really enjoyed that kiss you and Andres shared, Dave speaks, elbowing Chris, who laughs. I blush and look at Andres, who was eating his food like nothing was going on. Either he is deaf or he is enjoying his alphas annoying me. Alphas behave, Samuel growls. It's none of our business what happens between the Luna and Alpha. Thank you, at least someone is mature in this damn pack. I smile at Samuel. Question, Dave says. I've always wondered, is Andres a good kisser? I grab a loaf of bread from the basket in the middle and throw at him. Dave of course catches it. Thanks, he smirks, taking a bite. I raise my brow. Why were you wondering if Andres is a good kisser? The room falls silence and the whole table turns to Dave, whose eyes widen when he realizes there's no way out of this. I smile to myself. Don't mess with me. Well, it's not just me, everyone thinks about whether their alpha is a good kisser or not. He mumbles. No, it's just you. Nope, that's weird, bro. Never in my life, and I've been alive for nearly 500 years. I don't even think about Andres, he scares me. I'm his mate and I don't even think about that. I laugh. Dave glares at me. Watch your back, Luna. He threatens, his face is now red in embarrassment. I laugh again. Oh, I am so scared. What are you going to do?
Kiss Andres.
Everyone laughs, making Dave storm out. He grumbles a few swear words on his way out. That just adds fuel to the fire, making everyone laugh harder. Chris falls off his chair at how hard he was laughing. Don't worry, he's all yours. I yell over to him. The alphas beside me high-five me, still laughing at Dave's little outburst.
Andres roars.
Everyone freezes, including me, but it wasn't because of Andres. No, it was the person standing by the doorway. Well, they're two familiar people that I thought I wouldn't see in a long time. Iris. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻 𝐻𝐿𝐬. Chapter 29. Mate? Missed me. Iris smirks. I can't believe 𝐿𝐻𝐻 is actually in front of me. He is here and I'm not daydreaming. I don't realize I am walking up to the beta and wrapping my arms around him until there's a loud growl and we're being separated. I end up behind an angry Andres. 𝐿𝐻𝐻's eyes widen as Andres towers over him, snarling at him. Then it hits me, Andres is going to hurt him. I quickly move to stand in between them. This kind of reminds me of the other night when I thought I was strong enough to stand up to the alpha but Cameron got hurt. Andres, this is my friend. I tell the alpha, looking into his dark eyes. I know by now his wolf has completely taken over. Your boyfriend. Andres growls. Technically, he is a boy that is a friend, no. Why are you here? Andres growls. And I'd be very careful with your answer because I will rip your heart out if I am unsatisfied. I don't move, but I do look back at a terrified 𝐿𝐻𝐻. This is the first time I've seen him scared. It's okay, he's not going to hurt you. I assure him. Of course he is, Ama. 𝐿𝐻𝐻's whisper shouts. You do realize that he is a rogue? That they're all rogues? You say that as if it's a bad thing. I hear Cameron's familiar voice say, then I spot the alpha limping towards the table. Samuel pulls out a chair for him and Cameron sits down, groaning painfully. I sigh and turn back to Andres. He's not here to cause harm, I tell him. How are you so sure? Tevel growls. I look at Iris, who was leaning at the wall inspecting her nails like she had no care in the world. Iris, you got him here, I speak, getting her attention. Why? Well, he was looking for you, so I brought him to you. She shrugs. I groan. Thanks. Brother, Ama is right, he is not going to try and hurt us, Cameron speaks. Besides, it's not like he could if he tried. Oh, thank goddess. I'll have you know I am the strongest warrior in my pack, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 growls. Not now, bad timing to try prove yourself. Answer the question, Samuel speaks up. Why are you here? I'm here for Ama, of course, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 replies, grabbing my wrist. I appreciate you looking after her, but she doesn't belong here. I try to pull my wrist back, but his hold is too strong. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 turns around, ready to leave. Where do you think you're going, buddy? Cameron asks suddenly in front of us. The look on Cameron's eyes told me to run, but what kind of friend runs away from her friend? I stay put. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 takes a protective stance in front of me. I don't want trouble. That being said, if you try to harm Ama, I will snap your neck. Cameron smirks like this. He does the motion so fast, grabbing the beta's chin and the back of his neck and twisting it to the other side, that I don't react until I hear the cracking of 𝐿𝐻𝐻's neck. I scream just in time as his limp body falls to the ground. That's when it happens. Everything around me turns into a blur as the floodgates open. I let out a sob, resting my head on 𝐿𝐻𝐻's chest. It is all my fault. If 𝐿𝐻𝐻 hadn't come looking for me, then Cameron wouldn't have killed him. Cameron, that monster. I raise my head and look at Alpha with a tearful glare. I hate him. There is a warm hand on my shoulder that sends sparks through me. "Ama, stand up," Andres orders. I push his hand off my shoulder but it comes back. I growl and grab his hand but then he grabs my hand and with a swift move he lifts me to my feet. Something in me changes when I see his face and I open my mouth to tell him that I hate his brother but he beats me to it. "He's not dead, what?" I sniffle looking at 𝐿𝐻𝐻 on the ground and back at Andres' brown emotionless eyes. "He's going to wake up any minute now," he answers. I don't know why I do what I do next but I am going to blame it on how relieved I am, because I find myself snuggling into the alpha chest. I wanted to go in for a hug but seeing how he was holding onto my wrist that was impossible. I felt awkward so I clear my throat. "This is where you hug me back," I whisper to him. I feel his body tense and he lets go of my wrist so I wrap my arms around his waist smiling in happiness. We stay like that for a few seconds until I feel his arms wrap around me. His embrace was warm, and his big strong arms seemed very protective when wrapped around my body. The world around me melted away as I squeezed him back, not wanting the moment to end. The moment does come to end though when a heaving 𝐿𝐻𝐻 sits up coughing. "What the hell just happened?" he barks. You hit your head on the wall on your way out," Cameron gulps. Slowly I untangle from Andres. My wolf didn't want to leave the warmth but I needed to be with 𝐿𝐻𝐻 right now. I crouch down to his level and pull him to a hug. "I thought I lost you." A loud growl makes me let go and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and I freeze. It wasn't from Andres, it was from Dave. "Mate," he growls looking at 𝐿𝐻𝐻. Chapter 30. "Do you realize what you've done to me?" It was quiet. I couldn't even hear anyone breathing. I think everyone was shocked as to what just happened. 𝐿𝐻𝐻's mate is Dave. The moon goddess actually paired 𝐿𝐻𝐻 with a rogue? No one hates rogues more than 𝐿𝐻𝐻. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. "We're not mates." 𝐿𝐻𝐻 is the first to speak, breaking the silence that surrounded the room. Everyone's mouth was either on the floor or they watching both 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and Dave without blinking like I was. "Yes, I am," Dave growls, scrunching up his whole face as if saying those words hurt him physically. "How is that possible?" Naomi snorts. "I don't know, but if it's one thing I've learned is that the moon goddess is full of surprises," I say, trying to lessen the tension. "Who cares if 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and Dave are mates, right?" Cameron speaks. "I care." Both 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and Dave shout in unison. I stand up and help 𝐿𝐻𝐻 up. He dusts himself off and glares at Dave. "I'd rather die than be mates with a rogue," he spits out. "A rogue?" Dave snickers, taking slow steps towards 𝐿𝐻𝐻. His fist was clenched and his eyes were starting to darken. My eyes widen and I make my way to stand in between them, but then Andres is pulling me back. My back comes in contact with his chest. "Hey!" I huff when I try to get out of his tight grip on my arm but I fail. "Stay out of it," he whispers in my ear. "Stay out of it?" Dave is much stronger than 𝐿𝐻𝐻. "He's not going to hurt him, they're mates," Andres adds, reading my mind. I guess he's right. "Sweetheart, I am a nightwalker rogue, an alpha rogue." Dave's eyes turn red. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 gasps. "You're not real, nightwalkers are not real," 𝐿𝐻𝐻 says to himself. "That's what I thought." "Trust me, darling, I don't want you as a mate," Dave says before he walks away from the beta. "Okay, lock him up." Andres sighs. "What?" "No." I turn around to face the alpha. "Let me go with him." I understand that he will need to be locked up because he is an intruder, but he needs me there with him. Samuel and Tival both grab 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and take him out of the dining room. Surprisingly, he doesn't struggle. Knowing Samuel was there made me feel better because the alpha is one of the kindest rogues I've ever met. "You're not going with him," Andres says. I glare at him. "Why not?" He narrows his eyes at me. "Because I said so." He grits out, "What do we do now?" Chris speaks, and that's when I realize that everyone has been present. That's right, Iris and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 did visit us during dinner. Packed meeting in 5. Andres orders and walks out. I sigh and look towards Iris, who was looking back at me with a smirk. "What?" I ask. In a blink she's standing beside me and looping her arms with mine. "You and my brother seem awfully close," she teases. "Oh goddess, they saw the hug. What was I thinking?" "You were thinking you love Andres," Cameron says, looping his arm with my free one. I untangle myself from him. "I'm not talking to you." I glare at him. He pouts. "Why?" "Oh, I don't know." I pause and pretend to think about it. Does snapping my best friend neck ring a bell? Iris laughs, and in retaliation, Cameron pulls a strand of her hair. "Ouch, you asshole." She groans and kicks him. Cameron's eyes glow and Iris goes flying to the wall. They continue to fight each other using their magic. Slowly, without them noticing, I leave. I need to find Andres. I walk to the kitchen to find 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 and Dave speaking quietly with each other. Whatever they were talking about was about 𝐈𝐻 because they stop when they see me. Have you seen Andres? I ask. No. I nod and make my way upstairs, search for him using his scent. My wolf says, "Oh, I almost forgot you existed. Thanks for showing up now." I reply sarcastically. It goes quiet. My wolf as usual pretends like she's not there. I close my eyes and inhale. A mixture of scents fills my nostrils. I find Andres' familiar earthly and rosewood scent lingering around. I smile and open my eyes. "Where are you hiding?" I whisper, following the scent, which by the way stops right at a closed door. He is in his room. I open the door and find Andres standing by the window. The room was dark, the moonlight shining down on the alpha. "The pack will take a vote. Every nightwalker votes counts. If they choose no, then 𝐈𝐻 can't stay," he speaks slowly. I lick my lips, taking in the information he was telling me. It didn't sound that bad. I didn't want 𝐈𝐻 to stay as much as I missed him. He needs to go back to the pack. That sounds fair, I say. Andres turns around. If the pack votes no and I vote no, then your friend is going to die." My stomach drops. Why is he telling me this? Is he going to vote no? What about my vote? I ask. Doesn't being Luna count as anything? Not really. What happened to every nightwalker vote counts? I could scream and shout and cry, but that won't solve anything. 𝐈𝐻's life is on the line. I need to be smart. Or at least try to be. I walk closer to the alpha until we're a few inches apart. Then vote to save him. I exhale. For me. Andres moves closer, his brown eyes gazing deeply into mine. "Is that what mates do?" He whispers lowly. "Am I going to have to do things for you that makes you happy but makes me angry?" No, I shake my head. I don't think that's how it works. Andres lifts his hands for a second. It looked like he was going to grab my waist, but then his hand touches my cheek and my heart starts pace like there's no tomorrow. How does it work? Tell me, how does this soulmate thing work? He asks, caressing my cheeks. I can't help but blush. I don't even know how it works, but I do know one thing. I believe that soulmates will always end up together no matter what, because the universe wants them together. The moon wants them together, and when that much power is working on their side, everything will be alright in the end. No matter what happens, everyone will be with their mate. I say, looking down. I look up at sound of his voice. The way he said my name, it was as if he wanted to tell me something, but he decided against it. The look on his face was unusual, and his emotions were telling me that he wanted some sort of connection. Or maybe I needed the connection. All this mate stuff is super confusing for both us, that was for sure. His brown cold eyes were now soft. I never thought I would see the day. Andres looked completely different. The cursed alpha rogue that stood before me was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced with a kinder, a softer Andres. I was drawn to him more than ever. Maybe it was his dark, kind eyes that made my knees weak, or maybe it's because of how close we were, but I wanted to kiss him forever. "Do you realize what you've done to me?" "No." I slowly say, unsure what he means by that. Andres takes a step back, a small smile on his lips. "Come on, it's time for the meeting." Chapter 31. Pack meeting. Wait, so the meeting takes place in a secret location? I ask, putting my shoes on. Andres was leaning against the door, watching me impatiently. "There's an ancient cave that once belonged to my family south from here." My eyes widen. "Your family had their own cave?" I ask, surprised. I really shouldn't be surprised though, especially when it comes to Andres, after everything I've learned so far. "Well, it belonged to the Velasquez children. My siblings and I found the cave when we were young. We used practice spells and magic until..." He pauses and glances at my feet. "How long does it take to put shoes on?" I get off the couch and walk to him. "Geez, what happened to the kind Andres?" His mood switched so fast. Maybe it's because he doesn't like to talk about his siblings. "Until what?" I ask, wanting to hear the rest of the story. "It's a long walk to the cave," is his answer. I don't know how long we've been walking, but it felt like an hour. Andres was walking in front of me. I was behind him because no matter how much I kicked my feet, I could not catch up to him. When he said it was a long walk, he wasn't kidding. We were now deep into the woods. It was so dark that I could barely see where I was headed. I don't know what laid in these woods. Last time I was here, I got attacked by rogues. But I am not worried with Andres here. I know nothing could happen. Try to keep up. I'm so focused on trying to keep up with the alpha that I accidentally step on a slippery leaf that makes me go sliding down. The loud thud sound of me hitting the ground catches 𝐿𝐲's attention, and he comes running to my side. Are you all right? He asks concerned as he pulls on my arm. Did you hurt anything? The alpha asks once I'm standing on both of my feet. My ass is wet and yeah, I'm embarrassed, just my dignity. I frown, wiping the back of my pants. 𝐿𝐲 slowly backs away and stares at me like I grew two heads. What? I ask, feeling uncomfortable under his stare. Get on, he says and crouches a little. This time it's my turn to look at him like he grew two heads. He will not carry me. He will not give me a piggyback like I am a 5-year-old. I rather walk, I say, crossing my arms. Just get on, you're slowing me down, he growls, annoyed. No, I shake my head. Fine, he grunts. Thank you, wait, stop. I can walk. 𝐿𝐲 wraps an arm around my back before he hoists me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He starts to walk, ignoring me, struggling to get out of his hold, but after a few minutes I get tired of hitting his back and decide to stop. This cave is where the nightwalkers spend their day. The alpha speaks after a while of silence. I always wondered where they went. I don't speak. I feel like if I do, 𝐿𝐲 will stop talking like he did before, so I wait for him to continue. He surprises me at the what he says next. Our mating ceremony will take place there too. I raise my brows at a cave. The mating ceremony is basically a wedding. Every pack has a different tradition, but basically when a wolf finds their mate before they mate, a mating ceremony needs to happen. The pack brings the girl presents. The alpha and Luna bless the couple, and the whole day is spent celebrating said couple. I know it's not extravagant 𝐿𝐲's size. No, I don't care for that. I tell him. I would have loved for my parents and friends to be there, but I guess this is my new family now. If things do work out between 𝐿𝐲 and I don't think I will see them again. We're here, 𝐿𝐲 says, then slowly puts me down. I turn around to find an illuminated path. The trees around it spiked into the night sky and towered over us. I didn't see a cave, but I start to walk knowing 𝐿𝐲 was following behind me. At the end of the path was the cave. It was built into a buddy brown rock of the cliff. The entrance was uneven and arranged in a way that it was difficult for others to see. I continue to lead, and once I enter the cave it's dark, and there's the sound of a waterfall from the distance. I can't tell if it's inside the cave or it's near here. I keep walking until flaming torches light the dark tunnel. The meeting is in session, 𝐿𝐲 says. I'm sure you're all aware why the meeting was called forward. The alpha continues, standing forward. Everyone nods. All the alphas were here, including 𝐿𝐲. Starting now, 𝐴𝐻𝐻 vote will count, 𝐿𝐲 speaks. That surprises me because I wasn't expecting that. I thought I just changed his mind about voting. I look around the circle. There was no sign of Cameron or Iris. I wonder why. Even Dave was here. I turn to Chris, who was beside me. Are Cameron and Iris on their way? I ask. No, they're not a nightwalker. Only nightwalkers are allowed to vote. The boy smiles. Does that mean I am now a nightwalker? Why did that make me kind of happy? For those in favor of 𝐿𝐲 staying and not being harmed, raise your hand, 𝐵𝐸l speaks. I do. I put my hand up straight away, looking around to see who else was siding with me. Turns out I was the only one. Dave, I frown. He's your mate. If everyone votes no, then he is going to die. What kind of person wants to kill their soulmate, especially if they have a choice? Dave doesn't look at me. For those against it, 𝐿𝐲 speaks up and raises his hand. My heart stops beating as I stare at 𝐿𝐲. Please don't raise your hand, please, I mentally beg. After a while, everyone puts their hand down. Thank goddess he didn't raise his hand. Alpha. 𝐿𝐲 nods towards 𝐿𝐲. 𝐿𝐲's eyes catch mine. His emotions were closed off as usual, and I have no idea what is about to happen, but I have a little hope after our talk. I vote against it, he speaks. What? I thought after I begged him not to? I hold back the tears and glare at him. He looks away, shaking his head slightly. Unlike old tradition, 𝐿𝐲 will not be harmed, but he cannot stay. Wait, what? That's outrageous, Alpha. He will out us. Dave roars with anger. I will make sure he doesn't remember anything. I liked our old tradition. You know, the one where we kill anyone who crosses our borders, 𝐊𝐲 scoffs. I don't care what you like. 𝐿𝐲 roars. In a second he is in front of 𝐿𝐲 and Dave. The other alphas standing beside them bow their head and take a step back. I would too. 𝐿𝐲 looked like he was about to shift. He angrily grabs 𝐊𝐲's neck and snaps it the other direction. The alpha falls to the ground. I gasp, afraid of what an angry 𝐿𝐲 will do next. He turns and growls loudly. I am the alpha. Don't forget that. Chapter 32. Thank you? I was frozen in my spot not because Andres' outburst scared me but because he stood up against his own pack. He even went against his own rules. All for me? I know how the nightwalkers worked back in the day when they weren't cursed yet. They gave any male wolf the option of becoming one of them. If he refused, they would kill him. For the girls, I've heard a lot of different things, disgusting things, but it always ended with the girl dying. Leave! Andres roars. The alphas rush out of the small space we were in. By Ama, Chris waves before following the rest of the alphas out. And in a second it's just Andres and me and 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 who should be waking up soon, but I ignore him because he wanted 𝐈𝐵NEZ gone and he kind of deserved getting his neck being snapped. The sun is going to rise soon, Andres whispers. You should get going. I look behind me to see the pathway to the entrance glowing. I didn't want to walk back alone. Iris is here, she will take you back. I bite my lips. I thought 𝐊𝐲𝐬 blocked my mind? I wonder. You can't block your thoughts or emotions from your mate, Andres says and walks towards me. I don't why, but I take a step back. Well, I can't hear your thoughts, I say. Andres notices and with a raised brow, he takes another one. I'm a different story, he says. I take another step back and the butterflies erupt in my stomach and my heart rate is over the moon at how fast it's beating. This was like a game. I take a step back and Andres takes one forward. I can feel your emotions sometimes. I let him know. Sometimes Andres mocks and takes 2 steps towards me. I glare at him. You're cheating, I tell him and take a step back. And then another one because if he's going to cheat I will too. Except that's probably what he wanted because my back comes in contact with a stone hard wall, damn it. Then the alpha is standing right in front of me. Ama? He leans in. I make a move to run away but he places his hand on the wall near blocking my exists. What do you want? I gulp nervous. Where's my thank you? The alpha asks with a frown. Oh, thank you, I tell him. Looking at those brown eyes gave me some sort of urge to kiss him. I would never do this in a million years but right now I do it. I stand on my tiptoe and press my lips against his. Andres' hand drops from the wall and lands on my waist. He pulls me close and bites me lower lip making me gasp in surprise, and boy was I surprised when his tongue entered my mouth. The kiss soon turned into something else. I've never before felt like this, and this kiss was nothing compared to our first kiss. I moan as Andres' hand roamed my body. It felt as if fireworks were going off in my whole body and I couldn't help but pull away. I needed to take a breath. Panting like a fish out of water, I look at Andres and I noticed that his brown eyes were now black as he stared back at me. His expression was intense, almost threatening. A part of me wanted to stop before things got out of hand. I was a little bit scared, but then he leans in and softly kisses up my neck until he reaches my mark. I close my eyes in anticipation and finally, his lips touch the bite mark. It burns, but in a good way. I crumble under his lips. Andres, please. I groan. Please what? I didn't even know what I wanted, for him to continue or to stop. It just was all too much at this moment. All I knew is that I developed a desire to be with Andres. Mark this night/morning down. The night that I developed my huge crush on the alpha. I feel Andres' fingers are on my hair as I lean into him. I didn't know what to do, so wrap a hand around his neck and grab a fistful of his hair. His locks were soft and silky. He moves on from my mark and a breath of relief escapes me. I don't know what would have happened if he continued to kiss my mark. He works his way up back to my lips. I close my eyes and wrap my legs around his waist to get closer. I needed to be closer to him even though every part of my body was touching his. A new wave of pleasure takes control of my body as I kiss him back. Soon though the moment is broken when I open my eyes to see Andres' face. He was starting to shift. His face was almost covered in fur. His ear was standing straight and sharp. Don't look at me. Andres growls, letting go of me and turning his back towards me. Go, the sun will rise soon, he adds. His voice was starting to sound like a beast. I wasn't scared of him. It did take me by surprise, but it's still Andres. It's okay, I say and place a hand on his shoulder. Andres turns around. His claws were out and his perfect straight white teeth were now sharp bloody fangs. I said go, he growls. My back hits the wall but I fight back against my shaking knees and walk towards him. I said no. I tell him, looking at him right in the eyes. I'm not scared of you, Andres. Then you are stupid, he growls. I shrug. Will a stupid person do this? I lean in and place a kiss on his lips. It was a more of peck than a kiss. I was going to go in for a kiss at first, but I decided against it with his fangs and all. You are a stupid girl, Andres whispers. You won't hurt me, I tell him. I am not in control, 𝐿𝐻𝐻. Please leave now, I'm begging you, please, he whispers. He sounds pained. Okay, I nod. I know he won't hurt me, but he believes that he will, and it's doing us both no good with me being here, so I listen to him and make my way out of the cave. Chapter 33. Made it to the Alpha of Rogues. It's weird, I've never seen Andres this close to someone, is the first thing Iris says to me. What do you mean? I ask her, stepping over a sleeping rabbit family. I don't know why they were this close to the cave, especially since the alphas were about to shift. Over the years, Andres has had many she clears her throat companion, but I've never seen him this interested in a person before. I am not a companion, I scoff. I am his mate. Iris chuckles. Is someone jealous? I cross my arms. Why would I be jealous? Just because Andres had many companions over the years? PFFFFTT. No. But I wonder how much is too many companions. I mean, Andres has been alive for a while now, so how many people did he have as a companion? Not that I care. I'm going to be honest with you, Iris says, interrupting my thoughts. When I left before, it wasn't because I'm some sort of renegade. I mean, I am a renegade, but in that situation, I would have never have left. I raise my brow. I don't get it. Is she going to apologize for leaving even though she said she would stay as long as I want her to? Iris takes a deep breath. After what happened at the diner with those alphas, I decided to investigate Alpha Heath. My eyes widen. You did what? He's still looking for you. He will not stop until he finds you. She continues. Eventually he would have to stop because there's no way he'll ever figure out about the Nightwalker pack. By the look on Iris' face though, I knew there was more to the story. What is it? I ask her. When I found 𝐿𝐻𝐻, I compelled him and asked a few questions, and apparently Heath has taken over the Way Heaven pack, and he knew that someone helped you escape. My mom. I cut Iris off and my stomach feels like I got food poisoning. What if he hurt my mom? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 took the fall for it. He got locked up but the Luna set him free. Iris continues. I sigh. What was my dad doing when all this was happening? He is the alpha after all. Why would an alpha let another alpha come into his pack and start chaos? 𝐿𝐻𝐻, Heath is going to find you. Iris whispers. Her words sent a shiver through me. What? I can feel it, she adds. Is it a witch feeling? Or do you just have a feeling that he might? I ask her, trying to figure whether I need to run and hide or have a breakdown. The first one, she answers. Iris looks up at the dark sky. I follow her motion to see the silver moon shining down on us. The blood moon is near. We make it back to the castle in silence. I follow Iris to the kitchen where Cameron was preparing what looked like breakfast. How did it go? Is he going to stay? The alpha asks, handing me a cup of coffee. I take it from him because I need it to stay awake. I can't sleep until I see 𝐿𝐻𝐻 and talk to him. I know Cameron knows where he is, so I need to be nice to the alpha. It went well, except for 𝐿𝐻𝐻, who just got on Andres' bad side. Iris laughs, grabbing the sizzling sausage from the pan and taking a big bite. My eyes widen. You were there. Does that mean she saw the kiss as well? But how could she? She was waiting outside of the cave. Andres and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 also made out for like 10 minutes. I choke on my coffee, you know. Yes. Both of Iris and Cameron yell in the same tone, mocking me. It's happening. My plan worked. Cameron squeals, jumping up and down. He looked ridiculous, especially since he was just wearing sweats and an apron, with no shirt underneath. I get to name their first child, Iris says. I take my hair of the ponytail it was in and use it to cover my face. I know for sure I was blushing, and that would have triggered Cameron even more. Actually, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 already said I can name all of their children Cameron lies. When did I say that? I ask. So you are thinking about pups? Iris wiggles her brows. That's cute. My face heats up. No. I'm just saying. You know I'm the reason that they're kissing. The alpha brags. Iris scoffs. No, you're not. Yes, I am. I sacrificed myself for their love. Cameron growls. What did you do? Leave? Like you always do? Thank goddess they got off my back. How dare you? For your information, while I was away I did more work than you. Slowly I put the coffee mug down while Cameron and Iris continue to argue over literally who's helped me and Andres more. It was funny, and as much I wanted to sit there and watch them, I knew that I had to find 𝐿𝐻𝐻. I inhale in and let my nose do the searching. I catch his scent in an instant. That's good, it means he is in the castle somewhere. I climb the stairs and his scent gets stronger. He is in one of these rooms. I exhale and inhale as I continue to walk towards where the smell is the strongest, and his scent leads me to a door. A familiar door. This was my room when I first got here. Please be open. I beg. As I twist the doorknob, it opens. Luck must be on my side today. The first thing that catches my attention is not 𝐿𝐻𝐻 but the ropes wrapped around his wrist and ankles. My eyes widen at the sight. 𝐿𝐻𝐻. I run to him, untying them all. I'm going to kill them. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 snarls, spitting out the material that was stuffed into his mouth. I run to the door and close it. No, sit down. I'ma move. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 snaps. I sigh. Sit down and calm down first. I tell him, they tied me up like I'm sort of rogue. The beta yells, they're the ones that should be tied up. Well, what did you do? I ask. I don't think Samuel will tie 𝐿𝐻𝐻 without reason. I wasn't tied to the bed like 𝐿𝐻𝐻 was. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 walks back to the bed and sits down, scoffing. What did I do? He whispers to himself, not believing that I just asked him that. Yeah, did you threaten them because they don't like that? I tell him. No, I stabbed one of them. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 says, sadly they took my knife before. What? I cut him off. Why are you shocked? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 pauses, his eyes darkening. What is that? On your neck, 𝐴𝐻? Shoot, shoot, shoot. I grab a handful of hair and try to cover my neck, hoping 𝐿𝐻𝐻 didn't see anything. Nothing. That doesn't look like nothing, the beta says. I touch the nape of my neck, but the right side where I knew the mark wasn't. Hopefully my plan to confuse him works. Oh, this. I say, a mosquito bite. Theirs was a pack meeting and I spent like 2 hours in the woods. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 cuts me off, and by the disappointed look on his face, I know he figured it out. Your mate is a nightwalker. That's why you've been sticking up for them. That's why you're sent. That's why it's different. You're one of them. I swallow hard. I didn't know my scent changed. What does that even mean? 𝐿𝐻𝐻, I start off. What do I tell him? Do I tell him that I am mated to 𝐿𝐻𝐻, the alpha of all alpha? The one that's in our history books, the one that we tell scary stories about, the alpha that caused wars all around the world. Do I tell him that my mate is the alpha of all rogues and son of 𝐿𝐻𝐻, the first werewolf, and 𝐊𝐽, the moon goddess? Or do I tell him about the curse? That I need to break it before the blood moon? Just thinking about it makes it seem like I am making all this it up. If I do tell him, he's going to think I've gone crazy. It's complicated. All of this is really complicated, is what I tell him, because it is complicated and he won't be here to witness the rest of it, so there's no need for me to fill him in. Tell me one thing, which one is your mate? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 asks, gritting his teeth. Is it the one with the long hair? No, I shake my head. Please tell me it's not the alpha. He exhales, frustrated. Please, anyone but him. I look down. I'm mated to the alpha of rogues. Chapter 34. Goodbye again. Why? I don't know. It's not like I chose him. I exclaim. I don't know why 𝐿𝐻𝐻 was mad at me. It's not my fault. Besides, being mated to Andres is not the worst thing in the world. Do you know that Luna thinks you're at the Mystic Pack? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 says. That's where I was headed until that girl stopped me and told me that she knew you. Why didn't Uncle 𝐿𝐻𝐻 let Mom know I didn't make it? I ask him, confused. I've been away for a while now. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 shrugs. Probably because it's too dangerous. Heath knows that someone helped you leave, and if 𝐿𝐻𝐻 had contacted your mother, she would be in trouble. I gulp. That makes sense. Maybe it will be safer if I go back. I don't want my mother or my friends to get hurt because of me. Heath has taken over the pack, 𝐴𝐻. It's no longer the way heaven but Alpha Heath's pack. He tells me. I knew that already. Iris told me. Look, everything is going to be fine. Andres is going to set you free. I tell 𝐿𝐻𝐻, trying to change the subject. It really hurt knowing my dad just gave the pack, my home, to Heath. Are you sure? Aren't they supposed to kill me or force me to join their pack? 𝐿𝐻𝐻 asks, surprised by the news. Because you're my friend, Andres won't hurt you. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 doesn't believe me. I know he doesn't, but it doesn't matter because I will not let anything happen to him. Do you want breakfast? I ask. The beta raises his brows. Not if you made it. Last time I ate your food I went into a coma. Liar, I chuckle and kick his leg playfully. I'm glad that he's coming back around. Cameron made it. Also, he didn't go into a coma. He did faint and didn't wake up for 2 days, but I swear it wasn't because I accidentally put wolfsbane in his soup. Cameron? You're on first-name basis with Rogue now? Yes, I know it's weird and confusing, but they're not so bad. I mean, Cameron is a little annoying, but other than that they're normal, I say. Rogues are normal now? I never thought I'd see the day. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 scoffs. 𝐿𝐻𝐻's eyes made me guilty. I feel like I betrayed him. I betrayed my pack because growing up we were raised to stay away rogues. They are bad, they are dangerous. One of the big reasons why rogues are so hated in the wolf community is because they are the reason that hunters exist. Because of them, we were exposed to humans. This happened a long time ago, but since then if we saw a rogue we either run or kill them on sight. What are you thinking? I asked the beta when I realize it's been quiet for too long. I can't believe that my mate is rogue, 𝐿𝐻 cries, burying his face into his lap. In an instant I'm next to him, hugging him. I don't understand what I did to deserve this. He sniffles, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close. I rub his back to comfort him. It's going to be okay. The moon goddess chose him as your mate for a reason. Rejection exists for a reason too. I look towards where the voice is to see an angry Cameron. You're not supposed to be in here. Why? He's my friend, I say. The alpha rolls his eyes. Breakfast is ready. Tell your friend he is invited too, that is if he can stand to look at a rogue without getting the urge to kill it. Huh. His words, Cameron says, not mine. Then he walks away. He looked really offended and I kind of felt bad because I may have spoken to the pack the same way 𝐿𝐻 was speaking to them when I first arrived. I haven't noticed it until now, but those words were kind of hurtful, especially since the nightwalkers have changed a lot. You should come with me. I turn to the beta. I can't. Not now. Are you afraid of Heath? If that's the reason, you should know that I'm not going back. I'm going to Mystic Pack, 𝐿𝐻 assures me. It's not that. Don't settle for worse. What is that supposed to mean? I ask him. Don't settle for worse? Does he think that I just want to mate with Andres because I am trying to get away from Heath? 𝐿𝐻 shrugs. I'm just saying misery loves company. I don't think 𝐿𝐻 will ever warm up to a rogue, so whatever I tell him will just come out his other ear. He will always hate rogues. I'm starving, can we just eat? I groan. 𝐿𝐻 hesitates for a second. Sure. Great. I smile, grabbing his wrist and pulling him with me. Sit next to me. I tell him when we enter the kitchen. Where's the door? 𝐿𝐻 asks, pointing to where the door previously was. That's a long story. Iris sighs. We have eggs, sausages, crepe, tea, coffee, she lists off. 𝐿𝐻 does sit down. That's process, I guess. Cameron walks back into the kitchen with a scowl plastered on his face. He kind of looked like Andres now. Eat up, it's a long walk from here to your pack. The alpha says, opening a cupboard and taking out 2 plates. I am not going back to 𝐻𝐻 pack. 𝐿𝐻 speaks. Then where are you going? I was told to take you back to the 𝐻𝐻 pack. Cameron glares, putting 2 full plates in front of us. You're not taking me anywhere. 𝐿𝐻 growls, his eyes changing color. I can find my way back. As much as I would love to let you go on your own and get eaten by my brothers, I can't, Cameron replies. Also, I'd say my goodbyes because you're not going to remember any of this. 𝐿𝐻 turns to me. Why is that? He asks, raising his brows. Let me guess, he's going to snap my neck again. No, he's going to compel you to forget. I say, cringing a little. You're kidding me, can they do that? 𝐿𝐻 asks, his eyes wide. Yeah, I nod. How? I exhale and look towards Cameron, who was watching us with intrigued eyes. Oh goddess, what am I supposed to tell him? It's hard to explain. I tell him and eat a mouthful of eggs. So I am not going to remember this? 𝐿𝐻 asks. I shake my head. I'm sorry, but this is how it is. The beta nods before pulling me into a hug. I can't believe we're saying goodbye again. I sniffle, burying my head in his chest. I am already starting to miss him. It was easier when he wasn't here, but now that I've seen him, I'm going to miss him so much. We'll see each other again, 𝐷𝐻. This isn't goodbye. I know, but I'm still going to miss you very much. I tell him. Cameron clear his throat. It's time to go. Slowly, 𝐿𝐻 and I pull apart. Be safe. I tell him, biting my lip to stop myself from bawling my eyes out like a baby. I will. Take care of yourself, 𝐷𝐻. Dear viewers, welcome to the exciting world of Nadia's Alpha Awakening, where the shadow of the supernatural has long loomed over the lives of our characters. Join us on Nadia's mysterious and dangerous journey, as this young woman discovers her true power in a world of werewolves and hidden desires. This is EP 5 of Nadia's Alpha Awakening. Thank you for your subscription and likes. You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 49. Both our alarms ring to wake us up, yet I'm the only one that actually gets up. I turn to my nightstand to turn my phone alarm off before climbing over to Saint's side to do the same for him. My eyes are still adjusting to the brightness and I'm left blinking to collect myself. Besides me, Saint groans, turning towards me. Get up. I shove him away before dragging myself out of bed. Come on, you need to shower. I move into our bathroom. Are we to have shower? His voice is just over a mumble, making it hard for me to actually hear him. What? I run the shower. Speak up. Are we going to have shower sex? Oh. I smile to myself. We're talked about this, Saint. Morning sex on school days make us late. Then give me 5 more minutes. I hear him slump back into bed. At his point he is not going to wake up, so I have to comply. Okay, fine. Fine what? I hear the sheet shuffle. Instead of answering, I set into the shower. Nadia? Fine what? What are you agreeing to? With a grin on my face, I let the water consume me, drowning out any outside noises, including Saint's need for clarification. We're late to school. It's not surprise for me, but I still scold Saint until we get to school. Unlike him, I have to go to the counselor's office for missing last Friday's meeting. It's nothing major, just the regular checkups to see how I'm settling and whatnot. My morning absence, however, do come up and I have to make up a ridiculous. Just as the bell to second period starts, I walk out and start making my way to class. My name is called out and I see Tomas making his way to me. We need to talk. Yeah, sure. The urgency in his tone puts me a little off ease. Let's just go back to class so we can. Not in class defeats the whole purpose if we do talk there. He starts to lead us out and I follow close behind him. Is everything okay? I try to replay all the possible scenarios that might have triggered him. Are you okay? Is this about his mate? Is she back? I don't want to pry too much, letting him lead us behind a gym building that looks down the hill. You were supposed to go home last night, right? His eyes scan mine. Yeah, I was. But you didn't. Did you? You went back to Malik's place. Time stops for me. I believe my organs have stopped and I can't even bring myself to nod. I just stare. What is he trying to say? Where is he going with this? Right. Yeah, I did. First period, you guys weren't there. He scans me. I'm not going to let my imagination run wild to why you're late, but Bella started talking. I turn away. She's starting going on about how she was supposed to meet with Malik, how she was supposed to go to him, but something made him cancel. She was really upset about it, and rambling to the point she didn't even know she was letting out so much information. I turn back to him. I don't understand. Well, what? What are you trying to say? I'm saying if you didn't show up last night, or if you showed up a little later. He stops, bringing his hand to the nape of his neck and massages it. I think you might have witnessed him cheating. No. I shake my head. He wouldn't do that to me. He gives me a doubtfully questionable look. He wouldn't. Okay. He raises his hands in the air, surrendering. He shrugs, talking a few steps back and leaving me to dwell. Malik would cheat. Would he? He wouldn't go that low, would he? The lungs in my chest squeeze tight, refusing to let any air in. I lift my hand to my chest just to make sure my heart, at least, was still functioning. I've yet to tell Tomas anything about what's happening between Malik and I, yet when my lips part, I can't stop the words. She kissed him before. I don't meet his eyes. This is so embarrassing. I saw it, I didn't do anything because we weren't technically together yet. He just kissed me. She was supposed to go over to his last night? I turn back to him. He nods. Then what? What did she say after? She called you every name in the book. Then Malik walked in, defended you, shut her up, then complete silence. We blink at each other as seconds pass by. What are you going to do? My silence is enough of an answer for him. I drag myself down to the ground, letting my knees graze on the dry grass. Bella was supposed to go to Saint last night? Was that why he was a little surprised to see me? He was expecting me, his eyes said it all. I just didn't think he was expecting someone else. Something rings like sirens around me. We need to get back to class, I mean. I nod, but Tomas moves anyways to help me up and guides me back to class. I know where our classes are. I've been around long enough, but for once I need his guidance. I drag my feet lightly but start to straighten up the closer we get to class. I nods to put on a poker face so Saint doesn't suspect anything. I shouldn't know at the end of the day. As I step in, my eyes lock to his ice blue ones. My heart should flutter. It should skip a beat, but it's barely beating. He gives me a small smile and I return the favor, going to my seat. My eyes travel to the blonde 2 seat away from him. She has her eyes pinned on me, but I quickly move my own back to Tomas. So, did you enjoy your birthday gifts? The bottom line of my lashes prickle. Yeah, I even wore the ring today. I look down as my eyes grow heavier. It suits you. Hold on. He leans in. I know he can tell my eyes are watering. What I don't know is what he'll say next. There's an eyelash poking your eye. It's annoying me and I know damn well you can feel it. He raises a hand to take out an invisible eyelash. You have to blink it out. 1 blink and 2 trails run down my face. I wipe them as fast as they came. Thanks. Chapter 50. At the end of the day, I wait for Saint at the counselor's office as he went later on in the day. I watch the closed door as people start to pour out. Finally he sets out and spots me through the crowd. Within a few seconds he's towering over me, then leans in to peck my lips lightly. I let the softness press down on me but don't react. I didn't take too long, did I? He takes my hand and starts to pull me forth towards the main entrance. He looks back at my silence. Are you okay? Yeah. I avoid his eyes, looking out at everyone making their way home. Why wouldn't I be? He gives me a skeptical look before turning into the parking lot. Do we need anything before we go home? He opens my car door for me and I shake my head getting in. I don't know what to expect. If he did want Bella over yesterday night, he isn't giving me much to work with. All I have is Tomas' word. It's enough to make me speculate though. I don't bring it up, watching the days pass by me and also watching Saint. He's as normal as he can be. I don't catch him staring or lingering stares at Bella. I don't catch him in the shadows with her, no secret rendezvous, nothing. Maybe I was overreacting. Everything was sprung on me and I thought the worst. Nothing has changed, nothing had to change, but the nagging in the back of my head tell me otherwise. I should know better, I know better. For a clear mind, I go back to my parents' house for a weekend and help around as a distraction. I'm too busy to even think about Saint, which is good, I need that. I don't mind the changing diapers or Nathan's non-stop crying. Not for the short time. Nadia. My dad calls, making me look away from a sleeping Nathan I just rocked to sleep. I start to move to his crib before settling him down, careful not to wake up. Then I make my way to my father. Yes. I open his office door a little, then walk him. You called? Yes, come in. He beckons me closer and I move deeper into the room. Read this, tell me what you think. He hands me 2 sheets of paper and I look down at the painted ink. Transfer papers? I read in the identical box both sheets share. Wait, I read some more. It says that Tilly will transfer from her current school to S and Bailey. I swap the sheet, putting her forth. She'll do the same? That's right. My dad nods. Wait, what? Really? I scan both sheets before looking back up. Alpha Vincent? He agreed. He's okay with this. Of course he is, you'll be his daughter-in-law. My lips seal together as my heart drops. Something in my breath changes and I'm taking more than I'm letting out. Right. I hand him the sheets back with a frail smile. Thank you, Dad, for talking to him, I mean. He nods some more as if it's not problem, and I keep watching him as he goes back to looking at more papers. I lean on the heels of my feet before tipping forward. My tongue has the strongest urge to question my dad, and he too seems to sense it, looking back up at me. Something else. Yes, actually. I fold my hands behind my back. Can you tell me more about you and Mom's relationship? Like my mom. His eyebrows raise at my clarification, then he drops the sheets he had in hand. Of course. He sits up. Our relationship? I nod. Well, I met her when she was 18, I was 22, I believe. Approaching her was hard enough as she had 3 big brothers. Yes, the family on my mom's side that I used to visit every Christmas. She was well prepared for all this, mates. I mean, she even told me off for taking too long, apparently. He chuckles to himself. It was always easy with her, we spent a great 4 years together. I nod to communicate my understanding. Did you ever hurt her? My question softens his eyes. Yes. We both hurt each other, but I believe I did most of the damage as well as most of the fixing. Did she tell you? Whether you hurt her intentionally or unintentionally. Did she tell you? No. Eventually she just exploded. Will I explode? If I don't tell Saint about my absurd speculations, will I just rot in the hole I dug for myself? My words hurt her a lot. I also said something stupid and never realized until it was too late. I never laid a hand on her, never cheated either. I look up at the word cheat. We share a few blinks, then I part my lips to say something, anything, but nothing comes out. Any man who cheats, it's no emotionally, especially not a wolf with a mate. I agree with you. I nod, cutting my eyes off him and sticking it elsewhere. Did Mom's parents like you? I try redirect the conversation back to her. Yes. He laughs to himself and I join with a soft chuckle. Well, I hope so. Her mother definitely adored me. I believe her father was very protective of her. My mother's parents died a few years after I was born. Like her, I don't remember much of them. Do you believe that you were a good husband? I watch his eyes scan me and he swallows before answering. I believe after I got my act together, I gave her more than just good. I gave her all of me and more. Well, that makes one of us. She got all of my father and I'm suck sharing saint. I snort to myself, shaking my head out. Thanks. I give him a smile. Sunday, I'm leaving earlier so I can make it back to Saint. Since we don't have school Monday, I want to make the most out of it. A light. Sometimes I believe my father knows more than he's letting on. I take my leave anyways, going back to check up of Nathan. Chapter 51. Moving back into the kitchen, I start to put the already washed plates away before Bailey walks in. I'm bored, she complains, then Tilly follows behind her. Can we go out? Tilly sits and starts to spin in her chair. And go where? Anywhere. Why isn't Tomas here? Bailey interrupts. Because Tomas doesn't live with us. I finished putting the dry plates away. Shouldn't we have a pack house? For 4 people. Tomas has a pool. Tilly re-enters the convocation. And it's hot out. Can you guys stop pestering me? I move out the kitchen to hear footsteps following me. Gosh. Go call Tomas or something. I'm sure he'll love to hear from you. Hell, let's go over right now. Really? I turn to an excited Tilly. Yeah. I literally sell Tomas out, letting some heat off of me. Moving back upstairs, I change into a cute 3-piece. A bikini top splashed with dark blue, green and yellow. Matching bikini bottom and mesh shorts over it. Taking my hair out, I pick my phone up and text Tomas. Hey, you busy RN? I send it before flipping my head upside down and run my fingers in my hair to fluff it out. My phone buzzes with his text back. Nope, just trying to fix my damn AC. Reading the message, I head back down with some Nike sliders and bring nothing but my phone. I let Mom know we're leaving. Tilly walks into the living room wearing a simple white rectangular crop top like swim top with denim shorts. Her hips are holding up the top of the bottoms. He go to look as a middle parting, and to say the least she looks fucking hot. Good. I nod, moving to the elevator, and then we both turn to Bailey working towards us. She seems to be in a black one-piece that has a cross pattern going on. Damn. Oh look. She stops by us as we wait for the elevator to come up. You do have boobs. Oh, shut up. Tilly turns her back to her as I let out a chuckle. We make it to my car and then start on our way back to Tomas. The front of his place is mostly stained with white walls with black highlights. Come open your door. I text back and we wait. Only when the door opens do we get out and make our way over to him. Welcome, I guess. I take my slides off and smile to his welcome. He's shirtless, holding what looks like a manual in hand. They wanted your pool. Can we go swim? Bailey's already walking off with Tilly following. Sure. Tomas chuckles and shuts the door behind me. I guess they weren't really asking, were they? He moves to the kitchen and I follow close behind him. So what's wrong with your AC? I watch him open the fridge and starts to put cans of soda in front of me. I take the bottle of water he puts out last. One day it works for only 10 or 15 minutes at a time, and another one room is completely cold as the other burns up. I don't know what the hell is going on. The manual is laid out for me to look at. I don't know if I should contact my grandparents. I open my bottle and start to drink from it. The light of his feet tapping the marble floor rings in my ears as he moves to an exist. I tag along as he takes me into a boiler room, I believe. The whole thing is covered in light wood, and the room itself is very spacious. He stops in front of an open cupboard and I look around to see it's a machine dressed with buttons, some the same gray color and others a red or a blue or green. I've been trying to read what each button does, but I'm not getting far. He glances at me and I blink at him a couple of times before throwing out a suggestion. Have you tired you too? He lets out a hopeless laugh before going back to his Manuel. We fall silent as I watch the irises of his eyes move from left to right then left again. He picks his head up, presses something, and I follow his finger. He repeats the action, pressing a colored button next time. You're supposed to do that, right? Yeah. He doesn't have a clue what the hell he's doing right now. I move away from him, scanning the surrounding before opening a cupboard. Different bottles of washing detergent and fabric softener are stashed here. How have you been holding up? I've been avoiding him as best as I can. I close the cupboard. I've got nothing. I lean back on the counter, putting my bottle down. He doesn't act weird around me, doesn't hide his phone, nothing. So I'm guessing you haven't talked to him yet? He turns, meeting my eyes. Are you going to? Tomorrow, that way if we argue we can just make up. I throw my head back with a sigh. I'm just so tired of feeling this way. I've done everything in my might to try ignore this and let it pass, but my heart just isn't beating right lately. I don't know how much I've given away, but I've been trying to ask my parents for help in the most subtle way I could possibly think of. I even talked to Tomas about this. This whole situation is taking over and I need to get it sorted out starting tomorrow. My eyes open, looking up at the squared ceiling, then I look over at Tomas, who's already watching me. Hurry up, I want to go swim. I tell him, and he turns back to continue pressing buttons. From the back, he seems to be built very similarly to Saint. The back muscles, the legs, the height, all of it. If he cheats, like really cheats, are you staying? His question stops my heart, my lungs give up on me for a second too. I never thought about it, I never let myself think about it. Are you done? My legs are not even waiting for his answer. I leave without one. Chapter 52. Our morning is occupied with some tennis, so I leave later on in the afternoon after dinner. The latest Saint is expecting me is Monday. Hell, I don't even know if he's here. Touring the key in hand, I remember Tomas' words, if you didn't show up last night, I've showed up later. I think you would have witnessed him cheat. I push the door open. He wouldn't do that to me. My legs travel upstairs in a rush and I find myself shoving the door open, my shoulders fall, the room's empty. What was I expecting? Did I want to catch him in here with that blonde? I turn, finally letting myself breath. Saint. I work my way back downstairs, I check our gym, and every place I believe I can find him before coming to the conclusion that he isn't here. Is he even going to come today? Maybe I'm too early? I tug on my long-sleeved crop top. I re-enter our room just to start pacing around. My stomach knots, making me reconsider the whole confronting him act. Do I even want the answer to the questions I'm seeking? What if I hurt myself in the process? What then? Hey, I start to rehearse. I knows we talked about his, but no. I change routes. Do you still like her? No. My breathing shakes and I try again. I think we need to talk about something that's been bothering me. My next words build in my throat. You said that you would fucking drop her. No. I chuckle to myself, that can't work. Were you thinking about me when you invited her over? Do you even think about me anymore? When you text her, when you look at her, do you see more? No. I frown at my failed attempts. It's not like I had a lot to worry about anyways. I stay stuck in our room rehearsing, so I'm ready whenever he comes back. He doesn't, however, come back anytime soon. I let my question swallow me before I finally hear the door open. I shoot up, looking at the time, 2:30 in the morning. I get up and pull my bubblegum pink joggers down before going to meet Saint downstairs. To my surprise, he isn't alone. His beta has his lazy arm around him as they stumble in. Is he okay? My voice seems to grab his beta's attention. Lie, I think it is, scans me before nodding. He's just drunk. Drunk. I take the last step down, then move to them. Do you need help taking him up? I watch how he shut the door with his foot. No, I think I can manage. I'm already hauling Saint's other arm over my shoulders. The weight of him carries me down a little, but I still manage on my part. The scent of something sweet lingers on him. Must be whatever alcohol he took to get him like this. There we go. We let him drop in the sheets, sending his head in another direction as his body. My eyes catch the sight of red bruising at his neck and I crouch down to rub it. Did we hit him? You know, he asked for you. Lie tells me, but my eyes stick to his neck. Saint's chest tries to fall as I pull the crew neck down some more, revealing more pink going red bruises. Not bruises, love bites. Hickeys. I let the shirt go, biting the inside of my cheek. Was the before or after Miss Blondie gave him those? I look up at 𝐊𝐢𝐬, I hide my emotions, I hide how broken my heart feels. I hide how those broken shards dig into my lungs, making it hard for to simply breath. And I thought all I had to worry about were Tomas' assumptions. I thought he was overreacting when all this fucking time. I step back away from his body. He lied to me. I take another step back. 𝐿𝐹, I'm already leaving, I need to get out of here. Wait, 𝐿𝐹. I race down the stairs putting my shoes on, then just leave. No phone, no keys, I just fucking run. My lungs burn as I blink my tears out. I can't stop running, I won't stop. Everything he said to me I believed. My eyes saw him kiss Bella, and when he told me the contrary I was so desperate to believe him. I'm so fucking stupid. Why did I listen to him? Why didn't I listen to myself? I knew this wasn't right yet, I was as too busy under him to realize anything else. Now he has hickeys. Hickeys? Like what? He wouldn't even let me mark him and he's getting hickeys? The burn from my lungs transfer to my legs, but I keep pushing myself. I'm not slowing down as I feel my hair being brushed through by the wind. I'm taking a left before I realize whose house I'm at. My little legs brought me here? I turn looking around, how long have I been running? I sniff and try collecting myself as I ring his doorbell, then knock. More tears pour out. He has his porch lights on, and the lights that are dug into the grass making a path shine bright too. Yet I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't answer. But the door does open and I watch sleepy eyes study me. I'm heaving, trying to let air into my lungs after the run I just did. I'm not cold, but I'm trembling. All that fills the air is my shaky breaths. I bite my bottom lip to stop a sob from escaping, but I can't. It's an ugly sob, and I've never been so ashamed to be so damaged by a boy. He lied to me. The whisper of words come out as I press my palms into my eyes, trying to stop the tears. He lied. A hand is pressed at the back of my head and I'm stepping forward into a bulky figure. I bury my face into his chest and grip the sides of him for support. I wail harder. He lied. Chapter 53. I don't think I've cried so hard. My tears pile on themselves as I choke on a mix of air and words. I'm told again and again by Tomas to stop trying to explain myself, but I can't help it. I showed up here, I made a fool of myself, he deserves an apology at least. I keep my hand close to my chest just to feel my beating heart. My eyes must have been playing tricks, maybe I'm so quick to judge because I want to believe he cheated, but no one can imagine hickeys as such. I had so much hope. I sniff with the tissue in hand. I had so much hope for us, I wanted us to work out. My eyes sting again. I wanted him to fall in love with me the way I've fallen in love with him. Tomas is opposite me, handing my more issues when I need them. What did I do so wrong? Was I not enough? Was I too much? I don't understand. I tucked myself in once again, feeling the wave of agony lit up in my chest once more. I just don't understand. I sigh before sniffing again. Hickeys. Like hickeys. Like what? I don't hickeys. I give up trying to phrase my words correctly. And I'll be the whore, right? If I went out my way to kiss another, I'll be the bad guy? I should have known. My voice breaks. He never wanted me. I tuck hair out my way for the 100th time. And just like Tomas has been doing, he moves all my hair behind my shoulders. I keep rambling and going on and having Tomas listen to me. On my part, my decision to go back is not a good idea whatsoever, but I need to so I can get my stuff and leave. Do you want me to wait outside? We come to a stop in front of the mansion I know Saint is in. No. I take in as much air my lungs can take before letting go. No. I step forward and reach out for the handle. I twist to see it's already open. We walk in. My eyes immediately go to the start of the stairs where Saint shoots up from his sitting position with 𝐊𝐬𝐬 already standing next to him. Nadia. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I look over at Tomas before stepping forward. Where'd you go last night? Even though Tomas froze some spoons for my eyes, they still feel heavy. I move to the stairs, pinning my eyes on Saint, then move right past him. Nadia. Keep going. Stepping into the room, I go under our bed and drag out the duffel bag I came here with. I'm going home, I can't stay here anymore. What? Wait, is this about last night? I turn my back to him, going into his closet and start grabbing my hangers. Please let me explain myself. No. You don't need to explain yourself. I heave hangers off, then wander back and then throw them on the bed. You've been telling me all along it's my fault. I was so fucking desperate to believe you. Listen to me, please just believe when I say, no. All I've done is believe you. You don't want me. I got back to grab more hangers. Yes, I do. He objects and I come back. No, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't. I start removing hangers and start stashing my clothes in my bag. You know what you want? A good fucking time, which I can't give you. I don't know how to. You barely gave me 3 months. You're not even ready for this. For what? A mate. You know what a mate is? Don't fucking yell at me, Saint. I lower my tone and raise my argument. You have no right. You cheated on me. He runs a hand through the front of his hair. I didn't cheat. I let out a sad chuckle, dragging it into a long pain-filled laugh. Are you seriously denying it? You didn't cheat? I repeat his words back to him. Are you listening to yourself? My voice breaks, my eyes blur, and I go back to stashing clothes. I'm sorry. I shake my head to his apology. I swear. You're sorry? What the fuck am I supposed to do with that apology, huh? You know where you can stick that pathetic apology? Up your fucky. You're barely giving me a chance to explain myself. He talks over me. What more do you have to say? The first time you kissed her I was like, okay, we weren't together yet, but now? Seriously, like what? What more do you have to say? I never meant for it to go like this. Oh. Did you want me to not find out? Why do you keep twisting my words? His head hangs as I zip my bag up. I didn't even grab everything. I need to go. It's not what you think you saw. What I think I saw. What I think I saw. Is that your way of explaining yourself? Trying to gaslight me. That came out wrong. I storm past him. Nadia, please. No, 'cause you see. Tell me what I think I saw. Please enlighten me. We stand in the corridor, my eyes beg for an answer, his beg for understanding. I know damn well I ain't giving you those hickeys, neither is Jacob. You let Keith kiss on you like that. Come on, whatever you took was strong enough to slow your healing. I know what I saw. So tell me, Saint, explain. Tell me why. Why would you jeopardize us? His lips part, but I beat him to it. You know what? Fuck it. I don't want to hear it. I start for the stairs in a rush. Can't we talk this out? We've been through this. No, you've already put me through this. I walk the distance to get away from him. I'm breaking up with you, I need a damn break from you. Finally I turn looking at him. The eyes in which I once drowned in seem to be swallowing him whole. You don't need a break, I'm your mate. I wouldn't need a break if you could keep your dick in your pants. I never fucked her. He steps forward. You don't have to fuck her to cheat, Malik. I take a step back. Don't call me that, call me Saint. You have a right to call me Saint. I didn't even realize I called him Malik. I'm tired. I sigh, letting my shoulders go. My eyes sting and I know my time for being strong is running out. I turn, walking away again. You know, all that fighting you did with Clive, it was all in vain. One last look at him. Finally, you got the Luna you were so desperate to protect and you can't even treat her right. I hope you're proud of yourself. I hope it was all fucking worth it. I swing the door open, leaving with no turning back. Chapter 54. My forgetful ass forgot my keys and I turn to go retrieve them. I got it. Tomas stops me and I nod, going to my car. My name is called and unwilling I turn back to it. Get in, Nadia. Tomas towers over me in my way. I'll take you home. I nod, getting it, fighting Nia. She wants me to go back. She's begging me to go back and my body has sided with her. My subconscious, however, knows. And my heart knows better too. Keeping my eyes on my shoes, I constantly have to remind myself not to fall apart. Not yet. The second I step back home, my feet rush me to my dad's office, where he seems to be stuck in a book. His eyes find mine and I completely lose it. I drop to my knees, letting me sobs echo around the room. My father takes me into his arms, but his attempts to soothe me only make me weep harder. Nadia. The worry in Tilly's voice rings in my ears. Dad, what's wrong? Just give her a second. Did something happen? Bailey asks. She didn't, she never said much. Tomas lies, the question was probably directed to him. Leave everyone. My father doesn't have to repeat himself as feet start to distance themselves on their own. Take your time. He hushed me as the dull ache in my chest beats in time with my heart. With not appetite, all I do is shed tears before I knock out. I spent my Monday in tears. No one knows how much I really cried. I don't even know how much I really cried. I can't seem to escape the feeling, the pain my heart is constantly in. When I wake up for school, my body won't move. My eyes are swollen shut and I let out a shaky breath. I don't want to attend today. I haven't woken up by myself in so long, it feels so strange. It feels strange to have a body to hug while I'm still stuck in my trance of sleep, to not be able to wake up and feel the safety of his breathing and his arm around me to keep me in place. It's a routine I have to follow. I don't go to school for that week, hell I don't even do anything for that week, all my movements consist of bathroom breaks and showers. I wake up, miss him, cry about missing him, shower to cry more, continue to cry, remember he cheated, get mad and pretend to scream at him before crying some more. Cry myself to sleep, then restart. For 5 more days. Malik came over twice I believe, but was always stopped downstairs. I had to listen to him try to compromise with my father then Bailey about coming up to talk to me. He always called and texted and continued to call and text so much I had to stash my phone in my closet so I don't get tempted. I can't keep this up any longer. I've avoided everything, but today I decide to actually get up, put clothes on that don't belong to Malik, and make my way downstairs. The living room is occupied with my father and Alpha Vincent, who both see me and stop talking. I keep going and greet them before moving to the stairs exist. I take them up to the roof where it should be empty, but instead I find my pack sitting close to the edge. Tomas is the first to look back before my sisters do the same. Nadia. Pack meeting without your alpha? I move in. Should I take offense? I haven't been the best alpha to them for this past week. The first thing I should have said was an apology. Come join us. Tomas shuffles aside and I side by him. Dad just explained to us that we'll be transferring this September. Tilly continues. Right, I was supposed to tell them that. I was like, we should hang around you guys, but Tomas here is tell us to get some friends. You guys do need friends. Tomas raises his argument, making Bailey laugh. I'm just saying. What if Nadia and I decide we don't want to take the year of college credits S provides, what then? You're telling me you guys are going straight to uni. I'm telling you, you need friends. He chuckles and Bailey laughs harder. I thought I would have to fake a smile for then. I thought it would be better to force it than be moody all the time, but I find myself smiling a genuine smile. We're not lonely, you know, we can stay together. Bailey butts in. Yeah, but this school's different, you have to stay with the same class for the whole year. I'm just saying it should be easy enough. Tomas leans back on his hands. You're saying that like you have friends. His jaw drops at her comeback and I let out a chuckle. You out here hanging around with us, we're your friends, huh? You're an experienced loner. Tilly tells him. More reason for you guys to take my advice. Whatever. Bailey rolls her eyes and I watch Tilly laugh some more. Take your own damn advice. Play nice, Bailey. I warn her and she flashes me a smile. God, I've missed them. Everything about this makes me forget everything about Malik. Even if it's for a short period of time, I wouldn't have it any other way. Hey, Tilly speaks up. Tomas is getting better at tennis, you know that? Right, they went playing today. He almost beat me. I lost my balance, that's the only reason you won. Tomas turns to her. You tripped over your own 2 feet, who does that? They start going at it, picking at each other's flaws while they laugh and I listen. I believe it's better this way. I don't, however, miss the concerned looks that they all shoot at me when they believe I'm too occupied to notice. It's clear that they're worried about me, but I'm going to pick myself up, it's time I do. Chapter 55. The easy part was getting ready for school. I'm too occupied to think about anything else, but walking into school was the first step I really had to take. Seeing him was the second. I make my way to my locker to get my agenda out and check what I have for my first period, chemistry. I find Tomas already in class and he looks up surprised to see me. I move to him as his smile grows. Ah, look who finally decided to show up. Shut up. I sit down. Even though I tried not to look, I couldn't help but to and realized Malik is not in class. I couldn't even smell him. His pack, however, is here except the alpha in question and lie. How are you holding up? I'm fine. I practiced that in the shower getting ready on my way here. It's almost believable. Almost. All this revision is driving me crazy. He leans on his elbows. Oh yeah, the revision for the upcoming exams. I really need to catch up. I drop my sentence feeling the scent I once didn't recognize blow up my nose. Nadia, can we talk? I look up at Malik towering over my desk. The dull ache in my chest returns at maximum capacity as I meet his eyes. No. Who knew one word could take so much form you? We sustain eye contact before the teacher walks in and I divert my eyes to him instead. Alpha. A mumble by lie I assume before I'm finally left alone. I let go of a breath I didn't know I was holding. I have to do everything in my might to hold on to one emotion. Anger. If I'm mad at him I won't run back to him. If I keep remembering him coming back with hickeys I won't go back. I keep my eyes at the front as our teacher explains our laboratory exercise. Once he's done, Malik stands yet again and come right for me. We're partners, he commands, and my eyebrows knit together. No, we're not. Tomas is with Bella. He looks over at Tomas. No, he's not. I do the same and watch Tomas look between us. I shake my head to him standing, but he goes anyways. I try blinking to wake up, but it seems I'm not dreaming. Instead, I wander off to go get in safety jacket and our required equipment. Are you going to write? My eyes start to sting. I glance back at Tomas, who's already looking. Why'd he have to fucking leave me with Malik alone? Or do the practical? I'll write, he tells me, and I start to empty the basket I brought. I move the sheet of instructions that was handed to us, bringing it closer. I couldn't get to you. My heart drops. I texted, I called. Yeah. I take my blazer off to put the white jacket on. I watched it ring. Solution A consists of potassium iodate and 98% sulfuric acid. I let my eyes wander to his hands to see if he's actually getting any of this down. Nadia, you need to give me a chance. My hands start to tremble. I don't know how long I can go listening to him. I was too hungover to explain anything, too much in shock to really say anything that made sense. Solution B consists of cornstarch, malonic acid, and I picked the last up to read. Manganese sulfate monohydrate. So you're just going to ignore me? Not ignoring you, I'm very well aware of your presence. I grab a beaker and pour in 100 milliliters worth of distilled water. I glance up to see if Malik noticed my unsteady hands. I'd be surprised if he didn't notice with the way he's studying at me. I turn the mixer on and start to pour in my potassium iodate, form my first solution. So this is you copying? I shoot him a glare, going back to add 100 milliliters 98% sulfuric acid. You still smell of me. Malik? I almost smashed the breaker of acid putting it down. Potassium iodate, you said? He finally goes back on track. I'm left watching my equipment through blurry eyes. I've spent my days and night crying in the clothes that belong to him, that he let me borrow. I did anything to try ease me yearn for him. He isn't helping. Hate him, remember to hate him. Mixed with 98% sulfuric acid. I add, watching his hands scribble it down. I blink my tears out, letting them drop, then rush to wipe them. I feel like your decision was made out of impulse. We should have a proper talk before any decision is made. Made my mind up. I start solution B. I can't say much right now, but we can always talk about your cheating habits later on. I cut him off. I glimpse up at him to see I've taken him by surprise. Or would you rather discuss how you foo later? He stops me and I catch his eye once again. Only then do I realize how quiet it is around us, like say we're the only ones in this room. I go back to our lab, limiting my response to him. He goes back to writing, and I believe he's finally given up on trying to talk to me, but rips paper to slide it over to me. I watch it for a second before opening it up. Give me 10 minutes in the parking lot at lunch. I shake my head. He retrieves the scarp of paper to write on it some more. 5? I give him a look and he takes his paper back again to start writing before he slide it back over to me. Being on a break, form your mate is harder than you think. I take the paper, turning it over. With the same pencil I write in bold letters, "Fuck off," before sliding it back to him. You have got to be kidding me. He sighs before crumpling the paper and goes to dip in the solution A. I did. Don't do that. I grab his wrist with his fingers halfway in the solution. I don't even know if this stuff burns or not. Have you lost your mind? I grab the side of my open jacket to wipe his hands. I take note of how clam he's gone and glance up. He's wearing a very satisfied smirk. I look down at me nursing his hand and drop it automatically. Idiot. I mutter, trying to conceal the fact I fell right into his hands. Asshole. Chapter 56. I don't show up at lunch. Instead, I stay out next to Tomas. He finished the cafeteria hot dog he bought as I play with the tip of the straw in my mouth for my drink. As much as I try to, I can't stop thinking about him, especially the time we spent together. I miss how much we always used to play like kids together. The way he would literally tackle me, the way he made me laugh. You should really let him speak his truth. I turned to Tomas' sudden words. He won't stop until you do. He nods to something behind me and I follow his gaze to see Saint coming right for us. Give us 10 minutes, will you? He takes it upon himself to sit right next to me and I shuffle over. Tomas stands. You like Skittles, right? He asks me but I can't bring myself to answer. Gum it is. I can tell from the direction he's going. He off to the convenience store close to our school. I know how hurt you are. He can't be staring with that, seriously? I've put you through hell. You shouldn't have to sit here and constantly ask me to pick you. You should have always been my first choice. I'm sorry I didn't realize that. There was a night she was supposed to come over. I finally look over at him, the blue of his eyes, the pink of his lips, the curls, they all stand out. This is the confession I've been waiting for. Yet I don't think I can handle it right now. The night you came home early she was supposed to come over just to talk though. I knew it was wrong when you came home and I felt as if I was hiding it. Then I didn't tell you. I should have because you heard it from Tomas. Your sense of attitude changed. He stops and we're left looking at one another. I'm sorry Nadia, I haven't been treating you right, you deserve better. I'm in love with you and it took you leaving to realize it and I'm so sorry. He reaches out to touch me, I reject his touch, his hand drops. Okay. I tell him, I turn back to the field in front of me. Okay. He sounds a little confused but I don't meet his eyes again. Tell me what I can do, I want to fix this, let me fix it. There's nothing left to fix. My tone grows cold, hate him, remember to hate him. I don't think you understand Malik but I'm not coming back. I turn to him. I've stayed long enough for me to look stupid. His eyes grow a tint glossy. I want you to watch me be happy. I want you to see just how happy I can be without you. Every time you look at me, I want you to remember how you betrayed me. His lips part but I beat him to it. I'm not the stupid girl that fell in love with your words. I won't take you back. Not anytime soon. His eyes drop to the ground as the seconds of my words dig deeper into the already salty wound. He stands. I won't give up, I don't care what you tell me. I watch his feet before I can lift my head to meet his eyes. He doesn't say more. He turns his back on me and that's when I blink realizing how heavy my eyes are. Tears pour out as I watch him go. You know what? He turns on his heels and come back. I know you still care about me. Of course I still care about you. I wipe my eyes, I told myself I wouldn't cry in front of him. This time he sits in front of me. Unlike vampires, I can't just turn it all off. Then why are you fighting me? You cheated on me, Malik. What else is there to do? I keep my eyes on my hands. He had all this time to let her go. All this time when I wasn't even around. Now that I don't want anything to do with him, he's leaping. You stood there and lied to my face. Do you know what distance does to wolves that are mated? I've marked you, Nadia. You'll torture yourself being apart from me. You seem to be very educated on mates. Did you think about me when you were with her? Nadia, come on. No. Please tell me. I picked my head up. What does she have that I don't? I forbid myself from shedding any more tears in front of him. Tell me what happened. The night you came drunk out of your mind. Tell me what happened. His eyes study me, probably for bluff, but I'm not kidding. I want to hear him say it. Here now. We don't have to talk about that. Why not? All of this happened because of that. Why wouldn't you want to talk about it? I watch him. Would you like me to rephrase the question? No. He knows me too well for that. She lead me on and I let her do her thing. What does that mean? His eyes work away from me. What is this thing that you let her do? He flinches at my words before going to rub the back of his neck. Nadia, come on. I chuckle to his response. I thought you wanted to fix things. Don't patronize me. I smile at him. Okay. I think we're done here. You've said your piece, I listen. I stand, he does the same just to tower over me. If everything was right, I would warp my arms around his neck taking his lips without a care in the world. But everything isn't right, so I step back. I am going to fix this. I look for any sign of Tomas before I move past Malik and start going in the direction. I need to put space between us, I need to leave. Chapter 57. I talk to my father, trying to see if it's actually true, if I'll suffer so greatly without Malik. He gives me a little to work with, tells me I can die if I'm weak or sick, but I'm neither. I can only stand by that statement for so long. My whole body feels like I'm dragging around a corpse. The small portions of food I used to take so easily feel rejected in my stomach, and I can only keep it down for so long. The only thing that's continuous is the pang of agony why I see Malik at school or when he's not around. I don't know how long I can keep this up, how long I can go on until it finally gives in to my wolf and I'm standing at his door. Whenever I feel too weak to even get up at times, Bailey or Tilly come just in time to pester me about a run and I have to follow through. Tonight's one of those nights. Luckily Tomas is also here so I could just chill at the back as they run off. We pack our backpack of clothes and I add some oversized shirts and sports shirt that belonged to my father for Tomas before we set off downstairs. We follow the routine of dropping out bags near the entrance before we shift. As planned, I stay behind them as Nia and I watch them race off in a game of tag by the looks of it. I sit in wolf form watching them form a safe distance and they race after each other. It's been a few days now since Malik really talked to me. I think my speech cut a few strings of hope for him since all he does now is stare from afar. And it's none of those slick stares, he literally fixates me until I give in and look up at him. We always end up in a staring contest with him winning. Only because I have to look away when Nia over here decides she wants to take control, at the worst possible moments, and it makes my eyes flicker fine gray to black. I haven't had this type of situation ever since the first time I met Malik. Now it's worse. I constantly have to fight her on this, always putting myself first before, or I know exactly where she'll take us, exactly whose front step. With the energy I do have left, I go on to play with them. Even if I can't stand for as long as I used to, I still enjoy the fun I do have. Going back upstairs, I dress myself in one of Malik's hoodies and sports short before going back down to Tomas waiting for me. His eyes watch me approach before he pushes the elevator button and it rings open. We reach the last floor and we step out. I can't believe you actually want to walk home. I huff, following him out. You have a whole car, Tomas. Exercise, Nadia, exercise. My ass. I follow behind him as we exit the building. The air out is still warm but getting a little chilly the more we stand. I'll walk you home then. I start and glance over my shoulder at him. I don't think that's a good idea. He catches up. Why not? I catch a glimpse of him. What kind of alpha would I be if I don't? I get that, but you're in no condition to walk for 40 minutes. Shut up, Tomas. My tone takes us both back. I'm fine. I try saying lighter. You're paling each day, you're slowing down, not eating right and barely sleeping. You're not taking this shit lightly. I don't know how much you can physically take. I sigh at the concern in his voice. I can walk 40 minutes. I put another foot in front of the other. I'm not running that low on energy. You still wear his stuff. He points out and my eyes drop to the hoodie I'm wearing. You clearly miss him. Maybe you should find an alternative? Friends with benefits type of situation? I've found an alternative. I just recently thought of this, presented it to the witch that made me alpha, and she thought I was going to pull through. I'm going to reject him. Whoa. Tomas stops, but I push my legs to keep moving. I need to cut all ties I have with him. I listen to his feet catch up. I think it's for the best. Wait. Tomas' eyes in front of me. Now I'm not siding with the idiot, but I think that's too harsh, even on yourself. Rejection isn't so easy as it sounds. Till this day I feel the void. Do you want that? If it's better than this, I push past him. Then I'll take it. I don't think you understand. Tomas. I let out a shaky breath. I'm constantly in battle with myself. I keep telling myself I can fall apart at home, but when I get in bed I stay up staring at the ceiling. I thought about it all, friends with benefits, settling, going back, and it all ends with me in more pain. There is no other way. The worst is yet to come and I'll kill myself if I go on any longer. Yes, you've been rejected. Yes, it hurt like hell, but this I can't bear. I'm tired. No, I'm fucking exhausted. My body hurt, my heart hurts. Some mornings I can't even bring myself to open my eyes. Keep moving, I remind myself. I need to keep walking. I'm breaking, falling apart. I can only be strong for so long, Tomas. I'm running out of time before the bond brings me begging on his doorstep. That's the only way you survived, right? I glance behind my shoulder at him. Friends with benefits? Sneaky links?
Secret rendezvous?
I can't do that. I'm already attached to him. If I let myself go back, I'll stay. I'll stay with him, happy or not. I see myself staying. Chapter 58. So what? You reject him, then what? He catches up to me until we're at shoulder speed again. He's already marked you. I know.
𝐿𝐥𝐼𝐸
I've talked to Zelda. She says all I need to do is find a wolf willing enough to bite over it, and I'll have to mate with him. Tomas' silence is putting me a little off edge. Such ritual is done only if another wolf forces himself on an already marked female wolf, but I know one thing for sure, it'll be easier. I lift my head. I'll obsessed over my new marker, crave him, it'll take some heat off my shoulders. The light has drained from the sky and all that's left is a dark sky. The street lights make it hard for me to see the stars, but I know they're there. Who else knows? You're the first. I tell him. It's not well thought, I know, but it's the option I'm leaning on right now. Shit. He mutters. Maybe telling him wasn't such a great idea. I haven't thought about it properly myself, and here I am presenting it to him. Gosh, imagine what my dad will say. What about 𝐿𝐴? Do you not love him anymore? He broke my heart, but I still love him with all the pieces. I try pulling the corners of my mouth into a smile. As cliché as that sounds, it's true. I'm doing this for me. Our walk continues as our silence hangs thick in the air, but I keep my eyes straight ahead, not wanting to continue my ramble. The stillness of our surroundings makes me look back multiple times to ensure we haven't frozen in time. And have you? His sudden pause makes me look over at him. Have you found someone willing enough to bite you again? His eyes stay on mine. Something about the darkness of the green in his eyes make them look brown. I don't know why. No. I shake my head, focusing on my path once more. No, I haven't. You staying over? His voice goes up an octave as I spot his place in the distance. I could always drive you home, but I did just get a new couch and I need the best of the best to test it out. I chuckle a little. Plus it's a little over midnight. We have school tomorrow. That could get me in some trouble. His place gets closer. Even from afar he still has his porch lights on with his light-up path. I didn't tell anyone. PFF. I turn to him, shrugging. What's the worst that could happen? We come to a stop at his door and he swings. I open. I take my shoes off before wandering in as he switches the lights on. Bedroom's the first door on your left. I turn to him. I thought you said you were taking the bedroom? Wow. His eyebrows raise, bringing more life to his eyes. What? I know you're alpha and all, but that's a little cocky of you. When I said the best of the best would test my new couch out, I was talking in third person. I go to punch him in his arm. Ow. You're an ass. That's definitely not how you put it. Didn't mean to lead you on. I roll my eyes to his comment. I start to move according to his directions and find the bedroom automatically. His whole room had a dark theme to it. The bed, curtains, sheets, nightstands. I move to his Royal Egyptian-looking bed before ripping the corner off for me to get in. A new ceiling to stare up at. Taking as much as I can, I turn to my side and cling onto myself. I need to at least try fall asleep. There's no reminders of Malik here. Here I can try. I don't make it far into my snooze. Out of nowhere I'm shaken away with my name repeated to me. Yes, I'm waking her. I right now, Nadia. My eyes open to Tomas on the phone. She's up, we'll be there in 10. He hangs up. What's going on? I sit up with half-squinted eyes. Bailey and Tilly got into trouble again. He warps an arm around me, pulling me out of bed, and I follow. What? I rub sleep from my eyes. Bad trouble? What time is it? I don't know, and he checks his phone. 5 in the morning. We start making our way back into the living area before putting out shoes on. We leave, getting into his car, and I throw my hood on before buckling in. This better be fucking good. We stop in front of my home and then go up the elevator. Even beige that I can smell Malik's presence and know this can't be any good. The door dings open to a view of both my sisters sitting on the couch with their heads bowed, my father and mother on one side, then 𝐿𝐴, his wife Malik, and Miss Blondie. I take my eyes off them. Immediately. Why is she here? Why the fuck are they both here? Together. Nadia. 𝐿𝐴 speaks up, sleep still stuck in his voice, so I wasn't the only one that was rushed here. Your betas seem to have gotten themselves in an unfortunate incident. What happened? I step forward, making sure to stay on my father's side. They keyed our cars. I look up at Malik's words. My eyes go from him to my sisters, them to him again. Caught them just as they were finishing up and had to tackle Bailey down myself. I take another glance at her. Her joggers are roughed up. What did they write? Tomas speaks up for me. The truth. Shut up, Bailey. Tilts hushes her. See for yourself. Malik hands his phone over to Tomas and I lean closer in to see what he's looking at. The first picture has the word cheater in bold keyed into it and the second picture is a white car. Not belong to Malik with the incomplete word whore on it. Chapter 59. Tomas lets out a snort and forcefully tries to conceal it with a cough. I bring my hand up to cover the smile growing on my lips. No, they did not. I zoom into the second picture to see that the word whore has a missing E at the end. They didn't get to finish. Nadia. My father snaps as a full snort escapes Tomas and he spins on his heels, turning away. I'm sorry, you're right. Here's your phone. I hand it back over to Malik, who takes it. This isn't a laughing matter. My father's friend scolds me as I mask my smile. Do you condone this type of behavior within your pack? No, of course not. I protest, my smile falls. I would never encourage such behavior. Well, their message was sent and revived loud and clear. Vincent's tone has gone cold. We understand the pain my son has set upon you, but this is overdoing it. I understand. My son was wise to call a family meeting instead of going straight to the police. I nod. Charges could be pressed. It won't happen again. I try not sounding so sarcastic. I hope not. My father glares down at my sisters. It won't. Promise them. It was a rebellious instincts protect their alpha. It won't happen again. They will be punished, right? Just the nagging of her voice annoys me. I look over to Malik, giving her a stare. What? My car was keyed too. Maybe if you weren't such a home wrecker. Bailey, that's enough. My father shuts her up as Tomas as I share looks. He's still trying not to laugh. I can't with him. Bailey, Tilly, come here. Tilly is the first to stand and then Bailey before they are both besides me. They will be punished, I'll see to it. I lock eyes with Alpha Vincent. Alpha, accept my apology of behalf of my betas. We'll take any punishment you endure on us as a pack. On top of that, these two. I raise my hand to the back of my sisters' heads. Will get additional punishment from their alpha and parents. We are so very sorry for the trouble we've caused. I bow my head, forcing down my sisters too, in hopes Tomas is doing the same. I'm sorry, Mrs. Salvador, father too, and others we've upset tonight. 𝐾𝐤𝐳. I swear, one more word from Blondie and I'll key something to her damn forehead. Bailey. I push her lower, waiting for an apology, even a half-hearted one. Bite me. We're sorry. Tilly rushes out as I shut my eyes, biting back a laugh. Bailey will be the death of me. That's enough apologizing for tonight. We stand straight once more. Saint and Bella will contact you if ever they need their favor chased in. I nod my understanding. I shouldn't care, I shouldn't want to know why, but I can't help but think the worst. My eyes land on Malik once more and he seems to be already holding his gaze on me. Why is he here with her? If Bailey and Tilly could get to her car, that means she was obviously wherever he was. My father, Alpha Vincent, and his wife all seem to be in a robe of some sort, but he's in a simple shirt and shorts. I'm not even going to waste my time to look at Blondie to see what she's wearing. Are you leaving? My father asks Vincent. I can spare a few minutes. He answers. I'll make you coffee or tea. I offer and my father nods. Grabbing Tomas' wrist, I move to the kitchen. Today will not be the day you leave me alone with him. Do I make myself clear? Crystal. He smiles and I turn to go grab a tray before I start setting the tea bags out as well as cups. So what now? We're all going to be punished somehow. I'm just saying. He throws his hands up. Take punishment as a pack. Like what did I do? I shake my head, feeling my cheeks starting to hurt. I can't believe they actually did that. We beam at each other. You couldn't even be serious. It's not like your sister was helping. He leans his back onto the counter, crossing his arms. We really need to start practicing pack traditions like telepathy. And communicate in serious situations as such? I look up at him. No one would take my serious. I stop at the sight of Malik. With one hand he runs it through the front of his hair and Tomas turns to follow me gaze. Am I interrupting? No. Yes, I say after Tomas. Malik looks between us. I'd like to cash in one of my favors. He's still at the door. I want to talk, just you and I, somewhere only we'll be alone. My heart shouldn't flutter, but I can't help it when it races a little faster. Now, you're throwing your favor on a chat? He nods to me and my eyes drop to the ready tray. Picking it up, I go serve my father and the other guests. I notice Bailey and Tilly are no longer present. They must have been sent to their rooms. When all is done, I let myself follow Malik out and into the elevator. My father flashes us a glance, so does Alpha Vincent, before going back at their conversations. The only other two pair of eyes that stay on us are Tomas and Miss Blondie. The door's shut. I start to count my heartbeat. Anything to distract myself from the pressure of Malik's gaze on me. It's not long before we're out and he's leading me at his car. His brand new 𝐾𝐞𝐬. I don't think they can hear us this far down. I stop at a safe distance. He opens the passenger door for me anyways. Still, Malik. Please, Nadia. The door stays open. I won't drive. I tug the sleeve of my hoodie, letting my hands disappear. 10 minutes. I start closing the distance between us. I'll take it. Chapter 60. The door shuts behind me as I sit and watch him go around to get in himself. I swallow hard before looking over at him. Dawn is starting to rise and it highlights his features. I don't know how many more times I have to apologize, but I'm sorry. You were right, I jeopardize us, I let her get between us. I don't think I want to. Please just listen. He cuts me off, leaning in. The worst feeling ever is not being able to talk to you. I can't run to you like 𝐿𝐲 to remember the time you couldn't sleep, so I took you dancing. I told you it was a surprise, but all I did was take you to an empty street where we could have a dance off. I don't think this is helping. I drop my head, feeling my eyes sting. Truth is, I still love you and I'm not quite sure what to do with it. I just want to hold you and talk all night like we used to. I just simply miss you. I miss us, Nadia. I feel the heat of his hand on my cheek, then my head is lifted and I meet his eyes with my own. Doesn't it mean anything to you? That fact that I love you? I shake my head. It's too late for that. The whisper of words barely make it off my lips. I can't be. He takes my face with both his hands. If it were, you wouldn't be in my car. I can see you still care. You're still breaking my heart and you don't even know it. It's the bond. I wouldn't put you through this much pain. You're the reason I'm in this mess. Why am I not shouting? Instead, when I blink, trials run down my cheeks and he wipes my tears. You did this to me. Don't talk like that. We're going in circles. The force of his lips on mine take me back. Our lips stick before he pulls away. I need you, Nadia. He puts our foreheads together. And you need me. I shut my eyes, feeling the softness of his lips once more. More tears spill out. I kiss him back, letting his body lean into mine, letting our lips clash onto each other. He lets go of face. One hand disappears into my hair and the other tugs on my waist. I hold on to him like he'll slip right through my fingers but forget to breathe. My lunch scream for air as I break away. Shit. I huff and turn, immediately getting out. Fuck. What am I doing? Nadia. I push myself to move faster. Nadia, wait. 2 doors close behind me before I hear Malik's footsteps growing closer. You knew I wouldn't pull away. I move faster. God, I hate you. Hey, wait. I'm tugged and I spin, shoving him away. Come near me and I'll fucking deck you in the jaw, Malik. I'm not playing. He lets go of me. This is what I'm talking about. This is where I'll find myself if I don't cut our ties. Fucking asshole. I walk away. Shit. What is wrong with me? Aggressively wiping my face, I call the elevator down. Comes and I step in. Nadia. Hold the door. Malik comes to view and I go to push the door closed. Take the fucking stairs. It shuts in him face. I just need to get away from him. As far as I can get, I'll take it. The doors open once more and I rush past guest into my room. I have school to get ready for anyways. I let the shower run before stepping in. I just let him kiss me. I let the kiss consume me and I totally forgot all that I've been fighting for. I never once thought he would go as far as kissing me. I also never thought I'd give in so damn easily. Yet I still feel it. I know damn well if I didn't have any sense left in me, I would have probably let him fuck me in his car. What I wrong with me? Am I that desperate? I don't even know what to feel anymore. At times I feel like punching him. Other times I want nothing more but to have him close. Sometimes I crave his touch. Others I don't want him close. So I don't even know. I can't fall apart now, I already have a rejection in mind. No more mind tricks, I'm getting rid of him for good. Going back to school, I make it yet another mission to avoid Malik at all costs, which comes easy enough. For last period I have Jim and Tomas and I decide to set off playing a one-on-one basketball game. We're not even doing anything, so 5-2. I toss the ball back to him, fanning myself out. Oh, shut up. He sits using the ball as a cushion. I don't know where you got this burst of energy from. The memory of Malik's lips on my cross my head and I find myself looking over at him. He has his back to me talking to one of his betas. Let's go get water. I hold a hand out for him to take. He drags himself up, almost tipping me on top of him. Damn. We walked out and make our way to the water fountain and Tomas helps himself to a couple of sips before I do. I bend, pressing the button activating it, and the ponytail of my hair falls in my way. Tomas takes it upon himself to hold it up for me. Thanks. I go back down and take a few gulps. I need to talk to you. My heart drops at his words as I meet his eyes. Nothing bad. He beams. No tea to spill. Then what? I stand, wiping the corner of my lips. It's about what you said yesterday. I try replay our conversation. I wanted you to know that I'm a willing candidate. I frown. Willing candidate? For what? I watch the tiles for a moment, letting his words sink in deeper. Then it hits me. I lift my eyes, meeting his. I can't help but smile. Dear viewers, welcome to the exciting world of Nadia's Alpha Awakening, where the shadow of the supernatural has long loomed over the lives of our characters. Join us on Nadia's mysterious and dangerous journey, as this young woman discovers her true power in a world of werewolves and hidden desires. This is EP 6 of Nadia's Alpha Awakening. Thank you for your subscription and likes. You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 61. A Willing Candidate. I've never been shy about how I feel about you. I drop my eyes. Is this you shooting your shot? Yes. You're a man whore, no offense. He laughs at my comment, throwing his head back a little. I'm transparent with you. If you didn't ask such questions, you wouldn't know. I shuffle around, rolling form, the heels of me feet to the fronts. I'm honest, I make you laugh, and I'm a gentleman through and through. I wouldn't mind if you obsessed over me a little. I bark a laugh and he joins, dragging it out. I cannot with you. I'm being serious here. He chortles. I know you are. I won't mix business with pleasure. I shoot him a look. What I mean by that is, I'll respect your duties as alpha and I know my place as your beta. I'm just putting it out there, he shrugs. So you know. I've never noticed the way he regards me with such awe until I was finally standing in front of him, trying to figure out why he would even want this type of position in my life, and him waiting, watching me like I'm the only girl he's ever seen. Don't look at me like that. I scan the corridors. Like what? You're disgusting, he chuckles at me. I'll think about it if you beat me. I'll take it. He peels himself off the wall and we go back to playing on the court. What tell hell, Tomas? He really know how to choose timing, doesn't he? I mean, I'm not that surprised, but he was kind of fast, that commitment. I haven't let myself think of him that way. I was always clouded by Malik. I still don't get it. Isn't he hanging on some hopeless dream his mate that once rejected him might come back? What happens if that becomes a reality? Will I be left second choice again? With questions like these, my best tactic is to subtly ask my father for advice, but for once I don't. I try figuring it out on my own. It's a little easier with Tomas not bring the subject up and acting as if he never even asked. I let a few days pass, torn between the idea of Tomas and letting Malik finally go. I still need to find a way to reject him. I take myself upstairs and into my mother's room. For once Nathan isn't crying, but his little legs are wiggling about, and I go to pick him up. Hey there. His blue orbs open, looking at me. Hey. I stay a little distracted by him before my father calls my name, and I make my way down to him. Yes, Dad. I push the door open and wander in. We have a dinner next Saturday. Alpha Vincent invited us to talk over some things. I nod. I also need to talk to you. Come in. I go in a little deeper, taking a seat in a chair opposite him. Now, I've never really brought this up because I respect your private life, but what is going on with you and Malik? My chest drops. Nothing. I understand if you don't want to talk about it yet. No, Dad, seriously, nothing is happening between us. I've learned a lot for this whole thing and I'm just so ready to stop hurting. I meet my father's eyes. I'm not going back to him, I can't do that. You know, after your mother passed, I gave my pack up to her brothers. I knew that I would be able to raise you in a huge family surrounded by love. My pack was big, over 1,000 people. With no doubt there would be maids and aunts who would have taken care of you. But staying without your mother felt wrong to me. I don't know why, but it did. So I traded a simple life for a pack. Raising you was what mattered, and I got to do that. If we did stay in the pack house, you would have already been an alpha of your own pack. I guess you got there either way. He gives me a small smile. You were supposed to marry off into Malik's pack, and as their Luna you'll learn from them by merging both your inner circles, but by the looks of it. He lets out a sigh. I know what it feels like to lose a mate, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. So be careful with these decisions you make. I nod my understanding. That's all. Just wanted to inform you of dinner plans. Okay. I get up. Is it okay if I go watch a movie with Tomas? Sure. My father nods and I turn leaving. I get my phone out and text Tomas to see if he's busy at the moment. No. He replies and I shoot him another text. Good. Come pick me up, we're going to watch a movie. Since it's a movie, I just change into a long-sleeved navy green dress and white shoes and the same color side bag. For hair I just do a half-up half-down style, which is a cute change. You going out? Tilly wanders into my room just as I finish up. Yeah, Tomas and I are going to see a movie. I make my way downstairs just as my phone buzzes in my bag. I'm coming up. It's form, Tomas. Can we come? You would be coming if you guys didn't key a certain someone's car. Bailey wonders and holding a bucket in hand. The elevator rings open and I turn to Tomas. He's in a gray hoodie with black jeans and white shoes. Hey kiddo. Tilly goes to hug Tomas and Bailey makes her way to him. Troublemaker. He gives her a head rub. Nadia said you guys are going to see a movie. They're going on a date. Bailey pints out. You know what, Bailey? I turn to her. I hope you remember that 2 tickets are cheaper than 4 when you're scrubbing my bathroom next. She shoots me a wide smile as both Tomas and Tilly laugh. Come on. I walk past Tomas into the elevator. Chapter 62. Tomas opens his car door for me and I get in the passenger seat before I watch him go around. He stops at his door and I watch his hoodie rise to find he has a claret white floral polo shirt underneath. He opens his door getting in and throws the hoodie behind us. Where to? A cinema. He chuckles as a response and I see his hoodie was also hiding a dark watch he had on, so he dressed for both occasions, one if I underdressed and another if I were casual. I buckle up as he starts to reverse and we set off. The cinema he takes us to is a little further than the one we normal go to when I'm with the family. I don't mind though. Don't want to run into any inconvenience. He stops the car. Clever. I take my seatbelt off and help myself out. You look good, by the way. Ah, compliments are allowed. Thank you. He slows down for me and then we walk into the cinema with him, hold the door open for me so I go before him. You look good yourself. I always look good. I correct him as we walk to the mini screens where we can buy our tickets. True. We stop in front of the screen and he starts to drag the screen form left to right. So we have a few options of new movies that just come out. What are we going for? Comedy, action, romance. Let go for comedy. I follow his finger with his dark ring. Central Intelligence type or Bad Moms type? Central Intelligence. Oh, ride along too. I spot it. Have you watched the first one? No. How are you missing out on that? I shake my head. We could watch Central Intelligence, I don't mind. He presses on Central Intelligence, far back. I point when he's choosing seats. What you trying to do at the far back? Oh, shut up. He pays for the tickets. Want snacks? Just a dink and Skittles, I say. I'm just going to go look for a bathroom, I'll be right back. He nods, moving to the front as I go find a bathroom. I don't know what drove me to ask Tomas to see a movie with me, but here I am. I stand looking at myself. I even dressed up for the occasion like it's a date. Is it? I would splash water on my face, but my makeup isn't waterproof. My stomach flips for reasons I cannot comprehend. I push the feeling down and set out to Tomas waiting for me. I got you Coke since it's the only other drink I see you drink when you're not downing gallons of water. Thanks. I take the drink, sipping it a little. Number 5, right? He nods and we enter already half-filled room to the movie adverts playing. We sit and I put my side bag on my lap. I catch a familiar masculine scent and I know damn well it's not Malic's scent. It's coming from Tomas. He put my sister's gift on. I observe him from the side, watching the green of his eyes darken to adjust to the lighting, watching how his biceps are accented in his polo. He turns to me and I watch a smirk grow on his lips and I raise my hands to push his face away. His laugh is light and to it the knot in my stomach explodes into fluttering butterflies, making my face hot. Since when does Tomas make me nervous? The film starts to play and we watch until the room lights are finally switched on once again. Good pick. Tomas tells me, throwing our trash away as we walk out. It's still light out. You want to go for a walk? Sure. I nod and we move to the 𝐿𝐷. We move past a group of teenagers and past other close-by shopping stores. You've been out here before, right? Yeah. He nods. Okay, so at least one of us know where we're going. I stay close to him. My father talked to me earlier. I start and then recite all we talked about, starting from why we don't have a huge pack and ending with why we won't have a huge pack. And you're okay with that? I look down at our feet. We seem to be walking simultaneously, with only having 4 members. For now, yes. I don't know what I was thinking trying to merge with his pack. I would have been trapped. I miss a step, messing up our perfect rhythm. It doesn't matter now. I feel his gaze on me. I've set a date for the whole rejection thing. Oh. I nod to his reply. Even with Tomas I can't help but imagine the worst reaction out of Malik. He's so prideful. I don't know if he'll accept it so easily. You really are going through with it? I am. The feeling weighs heavy on my heart. Never once would I ever imagined I would be rejecting my own mate. If only things actually worked out. We keep walking and he takes me into a quiet neighborhood. All the houses seem to be identical and stuck together. Nothing like my street. Usually there would be kids playing basketball on this road. But it seems to be empty today. This whole street is like a community. I used to pass here every day when I could. The neighbors would think I was actually from around here. We pass a house with a basketball net in their parking space. Now I only come occasionally. It seems pretty quiet. I look around. It is at times. We keep going as I take in all the houses. One after the other, they all seem the same to me. So how do I know that? I look up at him. If your mate comes back, you won't go running back to her. I don't think that's anything you have to worry about. He lets out a small chuckle. It's the whole truth. I accepted the rejection, so there's no going back. He sounds honest about his reasons, but it wouldn't be the first time someone's deceived me. Sounds like complete shit. He stops. I know, but it is the truth. His eyes scan mine. It's a lot, but I need you to trust me on this one. 𝐶𝐶. I roll my eyes with a playful smile. Not everyone wants to pull a Malik on you. Some just want to treat you right. It's getting late. I turn away from him. Come on, chauffeur. I can't get home without a ride. I glance behind my shoulder to see him coming. We fill our walk back with more talking before we reach his car and start heading back. Is it safe to say this was a date? He gets out his car and starts to walk me inside my building. Meh, it was an outing. I stop in front of the elevator and cal it down, listening to him chuckle, then turn to him. Well, it was an honor taking you out on this outing. He nods to me, taking a step forward. Well, you are very welcome. I step forward, then go to hug him with my arms around his neck. Both his arms stay respectfully warped around my waist. I take in his scent and feeling it tangle more knots in my stomach. I push myself higher on the tips of my toes, then he starts to rock us lightly from side to side. The insides of me flutter and I try to hide it when we pull away. His body is still close and I rest my hands on his chest. If ever I decide to pull completely away, now would be nice. I tilt my head back, looking up at him, and catch how the green of his eyes linger on my lips before he looks at me and licks his own. My elevator rings open. Good night. I push gently of him, then go into my elevator. Good night. He says, his voice soft, before I press my floor number and the door shuts between us. Chapter 63. For the dinner, I put on a white ruffle check shirt and pair it with a gray skirt that stops just below mid-thigh. I let my sisters braid a crown in my hair, splitting half up and half down as I do my makeup. A simple look. I do pair the look with some heels, but don't put them on until we pull up in front of Alpha Vincent's home. I hope you're wise with the words you chose at the table. I nod. I'll try not to make it so obvious that I'll reject Malik later on. I just know that I'm ready to get all this over and done with. I've had enough suffering because of his unfaithful ass. My father and I make it to their front step and he rings the bell before Malik's mother opens it for us. Kendrick. She takes my father into a hug. It's always a pleasure to have you. She beams at him before turning to me. Nadia. She pulls me close. You look stunning. Thank you. I smile at her. Come on. We're all ready for you. She starts to lead us back into the first dining room where both Malik and his father are there. They seem so be matching, both with black button-down shirts with black trousers. Kendrick. Alpha Vincent acknowledges my father, first taking him into a hug. Thank you for coming. The pleasure's all mine. He lets go. Nadia. He takes me into a short hug too as Malik greets my father. Alpha. For once I don't have to bow to him. My eyes find Malik's and we watch each other for a few seconds. Malik. Nadia. He nods to me and that's as much as I'll give. Let's eat, shall we? His mother says and we all start to move to the table. I'm set next to my father and opposite Malik. Instead of sticking my attention on him, I scan the many options of food we have. We have some roasted green beans and potatoes going on as well as a plate of eye-appealing chili. We have some fried rice too and plates of sliced bread and some baguettes, plus some sliced eggs next to a salad. This time around, I help the Luna serve doing my father's plate at my own. How's baby Nathaniel doing? Malik's father asks my own as I start to dig into the roasted beans and potatoes I served myself. I also added a little chili and some bread slices. He's growing some more. I wish we could skip the whole crying stage. I haven't had a good sleep in a while. My father finished before putting a forkful of food in his mouth. Of course, Vincent laughs. And Nadia, how are you? Great. I try not to sound so sarcastic. You sure looks the part. Fake it till you make it. I meet his eyes. He lets out a light laugh before glance over at Malik then back at me. I hope you have your pack under control, after the incident. They're being disciplined, they won't cause any more trouble. I assure him even if it's not the full truth. Truth is, I don't know what the hell Bailey and Tilly are going to do next. It was wise of you to take the heat for them like that. He acknowledges. They're just kids. Did you key cars at their age? Why the hell is he attacking me? Either way I bite my tongue. No sir. I mock him in my head. But then again I am the oldest, therefore I don't have a sister whose mate cheated on her to do so, do I, Alpha? Nadia. I drop my eyes that were challenging him at my father words. It's not my fault he was trying to pick a bone with me. Vincent, the evening just started, play civil now. Father turns to me with a look. I didn't even start this. I take in their conversation, keeping my communications with Alpha Vincent to a bare minimal so I don't get myself in any more trouble. Malik is also asked a series of questions about his pack as well as a few on our relationship. Thank God he keeps his answers brief. Just like the last dinner we had here, as soon as we're finished Malik is told to take me elsewhere. Someplace where we can be alone. I haven't dreaded a moment alone with him more than this. I apologize for my father. He starts leading us into the sitting room we last visited my first time here. It's fine. I take a seat and he does too, putting some distance between us. Listen, we need to talk. I need to get this over and done with before I chicken out. I loved you with all of my heart. I really did, but I can't do this anymore. Nadia, I've made mistakes, horrible mistakes, and I'm now living with the consequences. I regret it, I really do, and I'm so sorry. His words bring back the full ache in my chest. I know, but this time it's different. I try getting my words together before speaking again. When you kissed me, I was so mad at myself for wanting you, and I was mad at you because you knew I wanted you and used that against me. But then I realized that I don't regret us, but I just wouldn't do it again. I won't put myself through the same pain, Malik, I know better. With that being said, I look up at him. I Nadia reject you, St. Malik Salvador, as my mate. A pang to my left chest starts to beat to its own heartbeat. It's out, there's no going back. You just have to accept it. Accept it. I watch the orbs of his eyes fill up. Rejection. You want me to accept this? He stands turning away from me. I know I hurt you, but please. Please Nadia, anything but this. It's better this way. Have you lost your mind? His tone shut me up for a second. Are you listening to yourself? It's not fucking better this way. I push myself up standing and he turns to me, trials of tears run down his face. This isn't what you want. Of course I don't want to reject you. 𝐿𝐢𝐬 volume. But I need this. We keep going in circles. Just give me a chance. He moves to me. I have never seen him so torn and it had be glued to my spot. Let me prove that I can be better than this. You should already be better. You told me yourself that I deserve better. I can't take back the past, but I can fight for us. He sniffs. There isn't an us to fight for anymore. My heart burns for him, yet I have no more tears left to cry. I can forgive you, Malik. I swear I can, but I don't want to take you back. Please, Nadia, please. His voice shakes as moves to me and I'm stepping back, hold out a hand to stop him if ever he gets too close. Not like this, son. I turn to the stern voice to see both fathers. How long have they been there for? I'll be better. Malik hasn't taken his eyes off me. I shake my head. Tell me what I need to do, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Why did it have to come to this? Why do I have to reject you for you to be this determined? You're the one that got too comfortable. Please, stop begging me. How can you neglect a bond so easily? You fucking chia. I catch myself before I start screaming. I'm not doing this again. You'll have to live with yourself, Malik, that's enough of a challenge. I watch him blink, more tears out. Come on. His shoulder hang heavy. I shake my head, finding that all my arguments are stuck in my throat. I shift my gaze back to the door frame where our fathers still stand. I need to go home. Just like that. I'm sorry, is all I can get out. I reach out to him, touching his wet cheeks. But this isn't about us anymore. This is about me. I have to do what's best for me. What about what's best for me? Please don't be selfish. I ask of him. The chest pain comes at a worse speed. I need this, please let me have this. Fuck. He pulls away and I let my hands drop. I don't know what more to say. I don't think I can say more. I'll just make things worse for him, so I decide to leave. Chapter 64. I sit in my father's car as he starts his engine. Can you take me to Tomas? I think rest is what you need after that. We start moving. Please. I'm being careful to keep my gaze out my window. Nadia. Another boy breaking your heart isn't what you need. I let out a shaky breath. It doesn't take a genius to see the way Tomas looks at you, the same way Malik looked at you throughout dinner. I know, Dad. You seem to have this bad habit of making decisions and then telling me last minute exactly what is going on, so this time all I ask of you is that you think. Think long and hard, think with your heart than your head. I know. I have so damn much to think through. I literally just rejected my mate and feel nothing of the pain I used to feel. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. Have I gone numb? I spot Tomas' neighborhood and I look over at my father just as he pull up in front of Tomas' place. Don't move too fast. He nods to me. Thank you. I get out and make my way down his path. I ring the bell before knocking. Ever since our almost date a week again, we haven't really made any time for just us together alone. The door swings open and there he stands. I turn to see my father still there before I step in. The door shuts a second more as I'm taking my heels off, shrinking in size. You look a little too dolled up to be just dropped off. I mean, he is just a tank top and gray joggers. I just need a hug right now. I move a step closer. Of course. His arms spread and I walk right into them, warping my own around his neck. Like the last time, he warps his arms around my waist, pulling me closer. I bury my head into him, taking in the warmth of his skin. Is everything okay? He breathes into the nook of my neck. I nod, holding on so I don't fall apart. There's no shame, no guilt, no worry, nothing. I tiptoe and my littler legs are lifted off the ground. To ensure I don't fall at any given time, I warp my legs around his weight. I just rejected my mate. I shouldn't be in the arms of another. Yet here I am, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Thank you, Tomas, I mumble, for being so patient with me. It doesn't take a genius to see the way Tomas looks at you. My own father's words, and my heart does a cartwheel. I want to say more, tell him that he is the only willing candidate, and I'm grateful, but the words melt on my tongue. We start to move and I let my eyes open to see we're going in the direction of the living room, which is dimly lit. Was he already in here? When we stop, I pull away, letting myself slide down. Pulling my skirt down, I sit before lying down. Tomas lifts my legs, putting himself underneath them. I open my mouth to ask if I disturbed him, and I end up rambling about tonight. I tell him about the conversation at the table and then move on to the rejection and how Malik cried. He fucking cried. Whilst I talk with my eyes fixated on the ceiling, I feel the absent tender circles Tomas keeps making on me knees. I get distracted, forgetting what I'm supposed to say or fumbling over my own words, all because of his touch. Finally, I sit up to ask the first question I was supposed to when I sat. I'm not distributing you, am I? I know how I came unannounced and all for the second time now. I don't mind the company. He lets his hand rest. I watch him scan me. You kinda look like a businesswoman. Yeah. I look down at my outfit. What makes you say that? The shirt, the skirt. All you need is glasses and a red lip and you set. I try ignoring the fact his eyes lingered on my lips. Have you seen me in glasses? I can't rock glasses to save my life. I bet that's a lie. He laughs. I've got glasses. You want to test that theory? If I must. I shrug and he lifts my legs off of him to go find his glasses. He comes back just to reposition us with him under my legs. I didn't know you wear glasses. They're not mine. He hands them to me and I take it before opening it with a hand and putting them on. Oh damn. The blur to them are unbelievable. I push them higher up the bridge of my nose then look up at him. So, maybe glasses aren't your thing. He goes to take them off me and I let him. If you told me a month ago that I'll be sitting this close to Tomas with my legs thrown over him, I would laugh in your face. Now look at me. Falling into the once green eyes I didn't find so attractive. His eyes stay on mine and I feel a rush to my cheeks. I only remember when Malik used to make me feel this mushy inside. I guess I shouldn't compare the feeling since this isn't him. Did you put blush on? Yeah. I lie, dropping my eyes. He chuckles. Do I make you nervous? No. I rush my answer out. You make me nervous, he admits. You'll never tell because I can always keep my cool. I roll my eyes to his response, but my heartbeat is one thing I can't control. He doesn't say more, so I take it he wants me to listen to his heart. I do, seeing that his heart is playing jump rope. I miss a breath, catching him once again looking at my lips. By impulse I lick them. If he wants to kiss me that bad, he should just do it. What is he waiting for, a signal? Do I need to do something to tell him it's okay? He missed his last chance after our movie, but then again I don't know if I would be okay with him kissing me back then. I don't even know why I'm even think about kissing him. What has gotten into me? He leans in, making my look up form his lips to his eyes. I need to remember how to breathe and I need to keep breathing or I'll pass out. What happens if I kiss you? His voice has lowered into something soft. Find out. He leans in some more to my words until his lips hover over mine. Stop tormenting me. Our lips brush against each other as I look up at him through my eyelashes. I hear him take a sharp breath before my eyes shut and I feel the softness of his lips on mine. Chapter 65. I've never had to explain the complexity of a kiss before, but oh my, I find myself leaning in for more when he pulls away. Shit, I can't even open my eyes yet. There's a moment when time stops and I can't begin to comprehend why fireworks are going off in my stomach. I swallow down hard to ask one more thing of him. One more time. His hand runs up the side of my cheek and his word melt on my tongue when he says, anything for you. Then takes my lips one more. I think my bones are on fire. My mouth works with his, feeling the growth of the kiss turn desperate. I feel a hand on my lower back as he pulls me in and I find myself arching into him. Don't move too fast. This isn't fast, right? I could be kissing anyone right now, it just happens to me him. It doesn't matter. My head fills up with nothing but clouds as I run a hand into the back of his hair just to pull him in more. His hand that was on my cheek runs down my body, passing my skirt and feeling the skin of my outer thigh. He picks my leg up, crossing them as out lips continue to smack together. Now I understand, I get why he always gets the ladies with lips that work like this. I'm not surprised. He breaks for me, going in to kiss the skin of my neck. A fistful of my hair is grabbed, angling my head up as his kisses continues down my neck. My breathing staggers, but I aim to compose myself as he works back up my neck and to my ear. When it comes down to it, the heat of his breath makes my spine shiver. I shut my legs tighter. I want you to mark me too. Okay. I let out, and the pressure of his lips back on mine take me back until I'm laid back and he's holding himself up with the balance of a hand as the other is still tangled around me, keeping me close. My hands wander down his chest to his low V and he pulls away for me. I don't think that's such a good idea. His words come out in pants of breath. Why not? I let my eyes flutter open. Tomas watches me before pulling us up. You just rejected your mate. I drop my eyes at his reply and tuck loose hair out my way. The full moon's this Thursday. I'll still be very willing by then. His lips press against my forehead. Let's get you home before I change my mind. He peels my legs off, leading me back to the front of his house. Take those. He nods to the slippers next to my heels. You can always return them when you have time. Thanks. I slip easily into them, and then he holds my heels out before we're off with him driving me home. Sunday passes us with the pack going for a tennis match that my parents just about let my sisters go. I promised that I would punish them as their alpha, but am I really that pressed to begin with? I think my parents are doing an excellent job, no need to step in. It's easy enough to avoid Malik during the first 2 periods, seeing he doesn't even come in. Hey, who am I to complain? Last period we have gym, and just as we finish I enter the locker room to change. Miss Blondie and her minions are already there, and I just passed them minding my business. She better not start anything. Nadia. My name is called. I spoke too soon. I turned to her. I'm glad whatever thing you and Malik had is finally over. It's not like you had him to begin with anyways. By all means, he's all yours. I don't even give her the satisfaction of thinking she's doing anything by telling me that. I can't believe you actually thought he loved you. You. She lets out a despicable laugh. You fell apart over a man you couldn't even keep. Bella, is it? I cut her off. I'd love to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you on this, but I honestly don't care. You're wasting your time. You think that's cool, acting like you're the bigger person here. God, I feel sorry for you. Okay. I walk into my cubicle and grab my bag, ready to leave. I don't have the energy for this. You can even keep your pack in line. That bitch of your sister keyed my car. I look back at her. Bet you can't do anything right. Excuse me. Did she just mention my sisters? You put on a whole front about being an independent alpha, but you're nothing without a man between your legs. What did you just say about my sister? TSK, I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She laughs. She keyed whore on my car, but I'm not the one fucking a human. I pace to her, griping firmly on her throat before I shove her back into the stone wall. She squirms and the shuffle of feet sound around me. For a second I didn't see anything, nothing but red, and now here I am. That's no way to talk to me, matter of fact, that's no way to talk to an alpha. I add pressure, watching her turn red for air. Second of all, I throw her into the line on cubicles. Fuck you. She gasps, coughing for air. I watch 2 of her friends rush to her and I take forwards just to be dragged away. What the hell are you going? The voice roars and I look up to Malik towering over me. His force picks me off the ground, dragging me away. Get off of me. I start to fight him off me. I think she can defend for herself. The figure of Tomas steps in and I shove Malik's hands off me. When did he even get here? I thought he was absent. He wasn't even here for the whole day. I know that, Tomas. Malik steps forward, bringing his shoulders up. Then there's no need to grab her like that, is there? Tomas mirrors him. Are they about to square up right now? Their eyes challenge each other for a while too long. Do we have a problem? Shit. Yeah, I'm fucking tired of your bullshit. Oh my days. Fuck you, just say to me. Malik shoves Tomas, taking him a few steps back. My eyes nearly pop out my sockets. My lips part to scream for them to stop, but nothing comes out. I miss Malik balling his hands into a fist, and before you know it, Tomas is taking hit to the jaw. Hey, 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 hey. I watch Lai step forward, rushing his words out. Tomas took a wild hit, but he recovers and swings for Malik twice, landing both hits. Alpha. Lai finally steps in, and so do I. Tomas. I try shoving him back, only managing to take him 2 steps backward. Calm down. Let's go. I grab his side. I watch how his eyes are glowing a bright orange, and I keep trying to shove him. Come on. Tomas. His feet finally move, making it a whole lot easier for me. I turn to see Malik too has his eyes glowing, but I'm red and it's taking both Lai and Jacob to hold him back. I grab my bag, follow Tomas out. Chapter 66. Seeing he picked me up this morning, I just take his keys from him and start to drive us back to his. What the hell, what that? I was so glued to my place I don't think I got all of that in. Are you hurt? What were you thinking? I talk over him. Going against an alpha. Have you lost your mind? It's nothing new. Everyone knows I don't particularly like him. Not that I don't believe in you or anything, but he's an alpha. Tomas lets out a laugh. I glance over to him, throwing his head back with it. I'm glad you find this so amusing. I drive us back to his place. I gotta beat the news of a fight nearly breaking out to my father before they do. I swing my gym bag over my shoulder. You're not even going to nurse my injuries. I turn to him, giving me sly grin. I notice he's in his school shirt and trouser, but the shirt is untucked. At least of one us had time to dress. I'm sure you can manage, I tell him. His hand sets on his jaw before he shifts it, and I hear it click. Did Malik punch him that hard? Are you hurt? I remember his question I was so quick to let slide. He shakes his head and moves past me, going up the path to his door. Maybe you should get some ice on that. I follow behind him as he opens his door and walks in. Did you really have to break out fighting? I've done nothing this entire time. I put my bag down as he walks into the kitchen. He deserves more than that. I watch him bend, going into his freezer before he brings a pack of frozen peas to the right side of his jaw. I don't even know when you guys came in, and then next thing you know, he's punching you and you're punching him. I shrug, standing on the other side of the counter. I was too busy not getting involved, so one of those hits down accidentally hit me. You're no better. His eyes stay on mine. Walk in and we had Bella on the floor choking for dear life and Malik trying to tear you away. I swear, I'll lose my shit if I have to apologize to her. I shake my head, watching him press the packet closer to his face. You really shouldn't put something so cold directly on your face. I move around to him and grab a paper towel. It'll heal anyways, he tells me as I take the packet from his grasp. Doesn't mean you shouldn't treat it right. I warp it up before smacking it back on his face. Ow. He chuckles, moving with my hit, holding the peas up once more. You're such a baby. I roll my eyes. Is it so wrong of me to like the attention? My eyes find his lips before I drop them. Ever since last night, I can't stop thinking about our kiss, about him. I should really be going. I didn't tell anyone I was coming here. He nods his understanding and I turn, going back to the front where I put my shoes on. He wanders over to me just to watch me do so. I'll see you tomorrow anyways. Yeah. He picks my bag up for me, and I take it as he slips on another pair of slipper, then opens the door for us. I take it you're going to go study. I nod to his question as we walk down the path. How about I just drop you off? It's fine. It's not like I have a bond draining me of energy anymore. I tell him it's true. Ever since the rejection, I haven't felt the dull ache in my chest that used to have its own heartbeat. I can handle a walk, Tomas. I turn to him. He steps forth, towering over me. Remember when I said he wasn't my type? Now look at me. I feel heat rush to my cheeks as he tilts his head away to give me access to his other side. I lift my eyes from his lips to his eyes to see his face stretch into a grin before he presses his lips onto mine. I can't kiss him right since he got me smiling too. I tiptoe to keep us close, feeling his arm warp around me. You're an idiot. He chuckles as a response, and I shut my eyes, feeling his lips on mine once again. I tug the sides of his uniform, pushing myself a little higher. My little legs float off the ground, and instead of warping my legs around him, I lift a single leg in the air like I'm in the movies. He does have a way of making me feel like that. Okay, put me down. I giggle, feeling my feet meet the ground again. I haven't had the chance to do that all day. I'm sure you'll have plenty more opportunities. I push him away, setting myself free. But until then, I turn to start waking away. I glance over my shoulder for one last look to see he's already watching me leave. When I get home, I try to make it past the living room with no trouble, but my name is immediately called by my father. Yeah, Dad, Emma, get right with you. I'm just going to take a quick shower. I had gym last period. With no response, I rush upstairs and head straight into the shower. Even with wet hair, I make my way back down and knock on my father's office before walking in. You called for me. Thursday, your mother's side wants to meet the pack. He doesn't look up from the sheets of paper in front of him. Oh, man, I thought it was about school. Thursday's full moon. I thought I'd take the pack out for a run like we did last time and maybe stay over at Tomas. My father looks up at the mention of Tomas. That's okay. I guess a little bonding wouldn't hurt anyone. His eyes still speculate me. Friday works for me. I'll even drive us there. That'll be all. His eyes drop back to his papers and I take my chance to leave. Does this mean I'm in the clear for Tomas' place Thursday? Should I risk it coming home late anyways? I don't even know. Chapter 67. Waiting around for Thursday is more nerve-wracking than I could imagine. At least Malik didn't come to school and Miss Blondie hasn't hushed a word since. Just like the last full moon, we're playing yet another game of tag. My body is buzzed with the effect of the full moon, and I have to dig my nails into my palms to stop myself from shifting. Nia seems to be way stronger and I'm struggled to contain her. I never knew she could get like this. And it's a surprise since she's been mostly nonchalant for so long. Let's go see Saint. No. I scream back in my head. I've been dealing with this since the start of the full moon. I start to hear footsteps coming my way and I leap out my hiding spot going into a run. The feet are catching up to me. This game we moved it outside so I can hear just how close it far my attacker is. I take a glance anyways, seeing Tomas' bright orange eyes fixate me as I keep pushing myself forward. I'm cracking branches underneath and leaping over logs. A great force from my left side takes me down into a tackle, making me almost eat dirt. I think you're starting to slow down. Orange eyes look down at me as Tomas flashes a bright smile at me. I let you catch me. Let me. He leans in. Yeah. I tilt my head up, making our lips hover over each other. You think you have a chance of catching me? An alpha. This time he actually caught me by surprise, though it's not like he could actually catch me. You wish. I shove him off me. Letting out a laugh, I get back up and set off faster just to prove my point. I set in the direction of my sisters, getting them involved more. It's a refreshing feeling being back in the skin of my wolf. I forgot how good it felt being in the slump after the whole Malik situation. Now I have nothing to hold back on, I can be free. We overdo our time limit that my father gave Bailey and Tilly, but get them home anyways. I don't even think about sticking around for my father to start scolding me. As soon as they hop in the elevator, I walk back into Tomas' car where he's waiting for me. All good. He wants to know as I get in the car. Yeah. I buckle in and we set off into the direction of his house. I get a wave of unsettling butterflies the closer we get. No way in hell have I forgotten exactly why I'm going back to his place, but still my stomach is still in a knot. I managed to slip a two-piece matching burgundy lace set underneath the Nike spot shorts and crop top I'm wearing. Shit. This is the type of things I'd talk to my mother about. Ask he if she's approve of the set or not, but I didn't get time. Getting there, Tomas carries my bag in his and then lets us inside. So I saw your hands. He drops the bags and starts to move to the kitchen. Totally understandable, we all have our coping methods so we don't shift out of nowhere. I look down at my hands, inspecting the nail holes I made. It'll heal. Doesn't mean you shouldn't treat it right. I watch him open a cupboard before he takes out an first aid kit. He can't be serious right now. It's nothing really. Come here. Those two words have already made me freeze out my mind, yet I find myself completely suck once again. He picks up his eyes, scanning me. I'm sure I can clean it with a simple shower. Few insist. He nods. God, what's happening to me? He leads us back into his bedroom and head into another space, and I find out it's his shower. You have the shower. He opens a glass door, revealing a shower head with a few options of bottles behind it. Soap and water. I just need to go get you a towel. He turns, going back out, and I'm left alone. I scan the bathroom space, seeing it's like surprisingly clean since he lives alone. Does that mean he hires maids, or does he do all the cooking and cleaning himself? I step forth, coming to a stop in front of a mirror. There seems to be some sort of light outlining the rectangle mirror from the inside. The counter also seems to be a rich black with white marble going against the floor that's stained white with black marbling. I look to my left where Tomas left, and still hasn't came back from, before going to open one of the drawers. The whole counter itself seems to be defying gravity, and to avoid getting caught I only take a quick glance. Only essential toiletries. How long does it take to grab a towel? I risk looking in the other two and find nothing suspicious. Since he's taking his sweet time, I start taking my blue crop top off, leaving me in the burgundy lace. Don't stress, I've been here before, I've had experience, there's nothing to worry about. Right. My stomach seems to disagree, making me nauseous. At least the lace is cute. I pick my eyes up to see the lovely work of St. Salvador imprinted on my skin. A clean and healed bite mark. I remember the days I loved showing it off. Now all I do is avoid off-shoulder shirts. Got the towel. I watch Tomas come to view through the mirror. His eyes watch mine as he approaches, then he leans into me from behind. Sorry it took so long. It's fine. I shake my head, scanning my shoulder once more. This is embarrassing. I can't believe I'm asking for such thing. To the one guy that's always been there for me, my eyes drop. I just bite over it, right? He moves hair out the way. You know what this mean, right? There's no going back after this unless you chose to reject me too. I'm not going to reject you. My eyes stay on the marble counter as my voice comes out barely as a whisper. This is the last step before cutting my ties completely with Malik. Nia, I call out to my wolf, Nia, please. Yes. She replies and I shut my eyes. Can you forgive me and accept Tomas? But Saint's wolf, she argues. I know Saint was our first love, but he did us dirty. I need to do this and you need to let him go. We're silent for a moment before I feel a tender kiss planted right where he'll bite over. I need this, please accept him. My eyes open, feeling Tomas' hand rest at my hip before he pulls us together, leaving no more gaps. My stomach flips, feeling my cheeks burn. Do you know how rude it is to keep a lady waiting? I spot him looking at me through the mirror and I stare back, this time with red eyes. Not very gentlemanlike. He chuckles at me and I watch him lean back into my shoulder. He gives me a quick glance and I notice his orange eyes glowing at me before he goes to bite down on me. Pain radiates through my shoulders, causing me to cry out from the agony. Chapter 68. My shoulder throbs in pain to its own heartbeat. I remember exactly how it felt the first time, but this time we decided to mark before mating. This shit fucking hurts without another thrill. I hang my head, feeling my eyes sting. That fucking hurt. I wiping my eyes. Like damn. I'm sorry. He laughs. I do believe we're supposed to be mating to mix the pain with pleasure. His arms warp around me, lifting me and then placing me back on the counter. Here, do me. He pulls his shirt over his head, leaving his chest bare. I lean in, marking him same place he did me. The taste of blood lingers in my mouth as I pull away, seeing my bite has drawn blood. I look at my own shoulder to see the same. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. I mock him. Like, shut up. You're just being a big baby about it. He laughs and I meet his back to green again eyes. Leaning in, he pecks me softly and my hand rises to cup a side of his face before he going in once more, locking our lips. My mouth opens wider to him, slipping his tongue in, and I let it swirl with mine because he pulls away, bringing a cold rush to my lips. I tug him back for more. He steps in between my legs. Feeling his hands at the side of my ribs send tingles through me as his kisses trail down my neck. Let's take that shower you wanted, he says in my ear, and I'm nodding before I know I'm agreeing to. We start to undress each other, not taking our eyes off our bodies before we get in. Can I choose the temperature? Oh hell no. He turns the faucet on and I hide behind his body as a shield from the cold water before it turns a lukewarm. I hear him pull something and then the square shower above us starts spraying water on us. I'm instantly drenched. I push my hair back, looking up at Tomas through wet eyelashes. I guess this makes us second chance mates. He towers me and water drips off his lips to mine as he speaks. I guess it does. I run my hand into the back of his wet hair, bringing our lips together. We kiss each other harder as I let my hands explore the bare of his body before he picks me up one-armed, and then I feel the cold stone on my back. I warp my legs around his waist as he jerks me up higher, making our lips part just for me to press them back together. I feel the softness of his hand trace my stomach, my hips, my outer thigh. He drops his other hand that was by my head and grabs my other outer thigh. I moan to feeling the stiffness of his tip rub against my clit. My breathing staggers between kisses to him, continuing to torture me as such. The water temperature isn't even that hot yet. I feel as if my skin is going to burn off anytime soon. I pull away, needing to take more breaths, but try hiding my face as he puts a finger in me. I know I probably look a hot mess right now, and I'm not trying to expose myself like that. Hair is pushed out my face and I know the redness of my face brightens at him adding another finger. Fuck. I moan under my breath. My head is picked up before our lips are pressed together once more. I do try to kiss him, but I can't fight the shaking of my legs or the throbbing of my insides. I soak his hands, squirting everywhere. I take in the breaths I should have taken while his kisses trail down my neck. He takes me into a different state of euphoria, the type where breathing doesn't even matter. His stamina surprises me as his sexual prowess keeps growing more intense, the fitting of him locked into me, the way I keep jerking up to every thrust of his, the way I have to cling on to him for support. It takes me all by surprise. I give out before him, then he washes me before we get out. My hair is still very much damp before we reach the bed, going again. Tomas runs his fingers through my head before I roll onto him, placing both hands under my chin as my bare chest press against his. I look up at the pink still visible in his cheeks and examine him to the fluff of his hair. I flip my own to the right side. So how do you feel? He tucks a piece of hair behind my left ear. My shoulder's starting to hurt again. No. He chuckles, making his chest vibrate, and I find myself tilting my head to side to admire his grin. I mean, about Malik, do you still feel anything? I think about it for a second. Every time I thought about him in the past after the breakup, I'd get this repeated dull ache in my chest, but now, thinking about it and him, I don't really feel anything. Now that the rejection is done and Tomas bit over his mark, I don't think I have anything more to feel. No. And how do you feel about me? He blinks down at me. You still make me nervous, but second chance mates is all about building something right. It's not like it was handed to us like our mates are. Right. And how do you feel about me? A little pressured. It's not like you have the best example of something healthy, and then here I come. I won't be surprised if you set high expectations, but I'll meet them. I'll make it a priority to. His eyes wander to the ceiling. I just don't want to disappoint. My cheeks lift into a smile. Yeah, don't fuck this up. Wow. He laughs and I join him. Just the motivation I needed. Really, thanks. We do have something going on this weekend. I start to tell him a little about my mother's side of the family that we're going to meet. I know for sure they don't want to meet the pack, but more so Tomas, who is the only one they don't know. We keep the talking going as I explain some general rules that even I have to follow, like over there. Dinner is served at a late time, so when we arrive, which would probably be around 8 if we leave after school, we'll be in time for dinner. So now that you're not going to the military, since I saved you from that, what's left for you? We're back on basic topics now. Probably be a veterinarian. He shrugs. A veterinarian, huh? I repeat. I didn't know you wanted such a simple life. A veterinarian for the human pets, right? Not like a pack doctor. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, like a veterinarian for the human pets. He nods. I mirror him. You still want to be a CEO of a business company. I finish for him. He smiles at my interruption. Yeah. Yep, still strung on that dream. I've already planned to take business credits for the year S offers us. If they won't take me, I'll just find another college where I can study the course. Tomas sits up, bring me to a straddle on him before he gives me one of the soft kisses. With his hands at my hips, he lifts me slightly before he moves away from me. I slump back down into the sheets, ready to give out for the night. Chapter 69. I forgot what it feels like to sleep in the arms of another. It's a feeling I'll never get used to. A feeling I always want to experience. Unfortunately, it's an alarm that wakes me up, and as my eyes flutter open, I drag the sheets with me to go on the hunt for my ringing phone. I try rubbing the sleep from my eyes as I rummage through my bag for my phone. I turn the alarm off before dragging myself and my bag into the bathroom, where I start to get ready for school. As soon as I'm dressed, I move to my makeup, then hair, putting it back into a ponytail and pull hair from the frame of my face. Someone is shuffling downstairs, and my best guess is it's Tomas. Before going down, I make his bed since it's the least I can do, then head down with my bag. Yep, it's Tomas. He's in his school clothes but only half dressed and is drinking something out a milkshake cup. He spots me as I take my last step down. How are you already up? Morning runs. He moves to me, right? Like normal people actually do that. He stops, giving me a kiss on the cheek as he moves past me. Eat something. I turn to watch him take the steps 2 at a time up. I serve myself and finish before he comes down fully dressed, in his blazer too. I left mine in my school locker. When we leave, he drives us to school and he heads to my locker with me like any other day. Today's about some practice exams in first and second period, so we don't really have any time to talk except when it comes to lunch. Halfway through my English period after lunch, my name is called over the intercom and I'm requested in the principal office. There's nothing worse than having to sit in Alpha Vincent's office because I'm required to. I really have no choice, so I get going. I mean, seriously, what more does he have to say to me? Please don't let his be about Malik, anything but Malik. Making my way there, I can't help but flood my head with different scenarios to why I'm being called. The whole overthinking nearly makes me walk straight into an opening door. Ah. My right arm is dragging me into a classroom. What the hell is wrong? I stagger in and my words evaporate, turning to see Malik shut the door. How is it he's never in class but is always in school? I watch his eyes pivot around before they finally land on me. The full moon, he tells forward. What the hell did you do? What do you mean what did I do? My heart leaps. I don't know how to explain it, but my wolf kind of lost communication with Nia. He starts talking with his hands. Not communication connection. I don't know, but I felt it. I tried to get a hold of you, but I couldn't. I blocked your number. I tell him. I figured. He nods. So are you going to tell me what happened? I drop my eyes looking over at one of the desks. I got rid of your mark. Why would you do that? Do you know how permanent burning yourself? I didn't burn it off. I meet his eyes. I let Tomas bite over it. I'm going to fuck him up. Silence. I'm going to fuck him up. He raises his voice. No, you're not. You did what? What the hell is wrong with you? What were you thinking? He steps forth. Are you serious? Tell me you're fucking joking. He starts shaking his head in disbelief. Oh my God. He steps back, sticking his back to the wall before he slides down. I had to. I sink to my knees. I was still stung after the rejection. I still felt the tug your emotions. I need this. Do you know how fast you're moving? Did you even think about this? Do you even like him? Of course I do. Or do you just like the thrill, huh? You wanted to get rid of me so bad you would do anything. Yeah, I would. I realize too late we're raising our voices at each other. I watch him run his hands in his hair before he picks it up to watch me. Tomas. I don't know how to respond to that. Tomas, Nadia. Do you even know his true intentions? Yes, actually, I snap at him. And I know for a fact he's not going to cheat on me. He stares at me, eyes cold and blue like the sea. 𝐊𝐤𝐳. He lets out, looking away from me. He's just so good to you, isn't he? He doesn't have to sound so sarcastic about it. He must have had a rise out of it, leveling the playing field, an eye for an eye. I know you know, but I did kill his alpha. I don't think this is about revenge. I stop him. He sighs and my eyes drop to my hands as the seconds between us pass. Does that mean I'm not actually requested? Was this a setup? And I just walked right into it. So what now? I feel his gaze on me. I cheat, you break up with me, reject me as your mate. Then you replace me in a heartbeat. And this was never easy for me. My eyes sting. If I keep loving you, I'll lose myself. I'm sorry I don't know how to love you. But you're not giving me a chance. I don't know what more I can do. He pauses. I won't accept the rejection, I can't. I nod, he starts to play with his hands. I did try, you know. I know. We sustain eye contact. I hate the way he looks at you. It doesn't take a genius to see the way Tomas looks at you. But I hate the way you look at him more. You're just going to keep hurting me until I know how heartbreak truly feels. Even so, when you're done playing around, when you come back to your senses, when that cute bite mark he gave you fades away, when you're ready, I'll be here and I'll be better. I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. I admit. Meh, he shrugs. I give it a solid 2 years before you get bored. I'm not going to get bored. I argue. Okay, whatever you say, but I do know you'll be fully satisfied. I part my lips to argue some more, but he beats me to it. Tomas. My mouth shuts, Tomas. He emphasizes. He starts to stand and I watch him groan in size. I guess this levels our playing field. This isn't a game to me, Saint. I care about him. Of course you do. He reaches to give me a hand. I take it without thought. You wouldn't sleep with just anybody. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I shove him and he breaks out laughing. I haven't heard him laugh like that in what feels like forever. I flash him a simple smile. Chapter 70. I make it back to class without even having to go to see Alpha Vincent. What was that about? Tomas wants to know just as we finish packing for the day. Malik wanted to talk to me. I don't look over at him. He said something was off and I had to tell him about us, so now he knows. He opens the door for me and I get in. Tomas only nods his understanding before he drives me home. I guess I'll be back around 3:30 'cause we leave at 4. Yeah. I nod and he leans in, giving me a kiss on the cheek. I'll give it a solid 2 years. What the hell does he know? He just loved to pick on me, asshole. I leave his car and he doesn't leave until I'm in the elevator. She's back. Tilly hugs me. Everyone's packing. We literally have an hour. I know. I move past her going into my room. I change into a simple beige square tank top and the same color joggers. I go under my bed to grab the duffel bag I once brought with me to Malik's place. I start to pack, not letting any memories cloud me. I take it upon myself to take my makeup off before getting called to my parents' room so I can take care of my little brother as my mother finishes up. From downstairs I hear Bailey greet Tomas, so time must be moving quite fast. Tilly comes back with the keys to the car we'll take, and by the looks of it my father took my quite seriously. We take a 7-seater with me driving, Bailey in shotgun, mother and father in the middle row with Nathan in the middle, and Tilly and Tomas at the back. Bailey debated hard for that spot, and that is what we eventually agreed on. Before starting the car I push my car a little forward, then head off in the direction of the highway. The hour-and-a-half-hour ride starts off fun like every other road trip, but seeing as we left quite late, Miss DJ over here gets tired as the sky coats black. We have her R&B playlist playing in a low volume since her little bother decided to snooze off too. The relief I feel when we're surrounded by nothing but trees, and we're stuck on a thigh path before a grand house appears and the path extends. Just looking at the prolonged gray roof and walls me sigh, my ass fucking hurts. I come to a stop in front of my two uncles. Sadly, a few years back my mother's oldest brother died. Now it's just them two. Before I can even cut the engine, my uncle, Raph, is opening my door and I take my key out and jump right into his arms. Isn't it my favorite niece? He picks me up, spinning me. All at once the memories of spending Christmas and birthdays play. You haven't grown a bit. He puts me down. But something changed. Did your hair grow? I look down at my half up half down hair. Probably a few inches. I look back up to see he's looking at my shoulder. He raises an eyebrow. That's new. I follow his gaze to my mark before turning to my other uncle, Samuel. Come here. He drags me and I move gladly and get squished into another hug. They then move to my parents, seeing Nathaniel for the second time before the only introduction left is Tomas. Uncles, this is my beta Tomas. I look over at my father. Should I mention he's also my second chance mate? Nice to officially meet you. Tomas greets them with a wide smile. The pleasure all our. Uncle Sam returns a smile, holding out a hand for Tomas to shake, and then he does the same to Raph. Come in, dinner has just begun. Leave the car, we'll take care of that later. Come. My father takes the lead with Nathan in his car seat and Mom next to them. Bailey and Tilly set before us, leaving Tomas and I at the back. I glance over at him to try and get a feeling of how he's doing. Is he really that okay with it? Does he even want to be here? He meets my gaze. The green of his eyes are tinted with the dark of the sky. I feel his fingertips graze down my forearm. The electricity of his touch sends goosebumps all over before I feel him lace our hands together. That's a good sign, right? Turn your big head around. I hear Bailey says, then turn to her, forcing Tilly's head forward. Shut up. Tilly smacks her hand away. My head isn't big. How would you know? I'm the one that can see it even from a mile away. Bailey her shoved, sending her laughing. Kids, my father warns. You see what you do. Bailey lowers her voice. What I do? I FNG hate you. Don't hurt yourself swearing. I believe Tilly mouths something, making Bailey laugh a little harder before she throws a fit and storms off in front. We arrive at the double doors and they swing open. Nothing has changed the slightest since I last in here. The tiles are still blinging white. The staircase to the first floor is still planted in center of the open space. We're led to the dinner hall, but you can hear that racket before we step in. Hey look, she's here. Someone calls as we look out into the pool of faces. All my cousins, as well as the pack who live here, are already seated. Emmanuel, a tall dark-skinned beta, comes our way. You can go on ahead with Emmanuel here, Uncle Sam says. I'll take care of your parents. Hey midget. Emmanuel takes it upon himself to pat me on the head. I told you not to call me that. I shove his hand and he lets out a laugh. You must be the new beta. He turns to Tomas. Yeah, I'm Tomas. Oh, I know. He starts to lead us away. I pass my other family, smiling at them and occasionally giving a little wave when they do. We stop in the middle where there's 4 empty seats opposite each other. Bailey and Tilly take a side and so do Tomas and I. Look who finally decided to come back. I smile at Ethan's approach. Ethan is the second of Uncle Raph's children since everyone is family here, and is also just a few inches taller, making it easier for me to hit him at times. You haven't grown an inch. You're lucky you're across the table. I eye him. Before I can get dragged into any more conversations, I introduce Tomas. Tomas, this is part of my family. More of them are spread out. Tomas. Ethan questions. Hall. He finishes. Nice to meet you, Tomas Hall. Ethan starts a conversation going with Tomas. Nadia. A sweet voice next to Emmanuel calls Kelly, I think it is, his mate. She has blonde curls that stop just short at his shoulders. Hey girl, how you doing? Kelly and Emmanuel are part of the 7 I constantly hang with here. It is too numbered out here to be hanging out with everyone, but I do try. Babe, swap seats with me. Emmanuel moves gladly without thought, swapping seats so Kelly can move closer. It has been too long. She takes me and throw a side hug. I'm doing great, you? Yeah, I'm good. Kelly and I go off into more chatter as the dinner finally starts. More and more cousins get dragged into our conversation, making it more so a group discussions. Dear viewers, welcome to the exciting world of Nadia's Alpha Awakening, where the shadow of the supernatural has long loomed over the lives of our characters. Join us on Nadia's mysterious and dangerous journey, as this young woman discovers her true power in a world of werewolves and hidden desires. This is EPD of Nadia's Alpha Awakening. Thank you for your subscription and likes. You can leave your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 71. Ethan and Tomas seem to be really getting along, making it easier for me to be invested into my talk with Kelly. I do keep close to Tomas though. That doesn't seem to last long, midget. I turn to Emmanuel, approaching with 5 others of my cousins. We have Dominic, the oldest of Uncle Sam's children, his little brothers twins Jerome and Jeremy. Then there's Caleb, Uncle Raph's first, then their little sister Jess. Good to have you back. Caleb, also the oldest out of all of us, tousles the front of my hair. It's good to be back. I smile up at him. Oh, is this your phone? Jeremy digs in my pocket, taking my phone. Caleb, Tomas. I spin watching Jeremy run. Tomas, Caleb. I'ma be right back. I go after Jeremy. Where do you think you're going? Ethan steps in my way. Don't play with me, I warn him. Or what? Emmanuel challenges as Jerome follows Jeremy. I try but get stopped. I'ma beat your ass, Ethan. Yeah. What you gonna do? Oh. I step forth only to be dragged by behind. Can't let you do that. Emmanuel pokes me right in the ribs. God, I hate them. Whose baby? I turn to Jeremy, who's back and staring down at my phone. You guys seems to call a lot. I glance over at Tomas. Give me my phone back. I start for him. You got a man. My phone. How'd he even get in? I start to rush after him, only for him to speed up ahead. My feet are off the ground before I even know what's happening. Blood rushes to my head, that's seeing the world upside down. Put me down. Who's this new boyfriend of yours? Emmanuel speaks from above me. I have you guys so much. They always do this. We start to me and I place mine on his pack, flipping my hair up. Caleb, stay with Tomas, would you? My shoulder starts to throb, so I let go. We keep walking before I see a change in tiles to place as white square ones. They always end up on someone's shoulder. It's how they tell me I'm fairly petite in size, like I don't know. There you do. I'm out down and I flip hair out my face. Where's 𝐏𝐿? I turn to see him, moves to me. He hands me my phone back and I snatch and shoving him. Geez. If you guys wanted me alone, all you had to do was ask. I noticed they brought me into the game room. The LED lights give it all away. We didn't want to be rude. Emmanuel steps back. So we chased you out. I mean, we are all wondering where you got that from. Ethan points to my shoulder. I don't remember you having it before. It's a mark. We know. Jerome moves in. We do have mates, you know, we know how it works. You should have brought him with you. I watch Emmanuel talk. We would love to meet the guy. My heart leaps before dropping to my ass. You guys don't know how to play nice. I tell them. That's ridiculous. Is it? I turn to Ethan. All the times I would tell you guys about my crushes, you'd never be shy to express just how you feel about them. This is different, Jerome chuckles. This is your mate. Second chance mate, actually. Oh. I nod to Ethan's response. What happened to your mate? Cheated. Shit. I rejected him, then had Tomas bite over his mark. Tomas. I turn to Emmanuel. Fuck. As in the beta you brought. I'm stared at by 4 pair of eyes, brown, blue, brown, hazel. Ethan shoots Emmanuel a look before they all start looking between each other. Nadia. He drags my name a little. What? I look at them. You're beta. Ethan asks, I can tell from their tone they don't approve. This is why I don't fucking talk to y'all. No. What he means is, 𝐤 tries to redeem themselves. A beta and his alpha is enough. Mating with your beta can be a little complicated. Why would it be complicated? We just want you to be careful. Jerome ignores my question. I roll my eyes, turning from them. Great. You pissed her off. Well, if he makes her happy, then what's the problem? I never said there was a problem, 𝐤 responds to Ethan. That's not what she heard. They're close, Emmanuel interrupts. We'll have to pick this up later. We fall silent and I listen into the mumbles of Caleb talking before they walk in on us. My heart drums at the sight of Tomas smiling to something Caleb said. Bailey's behind them taking to Kelly, and then you have Tilly talking with Jess. Are you guys going to tell Caleb? I want to know. He's always been a big brother to me. They all have. My bet is, Emmanuel moves. He already knows. He comes to a stop in front of Kelly, interrupting whatever conversation she was having with Bailey. We should all just watch a movie since it's already late. Ethan announces. We'll pick. Emmanuel races off in the direction of the threatened room with Ethan behind him. I watch them go before feeling the warmth of a hand on my lower back. I lean into Tomas' body. You okay? I nod to his questions as we follow behind. 𝐤 leaves with my sister B. We walk into a 16-chaired cinema. We can all take a corner with the exception of someone in the middle, Jerome says, and I'm already moving to the far right corner with Tomas in hand. It's not until 𝐤 comes back with his mate and the mates of others that the lights dim and the movie starts. The movie plays in the background, but we hardly pay attention in the back row. We kiss soundlessly, long and soft, with our fingers still locked together. He throws an arm behind my seat as I tug on him in between kisses. For the most part, we're not even looked at, but that doesn't mean I don't see both Emmanuel and Ethan turn their heads to us, both time when Tomas and just pulled away for each other. I'm going to kill them. Emmanuel and I met when I was around 10. He was adopted into the pack and we seems to get along well since he was already hanging around with Ethan and Jess. Ethan, although he's my older cousin, loves to play the big brother card, and having both him and Emmanuel against me is hard in a situation. I tend to try stay on their good side. Chapter 72. Since I'm not around all the time, we tend to click a lot fast, making more time, hence to why I was so easily picked on, then picked up, then dragged away. I met his mate Kelly a while back and vibed well with here. I also have a group of girls that I do hang around whenever the guys are not here. There's Kelly Sandra, who's my mother's older brother's first child. She could tackle me down for fun. I remember spending most of my Easters hiding from her. Since she's older and stronger than me, I never got the upper hand. We have this unspoken game of tag that we play. The last I left she was it. Every time I'm back it's either she finds me or I her. The game never ends. Ruby, she's not a cousin of mine but is basically a sister at this point. She can never run out of tea and knows everything. She also tends to stir the pot quite a lot. Then there's Ethan's mate, who I met a little earlier than Kelly. Sophie's a lot quieter than the rest of us. Since I'm never around much, we haven't built anything as strong, but I know she's a good friend. Both twins may have kept their distance for me. I didn't understand at first, but I don't mind it now. I'm not going to get along with everyone. Then there's Gabby, also not a cousin. She's basically the life of the party when she's not with her mate Sebastian. When she is, they tend to sneak off in a lot. After the movie is done, I'm led to the roof I'll be staying at with my sister, who are already there, by Kelly. Tomas will be with Ethan and Emmanuel. She tells me. That's not good. I'll you guys tomorrow. She turns to my sisters. Good night. Night, my sisters and I say in unison. I move to the single bed where my duffel bag is placed. This room is quite comfortable, with a twin-sized bed somewhat pushed into the corner, and then a single bed opposite it. You going to bed? I hear Bailey ask as I open my bag. Yeah. I take out pan oversized shirt. I drove her, then got thrown like I'm some rag doll. Tilly laughs. I'm out. I start to undress, putting the shirt on before getting in bed. They both wish me a good night as I get in. Night. Nadia. My name is sung and I turn, shutting them out. Wake your ass up. Another voice. Midget. It's past 9. It's only 9. Why are they waking me up? I fucking hate these guys. Hey, tell her to get up, will you? The door opens just to shut once more. I lift my head enough to turn to see Bailey. They're literally all huddled up waiting for you. I groan at her comment and force myself out of bed. I shower in the connecting bathroom before putting on pink cuffed shorts with a cropped white butterfly tank top. Are you decent? I hear Bailey move in the room. Yeah. I roll deodorant on before I hear the door open. Emmanuel is the first to walk into the bathroom helping himself to my things. Ethan follows and then the twins before Tomas stands in the doorframe. Can I have some of this? Emmanuel shakes my concealer. No, I snatch it. It's too light for you. Can I put this on? 𝐿𝐤 brings my blush to the light, scanning it. You already have naturally rosy cheeks. Why do you have an eye clipper? I turn to Ethan, clipping my eyelash curler. Put that down, get out. All of you. Okay, we'll stop touching. Ethan drops my eyelash curler. They fall silent. I watch Ethan discreetly take out my chapstick, form my makeup bag, and then puts it on. He passes it to 𝐿𝐤, who puts it on with 2 strokes before handing it to Emmanuel. He keeps going back and forth then back again. Jerome is the last to take it before they all have some on, with 𝐿𝐤 being the first to leave the bathroom before I hear the impact of his weight slumping on bed. Jerome picks up a hairbrush to brush out his own hair. I come here. He leaves with my brush. Don't touch my hair. Ethan turns, looking out the door to them before following. Because they practically move in a pack, I'm not surprised when Emmanuel finally leaves to join the racket they're making out there. Pin him down. No, don't. Listen, Emmanuel. Let's negotiate. They burst out laughing. Tomas steps forth, shutting the door lightly behind him. He's wearing a simple black shirt with the gray Nike shorts. Good morning, he moves to me. If that's what you want to call it. I finish blending, listening to him approach. I watch his hand reach out for my blush as he goes into my bag for a brush. You going to put this on? He wants to know and I nod. He opens it and starts to add blush to the brush. The cheeks right. I nod once more. He lifts my head, resting his thumb on my chin before starts to use light strokes on my cheeks. His concentration is at an all-time high. His lips rosy and slightly parted. His hair falling on his forehead. The green of his eyes following each stroke. What are you thinking about looking at me like that? Like what? Butterflies flap heavily in my stomach as he locks eyes with me. The corner of his lips lift and he pulls me in by my chin. Like that. He pressed his lips onto mine. I'm so very lucky to finally have you. His lips hover over mine. So very lucky. He continues to kiss me some more. Lovebirds. Breakfast isn't served after 10. You better hurry, you got just over 30 minutes. We listens to Ethan in the other side of the door. Got it. I let out before we break apart and I start to pack up. Chapter 73. After breakfast I notice Caleb lingering around before I catch his eyes once more and he nods me over. I'ma be right back. I move to go retrieve my phone from Ethan's back pocket before going off the corner. Caleb turned in. Jesus Christ. I nearly run face first into him. Morning. Good morning, Nadia. He gives me a small smile. Come walk with me, will you? Of course. I take my place next to him and we start walking. How are you doing? He starts. Better. Now I've heard a lot of things but I'd really like to hear it from you, so tell me. He pauses. Tomas Hall, what can you tell me about him? Well, he's an orphan. His mother and father died being hunters. He was raised by his aunt and his grandparents helped sometimes. He did have a pack, but when his alpha was murdered he became an omega, and that's when I met him. And you made him your beta, why? Well, at first it was because I pitted him, but the stronger our friendship grew the more I realized that he's more than just an omega who lost both his parents and was abandoned by his pack when his alpha died. I wanted to take only him in, but then my sister tagged along. And where's your mate? He glances over at me. I re-explain the whole story once more for him about how Malik and I came to an end, about how I had Tomas bite over his mark so I was no longer feeling about emotion coming for Malik. He falls silent after my explanation, making me look over at him multiple times. Instead we just keep on walking until we walk past an open door in which the boys, including Tomas, are all sat. They stop to look over at us as we pass. It's not until we continue someone do I feel the chill of the air conditioning. But I believe it's mostly coming from Caleb's silence. Are you mad at me? I finally ask, hugging myself. Of course not. He glances over at me before taking his flannel off and wraps it around my shoulders. I believe what you did was the best option for you. It's just St. Salvador's father was quite the alpha back in his days. Saint will surely follow in his footsteps. I don't know how he'll do that now that he's rejected. What does that have to do with me? I push my arms into the sleeves, then fold them to the size of my wrist. Behind a great alpha is a strong Luna. I nod to his comment, so Alpha Vincent was a great alpha, was he? How strong did his wife have to stay? Was she just so strong that he eventually broke her spirit? Sound like torture to me, I admit. Sitting there and watching him do as he pleases with whom he pleases, and I have to be the pretty Luna who supports him. I look over at Caleb. Tomas and I's roles might be reversed, but at least I know if I fall, someone will catch me. You're not wrong there, little cousin, but you are destined for greater. He stops. Tomas will make you a very happy woman, but Saint, he'll take you to heights you'd never thought you could reach as alpha. Forgive me if I want to be a happy woman. I snap at him. He snorts with a smirk. Come now. He raises a hand to touzle the front of my hair. Don't be upset. I would have smacked his hand away if he were Emmanuel and telling me this, but this is Caleb. He wouldn't tell me this without reason. That's enough about mates for today. Yeah, I agree as he pulls away and I fix my hair. Sandra has been dying to see you, something about revenge. I smile at his words before scanning our surroundings. Instead I spot Ruby chatting with 𝐿𝐤's mate. I think you two will be surprised to see her. Is she here? Yes, she arrived this morning. I'm sure you'll bump into her soon. Nadia. My name is called and I turn to Ruby, waving me over. Go ahead, I'll drag you off if ever I need you again. I nod and I'm moving. Girl. Ruby grabs my hand. Some here is mated with your 𝐊𝐤𝐳. My 𝐊𝐤𝐳. I give her a look. My 𝐊𝐤𝐳. My 𝐊𝐤𝐳. My old best friend. Shut up. Deadass, she's dragging me away. 𝐿𝐤𝐳, catch up with you later. She says to 𝐿𝐤's mate before we're basically sprinting off down the corridors. Her name is 𝐿𝐤𝐳. She just turned return form Canada a few days ago, and guess who she came with? 𝐊𝐤𝐳's seriously here. We turn down a corridor. Yes, she tugs me some more. Look. We stop. She grabs a handle, pulling to open a window. We both jump to sit on the windowsill. She then points to a tall dark brown girl with curly forehead. He back is to us. Next to her stand 𝐊𝐤𝐳, still tall. You should say something to him. What? You guys were old best friends. Yeah, old best friends. He left with no word and fucking texted me. She looks over at me. Don't you even thin? Hi 𝐿𝐤𝐳. She tells Form out the window they were talking to another couple I've seen around, and 𝐿𝐤𝐳 stops to look over at us. Ruby waves. Ruby. She takes a step to us and 𝐊𝐤𝐳 turned to follow her gaze. How are you? She's still yelling. Good you. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 replies with the same volume. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 scans Ruby before his eyes land on me. They expand as his lips part. Good. I just wanted to say hi. She waves again. Nice seeing you. She leaps off and I follow her down. Now that he's seen you, let the fun begin. As soon as the door shuts, we wander off. You're a bitch. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 take that as a compliment. She gives me a sly smile. What's the worst that can happen? Maybe you guys could reconnect. We're not going to reconnect, he's doing just fine. Ugh, the attitude. We start heading back. You know, I had quite the night with Ethan and his mate. As in, yeah, she laughs. Ruby. They invited me. She throws he hands up. It was no strings attached. I don't even look at Ethan like that, but his mate. Boy, would I love to do that again. I pretend to barf and she breaks out laughing. We reach the room I last saw the guys in to see Kelly has joined them. They all seem to be eating sweets. Hi boys. She wanders in to kiss Kelly on the cheek. I move to sit next to Tomas, who's the closet to Kelly. Hi Ethan. Ruby's voice drops into something seductive. Hi Ruby. He smiles with lollipop in mouth. I watch how Ruby goes right to him to take it and puts it in her mouth without hesitation. Ethan's eyes linger on his lips before he leans forward to grab another on in the bowl of treats. I gotta go. She moves around him. Where you going? I want to know. I thought she was going to stick around. I got a date with siblings, brother and sister. She grabs a handful of sweets. The goddess know how I love to be outnumbered. Jesus, Ruby. Jerome laughs with everyone else echoing him. Bye. She glances over in my direction but not at me. I follow her gaze at Tomas. Chapter 74. His eyes are already on me. I cut the eye contact short to grab some sweets of my own. We all stay put talking some more before Kelly and Emmanuel stand to leave first. It's natural for the rest to follow on, and I take Tomas to our room seeing as it's empty. Are you mad at me? Tomas asks, and I turn to him after shutting the door. No, I chuckle. Why would I be mad at you? Ruby. He sits on the edge of my bed. Get over yourself, I laugh. I'm not that insecure. He chuckles too. If anything, you should be worried. Yes, she's huge flirt, but you're not really her type. This is different, Nadia. He shuffles forward, raising his eyes as I tower in front of him. What do you mean? I run my hands into the front of his hair, resting my other on his shoulders. Why is this different? I know her. He searches my eyes. She's the mate that rejected me. Oh. My hand drops to the back of his hair. Oh. I didn't know you guys are related. We're not. I push away gently, we're just close. Nadia, I need to. Bailey storms in, making my pull away faster. I haven't had the chance to tell them about Tomas being my mate now. Can I talk to you guys? She wonders in shutting the door behind her. Ethan's telling me you guys are mates. What the hell is that about? She moves in. I thought you were still strung on that cheater of yours. And what about your mate? She turns to Tomas. I don't understand what's going on. She looks between us. I know damn well I'm not taking to myself. Tomas' mate rejected him a long time ago. I did the same to Malik. You rejected Malik. Wait, what does that have to do with this? Her eyes widen. Listen, I'm not blind. It's obvious Tomas has like hidden feelings for you. But he's your beta. Oh my fucking gosh. I turn, walking away. I'm tired of fucking hearing that. No, it's not like that. My heart drops looking over at Tomas. She just needed me to bite over the mark. That's all it is. Don't you have to mate after you mark? We know how it works, Bailey. We're setting boundaries. Ouch. I drop my eyes to my feet. I know I'm her beta. So you guys are not mates. Bailey wants to know. No. I turn at his slow response. My chest throbs in pain as I move to the bathroom. Nadia. I hear Bailey calls behind me. I ignore her, shutting the door behind me. He just denied me. After last night, everything he fucking told me, was it all just a lie to him? Nadia. My name is called once more by Tomas this time. Nadia, come on, let me in. I storm to the door, swinging it open. You fucking denied me. I shove him. In front of my sister. No, yes. I mean, you lied to me. I shove past him and he yanks me back by my wrist. You said you would treat me right. You said you would treat me probably. That true? All of it is. He bring me into his arms. Listen to me. I pull away from him. Please just listen to me, Nadia. He pulls me back in. I know you won't tell me about the speeches you're getting about us, but I'm getting them too. Your father, your cousins, they don't agree with us. It's literally us against the world. I've had enough of hearing about how we can't because I'm your beta, about how only Malik can make you a great alpha. It's ridiculous. I am twice the man Malik could ever be. I said that because I thought I was protecting you. That'll all I'm trying to do. It's clear nobody want to see us together, but it don't matter, 'cause I got you. I'll scream it to the world that you my mate, if that's what you want. But I'm not your mate, second chance, yeah, but Ruby rejected me. I'm not going back to her. I'm too paranoid for this. I'm going to break us apart. My eyes start to sting and he cups my cheeks into his hand. I knew what I was signing up for. And who said it was going to be easy? He reminds me. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings like that. I put you on edge. It won't happen again. I'm not here to hurt you. One blink and my tears fall. I just need air. I pull away, wiping my face. I move to the door, opening it, and start making my way out. So they've been talking to him too. I never thought leaving him alone would be setting him up to lectures. I should have seen that coming. If they're here telling me all this, what's going for stop them from doing the same to Tomas? I know too well it's not something everyone wants, but I'm not with him to please anyone. This is for me. If I break it up now, I'm going to lose the only thing that I have going good for me. I want to blame Malik for poisoning my thinking, but it's I that believed him. He was so persistent and I was so desperate to believe in him. Look where that got me. I don't make it far before my name I called. I can never have any fucking privacy around. I turn to see Sandra. Sandra, I stop. Finally. I've been looking for you everywhere. She moves to me in a composed way. I'm surprised to her approach. Usually she would race for me. She's in a baggy shirt going down to her knees. How have you been? I'm good. I lie as she approaches. She raises her hand to tousle the front of my hair before she gives me steady pats. For all the years I've known you, you sure suck at lying. My eyes sting. Why is she treating me like this? Can't we cash around like we usually do? I see right through that alpha armor you've got on. You're different. I start. Not at all, she denies. I just can't chase you around like all our normal encounters. Well, this is scaring me. She laughs before her hands go to her side and she pulls her shirt back, revealing a baby bump. Surprise. I very much am. Oh my. I reach out to touch her stomach. Gosh, no wonder why you couldn't catch up. I laugh. Do you know the sex? I look up at her. No, we're waiting until I pop it out first. She lets her shirt go. Damn, even I couldn't tell. As soon as I found out I wanted to call you, but I don't know why I didn't. It doesn't matter, I'm going to be an auntie. She giggles as a response. We start to walk off into an open sitting area before she asks me once more how I've been, and this time I pour it all out on her. Starting her again for Malik. Well, do you love him? Love him? My heart skips. Him as in Tomas. She nods. Whether you do or not, if he is what you want, what is really stopping you? I mean, you're the one dating him, only the two of you know what you have is real, whether no one agrees with you. A second chance mate is exactly that, a second chance. Your father has a second chance mate. When he was leaving, no one agreed with him. Imagine the utter disbelief when they found out he mated once more. She leans back in her seat. Give it some time, Nadia. Learn to love him as much as you loved Matthew. Malik. Correct her. Right, she nods. Him. Learn to him. Ugh fuck. Chapter 75. I don't say much at dinner, and when we're finished I go wandering off on my own again. I bump into a lot of people I haven't seen in so long, most connections good, others distant. Then I see him coming exactly my way. Don't know how to say hi. Hello, Nadia. 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐵 stops. How are you? You don't care. I move past him. If you did, you would have called to ask or even texted. I deserve that. I listen to his footsteps behind me. But I didn't know about all this. I didn't even know you live here. I don't. Come on, Nadia. I'm mad at you, 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐵. I turn, stopping. You just up and left and didn't even think to call or reply back to me. Who does that? Like, seriously. I'm sorry. And the next time I see you, you're mated. He tilts his head as his eyebrows knit together and his eyes drop to my shoulder. Shut up. I pull the flannel 𝐾𝐞𝐫 gave me back up my shoulders. Things have changed, but that's no excuse. We were best friends. I'm sorry for the way I left. He steps forward. I forgave you a long time ago. I turn my back on him. I just promised myself I'd kick your ass if ever I saw you again. I can't really do that now. I probably deserve it. He laughs. He catches up to me and the seconds pass before he speaks up again. I was actually sent here, but a girl named Ruby. Ruby. I look over at him. That sneaky little bitch. So you weren't going to come by, were you? I was. Don't get me wrong, she just rushed me because apparently you're leaving tomorrow. I gotta get back to my real world. I sigh. I have to prepare myself for exams and Malik drama once more. I start to take us to the same window Ruby and I jumped on earlier. I do the same thing and he joins me. For once I don't have to explain exactly why Tomas and I are so compatible or why leaving Malik was the best choice for me. Ever since I came here, that's all I've been doing. With 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐵 it's a little easier. I get to avoid topics and he wouldn't even know. It's also relaxing to listen to him go on instead of someone talking in my ear about what I should do. He expressed just how confused he was to even meet 𝐾𝐞𝐫, and how the news she told him took him by greater surprise. I know for a fact that he is not the kid that left me then texted me a goodbye. He's changed a lot and most of that growing was thanks to 𝐾𝐞𝐫. At leave I know he's well taken care of. I walk him back to 𝐾𝐞𝐫's room, which seems to be the only place he remembers before I too go back. He was right, tomorrow I do have to go back, so that means more driving for me, yay. I change into shorts that don't even reach my thighs and a petite tank top. My sisters eventually come in as I pretend to be asleep but actually wait for them to go to bed. I can't even get myself to sleep, so instead, I throw a shirt on and make my way out of bed. It must be pretty late, but I don't care. I grab my shoes and hold them as I sneak out. Thank goodness the doors don't creak. It's clear by the amount of underfloor cracks of light I pass that not everyone is asleep, apparently not even Ethan and the guys. I knock on their door softly. It's opened by Emmanuel. With one look he looks over his shoulder and the door shuts softly. "She's here for you." I listen in. Songs should be played here. Soft shuffling come before the door is reopened by Tomas. I swallow down hard. He looks down at my hand with my shoes before grabbing his own and stepping out. We move without word and I take us to a large window a few windows away from the one I was at earlier with Ruby and 𝐊𝐴. I scan around us and push it open. Of course it's not locked, we're not the only ones out tonight. I bend to put my shoes on before climbing up and over to jump on the soft grass on the other side. Tomas comes out after me. Once he's down I back up to run up the wall. Reaching out I shut the window as soundlessly as I can. I've seen it done 1,000 times by Ruby when she'd wake me up to sneak out to meet the guys in the woods. Speaking of, that's exactly where we're going. We set off in the direction and I go on the hunt of the secret place Ruby used to call her make-out spot. We pass wolves on the way, some going back, others going deeper into the woods. It's not like we're the only ones who want privacy here. It's an unspoken rule to not have sex in the house. If you do, the alpha always know, and inconveniently you'd get chores the few days that follow. I find the bulky tree and look up to see the floor of wood hidden in the trees. "We have to climb up," I say loud enough for Tomas to hear. "Okay," he says back. I set back to run up the tree to my first branch before I start going up. So I brought him out here in the night to a make-out spot, and for what? I move around the floor before I can finally feel it with steady feet, and jump down into landing. "Tomas." I hush, going at the corners while brushing the leaves out my hair. "Here." He heaves himself up before he can come down too. Unfortunately for him he has to duck, so we sit down. He reaches out to me silently, taking leaves and small branches out my hair, and I lean into him, doing the same. "I brought you something." He reaches behind his back, pulls a pigmented rose. "Emmanuel got Kelly a whole bouquet, and when he wasn't looking I took one for you." He reaches out for me to take it. I do. I can't go against my drumming heart. "I'm sorry for earlier, I'll do better." "Thank you." I smile down at the rose. I can't help but imagine him constantly staying behind me so I don't see it, then repeatedly checking the back of his shorts as we climbed up here to ensure it didn't fall. I pull him into a kiss, letting his soft lips consume me whole. We haven't really had any time alone since the second I stepped foot here I was also dragged away. He wraps an around me and I move to climb him into a straddle. The wood start to itch my knees, and as much as I try ignoring it, I can't. "Put me under you," I requested, and he turns us towering over me. "You sure this can support us?" He breathes deep into my ear. "I'm sure it's been through worse." I tell him, and my eyes shut to him kissing down my neck as his hand works down my body to please me. I try keeping up to both his kisses and him pleasing me, but I just can't seem to make it work. It's just a matter of time before I'm a begging mess and I'm soaking my panties. His lips break from mine and I try dragging air into my lungs. "I only have one condom on me," he whispers. "Then make it count." I huff, my face hot. He tears the condom in question before I'm moaning to him, entering me. The moment his hips lock into me, I wrap my legs around him, receiving every inch of him. I can't tell if it's the clothes, the temperature, my body, or if I'm just in my head, but everything about his touch is setting my on fire here. I wish I can put it into words, the ecstasy he makes me feel. I hang my arms around his neck, feeling him kiss under the fabric of my shirt, exactly where he marked me. My eyes shut harder to the friction of him inside me. I still haven't gotten used to his size. "Fuck." He gives out on top as I slap my hand over my mouth to stop my from screaming out. "Look." My eyes flutter open at his words. "The moon's beautiful tonight, isn't it?" My heart drops to my throbbing core. I follow his gaze to a waxing crescent of a moon. I moan to him, withdrawing, and watch his eyes drop to below our waist. As if he said nothing, he helps me back into the shorts he took off me before collecting himself. To make space, I shuffle over so he too can lay on his back next to me. It's literally us against the world. His words ring in my head and Sandra's words echo. A second chance mate is exactly that, a second chance. "Promise me something, Tomas." He looks over at me and I do the same. No matter how much the sun rises, the moon will always look this beautiful. I don't know if he understands what I'm asking until he speaks again. "I promise." He leans in, kissing the back of his thumb. I do the same after him. Our hands drop, keeping our pinkies tangled. This has to be it, this has to be worth it. I've done too much, been through too much for this not to be worth it. I'm not going to reject you. I once told him I have to live by that so we can both be happy. I guess in the end if it wasn't thanks to Malik I wouldn't be here. With him I look over once more, catch him already staring. You're right, the moon is beautiful tonight. He lets out a breath of relief before he cracks into a smile. I mirror him.